Fuck. My circuit breaker trip in the other room. Rip. One sec. Let me make sure shit is turned off in there. Okay. Where was I? 6 minutes. Can you figure it out before the trick is explained? Do you have any special content coming up once your court case is over? No, I don't have shit planned, bro.
I just have so many thoughts about this, so bear with me as I go through them all, okay?
Wait, that's not a trick.
Okay, this has been showing up all over the internet lately. If you take a chocolate ice cream and a vanilla ice cream cone and touch them together, something really weird happens. The vanilla gets transferred onto the chocolate and the chocolate gets transferred onto the vanilla in the exact same spot. This feels impossible. How do both of them transfer material in the same spot? This question has been getting tens of millions of views online with people trying to explain it and still walking away confused. Now at first glance, I just thought that the chocolate and vanilla were mixing at the surface. But the problem is that you can see that it's not like a chocolatey vanilla at the contact point. There's still a clear...
This guy is a sociopath. How would you be okay? Look at the ice cream all over his fucking hands. Holy shit.
Layer of chocolate and a clear layer of vanilla. No mixing that I could see. In this video, I'm going to show you what's really happening here. And along the way, we're going to uncover a surprisingly deep idea in physics. The difference between stirring and true mixing. This difference at first seems pedantic, but you'll see that it turns out to be a line between reversibility and irreversibility, between systems that remember their past and systems that forget it forever. And once you see it, it explains not just the ice cream, but everything from fluid flows to entropy itself. I've always been fascinated by this demonstration. If you take some corn syrup between two cylinders that can rotate, and then inject some dye blobs between them, you can turn the inner cylinder and it...
I guess there's a mixing thing going on, or a stirring thing going on. That's essentially what's happening, I guess. You're creating a thing and then stirring it. So then the idea would be you could bring the ice cream cones back together and unstir it. Would that work? I guess. I would have never thought of that without him saying this is what it is, but...
It looks like this...
Or whatever, I don't know, would just mix and stir, whatever, whichever one allows you to return to your prior state.
Mixes all the colors together. Or so it's...
Stirring combines two things, mixing... Okay, stirring then. Because I think there are things like this where you can stir it several times, and then when you unstir it, it'll go back to its original state, which seems impossible.
Seems. Actually, very little mixing is happening at all. What we're really doing is stirring. Stirring is the act of moving materials around. Nothing about the materials themselves has changed. The dye is still dye and the corn syrup is still corn syrup. We've just stretched the layers out. And this specific setup was deliberately designed to make it easy to reverse the exact stirring motion. Since I only turned the cylinder, I can undo that motion. And when I reverse it, all the layers go back to the same spot.
Wow.
This tells us something important about stirring. It is reversible in principle. As long as material is only being stretched and rearranged into layers, the persistent state still contains a record of the past. Stirred fluids can act like history books. For example, if I see these two cones, I can look at the gouge marks and layers and streaks and conclude which ice cream was moving in which direction. But in reality, the cases where we can clearly read history from stirred layers are rare, because most real stirring is not this smooth. The stirring I showed with the dye dye between the cylinders was laminar. But if I were to take a spoon and slowly stir dye in a cup, even if I tried to exactly mimic the spoon's motion in reverse, I couldn't undo it. Over time, especially when you've created lots of thin layers with lots of surface area, diffusion smooths everything out. Diffusion is the random thermal motion of atoms and molecules. Statistically, two initially separate groups of particles will spread out and interpenetrate. Once that happens, there's no way to reverse the process. True mixing has actually occurred. But if you were a physicist in the late 1800s named Joseph Locksmith, you would have had a serious problem with this explanation. The fundamental laws of motion are reversible. If you imagine a hypothetical all-knowing being that could track the position and velocity of every particle in a system, then at any moment that being could simply reverse all of those velocities. If that happened, every particle would retrace its exact path, and the system would unmix, and entropy would decrease. So Locksmith asked a deep question. If the laws of physics don't care which direction time runs, then why does entropy seem to only ever increase? This became known as Locksmith's paradox. Boltzmann tried to resolve this by arguing that entropy increase is statistical. Unmixed states are possible, but extraordinarily unlikely. This means entropy increases because mixed states are overwhelmingly more probable. But this was only a partial answer. The deeper resolution didn't come until quantum mechanics. Remember, in quantum mechanics, you can never define a particle's position and momentum past a certain accuracy. This is called the Heisenberg uncertainty principle. In diffusion, there are random bumps of molecules that depend on the momentum and position of every atom. And since those can't even be defined together, then that means that the true reversal or knowledge of the system is impossible. Entropy and information are fundamentally tied together, and there's an entire field built around this idea called information theory. Luckily, our original ice cream experiment turns out to be a reversible process. What's happening there is not mixing at the surface, it's something called gouging.
Reverse it then, let's see it.
Imagine two spheres sliding past each other. As they pass, each sphere overhangs the edge of the other just a little bit. That overhanging section gets stressed out and torn loose. So instead of atoms diffusing together, the chocolate scoop rips a chunk out of the vanilla, and at the same time, the vanilla rips a chunk out of the chocolate. Those chunks get pressed onto the opposite surface at the same contact location. Both sides lose material and both sides gain material in the same spot. They're not mixing, they're taking bites out of each other. A surprisingly good way to model this is with colliding planets. On planetary scales, solids don't behave like rigid objects anymore. The forces involved are so enormous that rock behaves more like a thick gel. To show this, here's a physics-based simulation of two planets colliding on this program called SpaceSim. I made one planet white and the other red, so it's easy to track the material. As they approach each other, you can see the first chunks get pulled out. Right at the moment they slide past, a flat contact layer forms. On one side it's red, and if you flip it over, on the other side it's white. Those layers slide, stretch, and tear just like the ice cream. And at the end of the collision, you're left with a red planet with white material stuck to it, and a white planet with red material stuck to it, right at essentially the same collision point. So the next time you slide two ice creams past each other, remember that you're looking to a map of the past. That map doesn't last forever. Diffusion is always waiting to erase it, so read it while you can. And thanks for watching, and we'll see you next time.
Okay.
Hey everyone, welcome back to...
It should be easy to just model it all, right? Just model everything. Georgia Maloney has an awkward moment with Trump at the NATO summit. Oh, because she doesn't want to... Ooh, awkward. Oh, he's doing the hand thing?
His honest framing the situation is the online left has no responsibility in platforming Platner in a positive way, regardless of how Maine voters voted. It's just a lack of accountability. It's my least favorite statement. It's my least favorite word.
This is the hardest topic for Hassan because Platner was a very clear demonstration of like the campist ideology over the progressive one. And the majority of Hassan's fan base is probably still progressive, like 80% are still progressive. So like the support for Platner is because he was oppositional to some extent to the Democratic Party's establishment. And I guess oppositional to MAGA. He doesn't really care about that. But that's where the support for Platner comes from. Same thing with people like Steyer. But it's hard if you're a progressive because Hassan usually tries to be subversive with his Marxist stuff by mapping it onto progressive stuff. But for Platner, well, if you're a Hassan fan, the support for Platner is kind of hard to understand because the guy did 3 tours in Iraq, went back again as a Blackwater private contractor. Seems like he had a bunch of weird red flaggy stuff in the past for like the crazy Reddit comments as a military guy. He had the Nazi tattoo that he had and lied about, and he had it for like 16 years. And then it's really hard to, like if you're progressive, it's like this guy has like red flags all over him. This looks like a Republican candidate. Is what it looks like. A Republican candidate, like almost like a deep red state. That's what it looks like on paper to a progressive. But for Hassan, it was just because the guy is oppositional to Democrats, and as long as he's oppositional to like the Democratic establishment, then it's fine. Everything is okay. That's all he cares about. But this is probably why he's getting a lot of pushback from his fans because a lot of them are still genuinely progressive. Like, I don't really understand this, Hassan. It seems like we're kind of just like brushing past this, but like, wasn't this all kind of like fucked from the start?
And I know people will clip this and be like, oh, yeah, see, he hates accountability. It just doesn't mean anything. Okay? It just doesn't mean anything. Like, what do you mean? Like, I say it too at times. But like...
I need you to hedge on that. What do you mean the majority of his fans are progressive? Aren't they tankies and socialists? Do you mean his live audience or his audience on YouTube included? No, I mean the vast majority of people that watch this on YouTube or anywhere else. The vast majority of these people, they're not like card-carrying, like ML types, like Marxist-Leninists or like Stalinists, or think that like China could take over Tibet and all this stuff. Like most people in Hassan's audience are not like that. They're going to be like super progressive. So they have a little bit of like the hate America, but it still comes from a good place, arguably. It's not like the I hate the West and want a multipolar world.
What does it mean? What would accountability look like? Like, what would you want me to do? What would you want, I don't know, like Majority Report to do? Because I saw pieces of Emma's takes earlier where she did hold herself accountable. Like,
it's so funny. He's like, well, what do you want us to do, guys? Meanwhile, for that one, the state senator guy running for Senate in California, if you want to come back from your support of Israel, and by support of Israel, I mean calling it a genocide else, you have to support Hamas. That was the clearance condition for him, right? But for these guys, like, well, what do you want us to do? I guess he was a bad dude. I don't know.
Like she said, look, I apologize. I was duped by this person to a certain degree.
Duped?
I really pushed for this person, but like in my situation, it's like, what do you want me to not cover the fucking Maine Senate race at all? Calling out the Nazi tattoo. Why did so many people minimize that? Wait,
yeah,
but I did do that.
Did he though? Is there a video of Hassan like going hard on the Nazi tattoo thing? Like they went hard on Pete for his military service, or like they went hard on Obama and Kamala for being war criminals who should submit themselves to The Hague, or any of the other mid-left people that they like to, moderate left people that they like to fucking go in on over and over and over again?
So what I did numerous tweets, numerous extensive hours of coverage.
Extensive hours of coverage, really?
So what do you want me to do about that? Isn't it fucking weird that there wasn't this level of outrage from people like Shannon Watts and Neera Tanden and Eric Swalwell? I wonder why. Yeah, because...
Wait, we got a link in chat. Hold on.
My opinion. Yeah, I mean, I don't disagree with you. I also felt this. I also felt this way when I saw how people reacted to the totem cough. Like, I couldn't believe it, especially in my community, where I have spent a good deal of time talking about dog whistles and Nazi identifiers, specifically the totem cough. I think it's crazy that people just like are totally oblivious to it. And yeah, but like I said, there's the good and the bad. And the good is, if he pulls through from this, even though this is like irredeemable overall, if he pulls through on this, like, yeah, sure, Americans are stupid and it's an indictment about like their lack of knowledge on neo-Nazi and Nazi insignias and whatnot. But it also seemingly tells us that when
I feel like I've watched this before because I feel like I've asked this question before. What does he think irredeemable means?
someone comes out and is like, I'm anti-Israel, I want Medicare for all, for the first time ever, the liberal audiences are receptive to the argument, that a Bernie hand-selected candidate is actually more electable than a Chuck Schumer hand-selected candidate. You feel me? You see what I'm talking about? That's the only silver lining in this circumstance. That is, of course, if it translates to the likes of Dr. Abdul El Sayed and numerous other candidates like Omar Fateh, and you know, when re-election time comes around for like the likes of Summer Lee and whatnot, because ultimately, if they're just applying this to white dudes who are Blackwater worshippers with a Nazi tattoo, then yeah, that's just because they think everyone else is a white supremacist, so it's good. It's a good thing that...
Who was the last person that he said? What was that name? Summer Lee or whatever?
When re-election time comes around for like the likes of Summer Lee and what...
Eliminator, thank you for the 5 good subs!
Not because ultimately, if they're just applying this to
Summer
white
Lee.
dudes who are Blackwater worshippers with a Nazi tattoo, then yeah, that's just because they think everyone else is a white supremacist, so it's good. It's a good thing that, you know, he has a Nazi tattoo, and that's really fucked up.
Mainers, as they try to scrape through a system that at its core is trying to rob them. And that's why tonight, I'm just going back right out on the road. We're holding a town hall in Ogunquit, where much like I've been doing for the past month, going around the state of Maine, making myself accessible to Mainers.
He's been donating progressive for a while, though. Yeah, no, I know, guys, I know. He is insane, okay? His background is crazy. His background is fucking insane. It literally doesn't make sense. I don't know what to say about it, other than I know. Like, it looks like a guy who got, like, bricked, one-shotted by Bernie Sanders and was like, oh my God, this is the best. Truly the average American white supremacist Nazi that is also a leftist? Yeah, no, he is the true center. He is the true center. He is the true progressive mind in a MAGA body.
In their communities, so I can listen to them. I can hear about what it is they need to change in our political system. And that is what I'm going to continue dedicating my...
I'm an Arab who started listening to you post-October 7. Your view on the people of Palestine and the Middle East in general makes it slightly disappointing that all of his war activity did not really give you much pause, not as much as the Nazi tattoo did even. Yeah, I've explained it thoroughly.
Why you've done this, or you've messaged me like 400 times. Why do you keep saying this? Democracy Under Fire, PBS video is super good. I got it. I see you. I've seen you said this. How long? Stop. Chill. I've seen it. I've seen you say this 30 times in chat. Take a deep breath. Calm down. My God.
and I will continue to do so. But considering that the normal position is in American society when it comes to elections, the normal position is veterans are awesome, veterans are good, they're doing an objectively good thing, and we love our veterans. We offer reverence to veterans, and the overwhelming majority of Democrat politicians, not overwhelming majority, but like a good chunk of Democrat and Republican politicians, genuinely use their veteran background and their veteran status to talk about how awesome they are, to beef up their bona fides. I would rather have someone who has that experience, who at least has like literally talked about how shitty everything is. Here's the only take this guy, he sucks. If we have a sports guy, we suck too. He's not what we want. Just John Fetterman 2.0. It's just in the absence of any alternative. I totally understand why Mainers are like, what are you gonna do? I understand people who are saying, nope, this is a bridge too far for me. Totally get it. Totally understand it. Especially when you combine all of the strikes. Okay, you combine all of the strikes together, it's just not a good profile. Regardless of whether or not he knew Graham has a frontal lobe of a bite of a 87 victim for that tattoo. I think it would make literally more sense if he straight up was caught having a Nazi tattoo back in the day and literally said, yeah, I had white supremacist values, I'm reformed. Like that makes more sense than what we are experiencing here, where he's like, oh, I'm just a dumb jarhead who got a Nazi tattoo. If he straight up was like, yeah, guess what? I did a lot of stuff. This is what I believed. I no longer believe it. I think it's abhorrent, and I am reformed. And I really hope that people can like no longer use my like past self that I worked tirelessly to move away from and atone for, to say that to associate me with my past self who I never want to be like or whatever. That would make more sense. Do you see what I mean? I cannot believe how much Marines unironically eating crayons factors into this argument. Like it's just mind-boggling to me that like the argument that they're presenting is like, yeah, I used to love eating crayons and don't know very common neo-Nazi signals, and I'm a little crazy. I'm a little crazy. I got drunk with some German shit students in college at 4 a.m. and decided to get tattoos. So while stumbling around the East Village, found a tattoo parlor and decided to get Columbia University zip code tattoos on themselves. Drunk dudes do dumb shit. I don't know. I think people are looking at the linear timeline of discourse and assuming the takeaway is that the Nazi tattoo is more damaging than the war service. In my opinion, they're both damaging. No, combined, I think, is like the maximum damage. This is the median voter. You must now educate him. I cannot believe how bad the median voter's brain is. It's just, you gotta work with what you got, you gotta work with what you got, but it is shocking. It is alarming.
Thank you all very much, and I really appreciate your support through all of this.
Okay. He was kind of critical. To be fair, this was 8 months ago, though, so. All right. Student pilot successfully landed a plane by herself after her instructor jumped to his death mid-flight. She said her instructor told her, you know what to do, before leaping from the aircraft. Holy shit, it's the one guy with the money? What's that guy's name? D.B. Cooper.
I'm absorbing the spirit of Elon. Thank you, Elon, for your sacrifice.
Oh, look, he's musical too? You want to know, I thought about this yesterday also. You want to know something that would make me 900 times more comfortable with AI stuff? I would actually maybe even be fully on board with everything. Is if you're going to ship an AI thing to somebody that whatever, that's fine. But link me the convo because I want to see your conversation. I think if people just did that, I think I would be so much more fine with getting any of that. 100%. The Rao Kittenhouse guy deleted all of Gisticle's videos of you. Oh, I wonder why. I mean, it's 5 seconds of a line. Okay. All right. If you've been this deep with Platner and you're just now jumping ship, I have immense contempt for you, by the way. Just stick with him at this point. I voted for Trump 3 times. Nice.
President Putin said, I would love to meet in Moscow. And I said, I don't think, I have to put myself in his position. I don't know that he'd go to Moscow. Maybe he would. Would you go to Moscow?
It's difficult. There are a lot of Ukrainian drones there. That's right. It's dangerous.
No, it's hard to, it's hard to go to Moscow. It's a little hard. President Putin said,
Can we trade presidents?
missile shot, 100, I told this story yesterday, we had 111 missile shot by the Islamic Republic of Japan. They were shot at the aircraft. JC, POC, what a terrible deal. I call it the Obama nuclear waste deal, because what he did with that deal is he caused tremendous hardship in the Middle East. It was a terrible. You have a question for President Putin, please? Do you have a question for President Putin? Yes. Not Zelenskyy. Putin. Yeah, what would you like to ask him? Because I'm going to ask him that question.
I have a question. Last year.
Jesus. Destiny, click. They explicitly say they only pat down Egypt fans. FIFA says they only pat down Egypt fans? Security singles out Egypt fans for pat downs. Video circulating around social media claim Egypt fans were singled out for extra security before a FIFA World Cup match in Atlanta. But reps for the stadium are calling foul. A spokesperson for Mercedes-Benz Arena tells TMZ footage showing soccer fans entering the stadium for Tuesday's round of 16 match between Egypt and Argentina is being misconstrued. So far, this sounds like the exact opposite of what you said. While social media users claim Egypt fans were stopped for pat downs while Argentina fans were waved through, the stadium rep says the Egypt fans were part of a supporter group, and as such, they were patted down for fireworks and other banned items for entry through their gate. We're told the reason Egypt fans were stopped while Argentina fans were sent on their way is that the Argentina fans in the video were not part of a supporter group, just general fans, and they were being waved towards a different gate where they went through security, the same as everyone else. That said, there's a reason why folks online were crying racism when a security guard is confronted by a person filming and asked, "Do you guys only pat down Egypt?" She responds with a simple, "Yeah." Still, it sounds like that was the director for that particular gate because of supporter group protocols. Why did you say this is what they said when this is the exact opposite of what you just said? Watch the Instagram clip. Answer my question. I didn't say it was FIFA policy. I said the security explicitly said they were only patting down Egyptian fans. Okay. You're on a 3-week vacation. It's too much retarded shit from you. It can't be every day.
Rasmus Svaneborg from the Danish news agency.
Yes, hi.
Danish news agency Ritzau. Mark, you sit next to Donald Trump in moments where he talks about conquering Greenland, talks about lashing out at allies like Spain, starting trade wars, things that it doesn't seem like the old Mark Rutte would approve of. Does this have any effect on your self-respect when you sit next to him like that and say nothing?
Jesus.
You know, what I always do is acknowledge when praise is due, and I think we should praise Donald Trump for the fact that NATO is so much stronger. Of course, it has to do with the Russian threat, it has to do with the war in Ukraine, but it very much also has to do with President Trump delivering now what since Eisenhower the United States tried to achieve, equalizing spending between the US and Europe. And it makes Europe stronger. It makes Europe more relevant for the United States as a partner. So that is the transformative character of this summit, of what happened in The Hague, the implementation since The Hague, this summit as a point in time where we take stock. And I think that is extremely important. And when it comes to Greenland, I already explained. We had a meeting in Davos. And I said, I agree with you when it comes to Russia, when it comes to China, gaining access to the High North. But let's do this together. We have NATO for this. Let's work together on this. This is exactly what we are doing.
Okay, we have very...
Damn. He's trying his best, guys.
But in this case, I don't think I think Milena wanted to just do it herself.
I think. Well, either way,
the lawyers are not like evil villains like you'd see in a Marvel movie or whatever.
But either way, like they'd have to ask her permission to do so.
Yeah.
If she was like, nah, it's whatever, then it'd be whatever.
Insane.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really think there's any like logic behind it.
Yeah.
You know, it just seems, out of emotion, really. At the end of the day, I'm not really too worried about it, really.
No.
Now the bigger issue is what's going to happen is because someone who should be focusing on their own life decided to get my court documents and then leak out of context things, and that's gonna be annoying because there's so many people online that hate me.
Those are things that have already gone through
and that's
court.
what people don't understand because people are just really, really not. They don't really get the process. Like people really truly felt like in court that I was arguing with a Redditor because everything was just this out of context thing that I would have to give.
Holy shit! Wait, hold on.
Already gone through
and that's
court.
What people don't understand because people are just really, really not. They don't really get the process. Like people really truly felt like in court that I was arguing with a Redditor. Because everything was just this out of context thing that I would have to give context to. But the good news is in court, I can't get like downvoted by a whole bunch of bots so they don't see my comment.
Yeah.
But they actually have to listen to like the context. And that's what happens. So
Holy shit. I wonder if he listened to me talk about this at all. He wouldn't have to because it's the same thing. And every single person that's ever been through any kind of civil litigation experience always says the same thing. It is so nice. Like you go to like the anti-fans, the gisticlers, the Sassans, and like, how do you explain this one quote? And they just like scream the same thing over and over again. And it's like in court, it's like, okay, well, you have a thing. Well, let's run through the whole thing. Let's run this all from top to bottom. We're not going to quote mine. It's not going to be a 2-second clip here and a 2-second clip there. If you want to talk about something, we're going to talk about the whole thing holistically. We're going to understand it. Oh my God, that process and then having a judge there is so much better than like clip farming with people who just scream and can't like talk in turn. And oh my God, this is so 1,000,000,000% fucking true. It feels so much better. Oh, and you feel so much less crazy.
all these things have already been picked apart. They've already been scrutinized. The context has already been provided to the proper channels, and the decision was made in my favor.
Yeah.
People now like, they're like, oh, this guy was hiding money for sure. No, I wasn't. These people would have found it if I was. Like, oh, I can't believe Nick only made this much money. No, that's not what I made. That's what I had at the end of everything. So we spend a lot of money. Like we make a lot of money. We spend a lot of money as well. Which is just poof. So a lot of it goes. I do have haters out there. Like people, especially this deadbeat dad from Ohio, put that in. He doesn't want me to see me succeed either, which is crazy because he's going through his own insane case where his wife is accusing him of the craziest stuff. I'm not going to cover it because I don't care. I have my own content. I don't need to. I don't give a fuck. But it's really interesting to find that the side he's taking is the side of the wrong. He's just wrong the entire way while he's getting reamed himself. Which is quite interesting to see. And I actually might be taking legal action against this guy in the future. So truly, yeah, depending on what my lawyers say, we might be doing that.
It is.
There's no world where you can sue that guy for going through court docs, as annoying as it is, and as obtrusive and or intrusive. And I gross or whatever, like there's just nothing you can do about it. There's no way that he can sue that dude. I don't believe it. And for what
is a long time running for a lot of the vultures, internet vultures that like to claw away. Because there's also like a lot of Twitter accounts, all this other bullshit. Yeah, a lot of them should just straight up get sued.
Yeah, there's a lot of laws being broken. Like we'll see if it ever gets there. Like just across the board, which is crazy because you think about streamers in a whole here. Like we really have the easiest job in the world. Yeah. It could not be easier. Like once you get viewers and people that like you, it is smooth sailing. Now that's the hard part, is getting to that point, getting an actual community. We get to this point where we have this and people still fuck it up.
Damn. Oof. We're gonna run through a spicy meatball today. Maybe I'm missing something, but wasn't it public court info? Why would it be intrusive? He's also a massive online personality with a public lawsuit. Well, I mean, I don't understand. Never mind. I'm not gonna get triggered by a comment. I'm just gonna get a Red Bull and we're gonna jump into this next thing, okay? That's what we're doing. Maybe. You just want an explanation to why somebody said it was intrusive? Well, in court, there's a lot of personal information. It's a divorce. What do you mean? There's going to be a ton of personal information that's going to be back and forth between you and the other party. So, of course, there's going to be a lot of personal stuff in there. But the filings all end up public because it's a court case. So.
Okay.
Jesus. Okay. I kind of just want to hate Platner and watch all the lefties burn. So I'm scared to dive into this. I don't want to be Platner's #1 defender. Oh, wait, hold on.
Now.
I thought he was saying that non-public documents were leaked. Wait, did he? Did I miss that?
The interview of the morning. Count Binface.
What are your election laws? Can I fundraise for this guy, or are we allowed to go over and campaign for him, or would we get kicked out of the UK for that?
Confirmed that he is going to run in the by-election in Clacton if it takes place. This is the by-election that the major parties are saying, as we've heard from them all this morning, they are not going to run in. So who better to talk to about this? Joining us live, Count Binface himself. Good morning to you.
Good morning, Justin. Good morning, Today listeners, Planet Earth. It is a pleasure to be here.
I should say you are. I can see a video link of you. You appear to be in outer space and wearing your bin.
Well, what else would you expect, mate? You know, I was on my way back home to Sigma 9, bit of R&R, and then old Nigel throws his toys out of the pram, has a hissy fit, calls an unnecessary by-election. I got wind of that. I've turned around the Starship pronto. How about that? Lovely.
What is your appeal going to be to the people of Clacton?
Well, I'm not Nigel Farage.
It's a full manifesto. Yes, so I'm assuming from that you are going to be sparse when it comes to policy promises.
How dare you? I've got a full and costed manifesto, Justin. It's just that, I like to tailor it to each constituency.
Do what I did and just go straight to mediation for your divorce. Fuck actual court proceedings. Well, I mean, obviously. But that's like saying, why fight with your spouse when you can just amicably settle things? I mean, the reason why people can't figure it out in mediation is because they can't come to any agreements on anything, so they have to do the court process, right?
Constituency. I mean, some of my national policies will remain. I pledge to build at least one affordable house. I will nationalise Adele. I heard your bit about the water, and I'll make water bosses have to take a dip in British rivers to see how they like it. I'll price cap 99 flakes at 99 pence. I think the Clacton folk will like that one. And so it goes on. But if you'd done some research, you'd know that.
Can you win?
Probably not, but then, my job is to celebrate and defend the wonders of British democracy. And look at this, the fact that you're interviewing me on the Today programme, because all the other parties aren't standing, says more about them than it does about me. Are they running scared from old Binny, or do they think that Nigel's running a cunning stunt? And I pronounced that carefully at 8:55 in the morning.
Do you now, moving swiftly on, call on Kemi Badenoch, Sir Ed Davey, and other major party leaders to back your fight for Clacton?
No, I don't need them. I mean, they can do whatever they want. I think they're too busy trying to shore up their own positions, wouldn't you say, Nick? In the face of such trenchant questioning from you, when, of course, you're not celebrating Manchester United. But, you know, I'm game for anything, just like I'm game for the fact that your lovely people got me on for 8:45, and I've been listening to taped bits of your debate, and now you've got me in the crazy roller coaster spot where the pips might come at any minute. I'm game for anything.
That's quite enough from you.
What's the date for the by-election?
You campaign fair.
But not that by. It's in 6 weeks. Reform to ask for August 6th. Oh, I hate you guys put the number before the... How do you guys say this in British? You guys really say reform to ask for 6 August Clacton by like 6 August. You really say that? 6th of August? How about August 6th? Fucking retards. Wait, that's like 4 weeks away. All right. Why do you call it the 4th of July? Well, because it's like a formal name, holiday. It's like a whole ass thing, you know? Do you have a take on right to repair? It's been a while since I've seen L. Rossman comment on your videos. Generally, from everything that I've seen, I'm generally pretty supportive of it. I don't think I've seen anything. Like, the only time where I would be against right to repair stuff is if there was some incredibly arduous process that you were demanding manufacturers to go through in order to make it so customers had access to things to repair them. But I haven't done like a lot of digging into this, but from the little bit that I had read, it seemed like it was actually the opposite, where there were manufacturers that would like go out of their way to kind of like lock shit down to make it harder for customers to do repairs on or whatever, which seems kind of cringe.
You described your relationship with...
Are we real right now? This is on Forbes. We're real right now. No way. The whole thing is like this.
Perfect memory that...
Okay. All right. Well...
You described your relationship with Graham Platner as a very good example of what modern dating is like.
Yeah.
What do you mean by that?
What I mean by that is that, you know, I think there's a lot of situationships. I think people are dating multiple people at the same time, whether that's known or not known by the people involved. So it was just a very common...
Wait.
You described your relationship with Graham Platner.
Oh, his mic wasn't working. And they didn't have a backup mic. They're taking his audio from her microphone. That's why this is so fucked. Ooh, big amateur mistake. No live monitor for the audio and no backup microphone. Yikes. Yikes.
As a very good example of what modern dating
This is what happens when the video guy is like, I don't need an audio, dude. I can do it all myself.
is like.
Yeah.
What do you mean by that?
What I mean by that is that, you know, I think there's a lot of situationships. I think people are dating multiple people at the same time.
Wait, I keep not hearing his question because I'm so fixated on the horrible audio. Sorry, hold on.
You described your relationship with Graham Platner as a very good example of what modern dating is like.
Yeah.
What do you mean by that?
What I mean by that is that, you know, I think there's a lot of situationships. I think people are dating multiple people at the same time, whether that's known or not known by the people involved. So it was just a very common practice is what I viewed it as.
And kind of casual?
Yeah, very casual.
And when did you meet him and how did you meet him?
Met him on Bumble, actually, in 2019. And I had known who he was. He grew up in the next town over. We had like a mutual family friend, so I always knew of his existence, but that was when we actually met.
And what did you think of him?
At first, I thought he was great. You know, he's very well spoken. He's intelligent. He's charming. You know, I thought a lot of good things.
A situationship is dating multiple people at once? No. But I can't... well, no, she's probably my generation. She's not Gen X, right? Maybe it's a regional thing? Nothing that she just said sounds like any kind of slang or vernacular that I would use. You're never dating multiple people at once. You might be like hooking up with a few people or like just I don't even know what you would say. You wouldn't even say like casually seeing or casually date. You just say you're like hooking up with people. Are you friends with benefits or something? Situationship is usually when somebody is like not committing fully and the other person is like in limbo. But
we had a great first date. It went and flowed really well.
He has described himself as self-medicating with alcohol.
Yeah.
He has described himself that way.
Yeah.
So I would think maybe that would have reared its head.
Yeah, and unfortunately, that's something that I think a lot of people are desensitized to. In general, heavy drinking, and especially out of the relationship that I've just come out of.
Situationship is dating, but not exclusive. I don't know if like Alpha or some Gen Zers might use that. If that is, that's the most retarded thing I've ever heard in my entire life, but okay.
In general, heavy drinking, and especially out of the relationship that I just come out of. So it wasn't anything abnormal to me. I remember we were out one night and he was drinking, and that's when he told me that he has PTSD.
When the New York Times story came out, you were in it, but you didn't go as far in that story as you are today.
Yeah.
Why not?
I didn't want to. I didn't want to have to violate this huge level of privacy to my own life to be able to infer that this person is not honest and trustworthy. I felt really protective of my own privacy throughout this whole process. And it got to a point where my privacy was no longer going to happen. And that was when I kind of just made the decision that like, I'm going to say my piece and get it out there. I had tried to give the impression that something, worse happened. And that's when it was like, I refused to comment further.
You definitely.
Is there a meaningful distinction between dating and casually dating? I don't know. I've never heard the term casually dating before, ever. That sounds like a fuckboy term, or I don't even know.
A bad night.
Yeah.
So bad that you never saw him again afterwards.
Yeah. There. I had tried to give the impression that something, worse happened. And that's when it was like, I refused to comment further.
You definitely alluded to a bad night.
Yeah.
So bad that you never saw him again afterwards.
Yeah.
But just to underline the point, you're not coming forward because you have any political motivation.
No, not at all. That was actually one of the huge reasons that I didn't come forward and still struggled. Like that was a huge moral conflict to feel like.
Because you'd like a Democrat to be in the Senate.
Yeah. Yeah. I like the things that he speaks about. They're important. They're important to people. I'm one of those people.
But at the end of the day, you feel he's not being honest.
He's not being honest, no.
And we should note this is 2021 we're talking about. It's only 5 years ago. Tell me about that. When was it?
It was at the end of 2021. I remember it being shortly after I moved back into my winter home, because that is where it happened. And it was a night where him and I were texting back and forth, and he had taken something that I said as an invitation. And that's not how he meant it, and I quickly clarified. And he sent a message back indicating that he would come over, and I said, no, don't come over. Right. And he had taken something that I said as an invitation, and that's not how he meant it, and I quickly clarified. And he sent a message back indicating that he would come over, and I said, no, don't come over. Like, I'm not in the mood, don't come over. And I was more stern with that message. And then I didn't hear back from him. So I thought that meant he got the message or gave up on it or whatnot. And so like half an hour later, I heard a noise outside my door, and then he came in. He just came into my house. It was unlocked. I live in an area where you don't usually have to lock your doors. I do now. So he came in, and I realized, okay, he didn't listen. He's in my home. And I was laying on the couch. It was probably pretty late at night, and I was already ready for bed. I just wasn't in bed. And so he had kind of like jumped on top of me and indicated that he had intentions that were sexual in nature. And I remember just at first being like, hey, I'm not into this. Like, I'm not in the mood. Like, don't, whatever. And it got to the point where I was like, okay, I feel like I've said this enough times. Like, he's not listening to me or he's not hearing me. And I looked at him, and I remember this very specific look in his eyes. And I could smell alcohol, and I was like, this is different. He is heavily intoxicated. Like, and that blank stare was kind of like a photographic memory that I still have of that night.
Okay, what is the look? What does that mean? I feel like people talk about this with Russell Brand too. Like the rapist look or whatever. Is this a thing? I guess I've never had a guy look lovingly at me like that. And I don't know.
And his... that was me recognizing what the situation was. And this wasn't just like, oh, hey, somebody showed up and I'm going to tell him to go home.
The predator stare.
Like, that was me recognizing what the situation was. And this wasn't just like, oh, hey, somebody showed up and I'm going to tell him to go home. Like, he was heavily intoxicated, had intentions with me, and wasn't listening when I said no. And
you were saying, no, don't, over and over.
I remember, obviously I've had to recall a lot of this. This is something that I tried for many years to forget. And so small details, might get past me, but yes, I remember very specifically saying, I'm not into this. In my message previously, I told him I had an old back injury, and I remember saying, like, I'm not in this. I've had a long day. My back hurts. Like I was in that kind of mood, like the leave me alone mood. And there was a little bit of like a scuffle, like altercation. The house that I live in has like this antique sewing kit that I kept beside the couch, and that got knocked over. He like backed into it, or something was maybe pushed into it by me, or something happened in that moment, and that thing got spilled. And
do you remember pushing him away?
I remember potentially pushing away with my legs, and then as he backed into it, it spilt, and all of the sewing needles and tape and yarn and everything went everywhere. Everything had fallen onto the floor. And in that moment, I evaluated my safety. Like, a drunk person who's blackout drunk is in my home, has these intentions with me, you know, has already caused this amount of destruction and not listening to me. And so I basically felt safest just complying.
You normally use protection.
Yeah.
And this time he didn't, and you didn't want that.
No.
And he didn't care.
No, I don't think. My words were falling on deaf ears or drunk ears.
And you were still saying, don't do this, or I'm not into this?
I remember specifically him like grabbing at my chest, and I like hit his hand and I said, don't touch me. And I remember that during the altercation.
And then he kept going.
Yeah, and it was this weird mix of like coming in and out of, I don't think consciousness is a word, but like coming to and kind of falling back into that drunken, I don't know what I'm doing state. And yeah, and he would apologize in those moments and then go back to doing what he was doing.
So he was aware that he was doing something wrong and saying sorry.
I feel like he was in moments.
Is there any way that he thought this was consensual, or no? Just because?
I don't believe that you can think that that scenario was consensual. You have to understand that that wasn't. When somebody's repeatedly, I mean, when somebody in the middle of it says, don't touch me, like, that's obviously not consensual.
Especially if he's apologizing on occasion.
Yeah, yeah. And that next morning, so after everything ended, I ran to the bathroom, which was just beside my bedroom, and I was in there for a while and just trying to like comprehend things. Like,
were you crying? Were you?
I honestly don't think I was crying. I was like,
wait, from here to here, how much of this was retail? What are we thinking? God, I hate retail investors. I hope in the future it's only big guys, hedge funds, and you're not even allowed to buy individual stocks as a retail trader. God, I look forward to the day.
Like, more in shock. Things like.
Were you crying? Were you?
I honestly don't think I was crying. I was like more in shock and yeah, just trying to understand like what had just happened. Especially like this is a person I have known and have trusted and have had very consensual relationships with, like, you know, all along until it wasn't. And so that was a really hard thing to understand, that this was a person I trusted. And so I spent a little bit of time in the bathroom, and when I came back out, he was asleep in my bed. And at that point, I didn't know what my options were. Like, obviously I don't want this person in my house. And when I, you know, earlier had realized how drunk he was, I knew that he'd driven over that way. Like, I'm surprised he made it to my house. And if I woke him up and sent him home, like, I'm now making the decision to put somebody that drunk on the road. And I didn't want to live with the fact that, like, if he got into an accident or hurt somebody else. And I remember thinking that I could tell him to leave, and I could call the police immediately, and I could at least get him caught for drunk driving. So I was like, I'm going to let him sleep, and the second he wakes up, I'm going to tell him to leave. And so he slept. I lay there in like a state of panic all night, and I remember turning on, I have like one of those noise machines that you sleep with, and I turned it on ocean waves, and I'm like, I'll just try to meditate. And it didn't work. So in the morning, he woke up, and he went to go put his arm around me, and I was like, whoa, and realizing this person doesn't know that what happened wasn't okay. And so I remember taking his arm and throwing it back at him, and I said, are you fucking serious, Graham? And he's like, what? And I'm like, do you not remember what happened last night? He's like, no. And I'm like, okay, I need you to get dressed and leave and never talk to me again. Like, nothing that happened was okay. And he did. He just got up and got dressed and left and didn't seem concerned.
He didn't ask
he didn't ask me a single question. And I mean, in the moment, I was like not wanting to talk about it anyway, so maybe I felt fine about that in the moment, but like I was still like, how can somebody that you've been in a, you know, some type of relationship with for this long tells you to never speak to you again about something that you did, and you didn't even ask what you did? So he left. He didn't talk to me, and I waited a couple weeks because I knew that with what had happened, I could have gotten pregnant, and I wanted to wait and to make sure that that wasn't the case. And so I waited until that happened, and I sent him kind of like a final send-off message. And
what did it say?
I remember a few pieces of it, and I remember saying that like nothing that happened that night was okay or consensual. And I waited on Instagram. You see when it says seen, and so I gave it a couple days. It said that it was seen, and I still didn't hear back out. And at that point, I blocked him on everything. I deleted his number. I blocked and deleted his like text phone number as well, because text and Instagram are, I think, the two ways that we had communication. And I've never heard from him since.
He posted a comment on Reddit about a video promoting underwear designed to prevent rape. And he wrote, quote, rape is a real thing. If you're so worried about it to buy Kevlar underwear, you'd think you might not get blacked out, fucked up around people you aren't comfortable with.
Right.
What did you think when you saw that?
I thought, here's a man who was drunk and who, by dictionary definition, raped me. And he's blaming drunk women. So I just felt like that was a very odd take to have on that. And I also feel like with all of the comments that he made about women, sexual assault, rape even, the comments that he had made that was in the New York Times article about, threatening people with rape. Like, why does this person have this issue, like, scattered throughout their life, throughout their commentary? Like, it's on their mind. Why do they have such a strong opinion about women coming forward with allegations? Like, I just feel like this isn't the first time.
I know that you have been very reluctant to tell this story. Yeah. Very reluctant. Why did you ultimately decide to do it? Why come forward?
A few reasons. One of the biggest ones is that I think that there are a lot of men in this world relying on the silence of women and to be where they are. And I don't want to contribute to that. I also want to just get my life back.
There are going to be people, maybe even his campaign, certainly his supporters, who say this is politically motivated. What would you say to that?
I couldn't disagree more. That was actually one of the reasons that I didn't come out.
Because you agree with his politics.
I do. I really agree with his politics. I think we need somebody with those political stances and who are willing to do the work. And, I see his political videos. They get me fired up as well. I understand why people want someone like him in office. And I felt like me coming forward would potentially take that away. And I felt really uncomfortable with the responsibility and the weight of my story and what that might do.
When people hear this from you, are you saying you should not vote for him because of what happened?
I'm not going to go as far as to say that. I'm just here to tell my story, to give a clearer picture of who he is and the type of past that he has. And I just think it's fair to the democratic process to let people know who they're voting for.
This has obviously been very difficult for you to talk about for 5 years. And even when you're telling the story, you don't use the word.
Yeah.
So let me just be, and I apologize, let me be as direct as I can. Did Graham Platner rape you?
By definition, yes. Absolutely.
Because he had non-consensual sex with you, forced himself on you, even after you had told him no and fought him off.
Yeah. He violated multiple layers of consent that night by coming into my home when I asked him not to, and by advancing on me when I told him not to, and furthermore, another incident that I had told him not to do. And
with protection.
Yeah. So, by the way that my nervous system reacted to this experience, absolutely.
There are going to be Democrats who say, I believe you, but I don't care.
Yeah.
I'm going to vote for him anyway.
I'm not victim blaming, but she seems pretty stupid in the way she handled this. I get that when someone is raped, they are not, they're not going to act in a way a normal person would, but her action seems so stupid. I mean, I don't think there's anything in her story that seems like super outside of, like a reaction.
Because we need a progressive voice in the United States Senate. Are you going to?
The only thing that bothers me is trickling the story. I don't know. I don't understand that one fully, but we'll go through this.
Vote for him anyway, because we need a progressive voice in the United States Senate. Are you going to be okay with that? Are you going to be able to handle that? I'm not saying it's the right answer or the right response, but
no, I have friends who feel that way, and that's been a hard pill to swallow. And I guess I need to not ask potentially. Maybe I need to not ask in order to not care what they do. I understand that the state of our political environment is so much so that we need a lot of change. And
why didn't she call the cops after he fell asleep? Did she give a reason for that? That's just such a huge thing. You're taking a thing and you are just making it so much more than that. I don't know how else to say it. It just becomes, it's not even someone saying he's a danger. It's not even so much like she might get killed or whatever. It's not even that. It's just, you're taking a thing that was like a really shitty experience, and then you're making it into such a much bigger thing that now, rather than this being a discrete horrible experience, this is going to become like an arc in your life, you know?
He's offering that change. And, I'm not mad at anyone who has voted for him all along. If he wasn't who he was, I would be voting for him as well. And going forward, I don't know what's going to happen.
There's something you said that I just want to find out more about. You said he was forcing himself on you. It was getting violent. You were pushing him off. You were kicking him off. Needles and sewing equipment was falling all over. And walk us through the process where you decided that the safest thing you could do was just let him rape you.
Yeah, I had never been in that situation before. And I remember it being an instant where,
right.
And, I'm not mad at anyone who has voted for him all along. If he wasn't who he was, I would be voting for him as well. And going forward, I don't know what's going to happen.
There's something you said that I just want to find out more about. You said he was forcing himself on you. It was getting violent. You were pushing him off. You were kicking him off. Needles and sewing equipment was falling all over. And walk us through the process where you decided that the safest thing you could do was just let him rape you.
Yeah, I had never been in that situation before. And I remember it being an instant where I had recognized that he wasn't listening to me. It wasn't just that he wasn't hearing me or whatnot. And then I recognized his level of intoxication, and I knew in that moment I wasn't safe. And I don't think I was safe to physically fight back. He's big, he's strong. And I just had to evaluate my safety and come up with the least worst outcome to the situation. And so I felt like complying for my safety was the least worst option.
But that's not consenting.
No, complying is not consenting.
Complying is letting him rape you.
Is getting it over with.
So that he didn't hurt you even more?
I don't know what this person is capable of. I don't think anybody does. And even people you know for years and trust, you don't know the depths of what they're capable of. And
you were afraid for your safety?
Yeah, I was afraid for my safety.
Beyond, not that rape isn't a horrific thing, but beyond.
Right.
Rape.
I didn't want to find out how unsafe I could get that night. Or how harmed I could be that night.
I know this is probably one of the toughest things you've had to do in your life. So
People are saying that Tapper is a retard and these are crazy questions, but like, this is a big accusation. It's theoretically sinking a potential senator race. Like, you kind of have to get it all on the record. You kind of have to ask these questions, right? It's pretty important, I think.
I just want to thank you for trusting us and sitting down with us.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate you guys being here to do this and to help share these stories very kindly and delicately.
Graham Platner says he's
There is a second interview with a different woman, true. Or, I'm sorry, different woman, too. Hold on. Because now apparently
Politico and
these guys have more things to say.
CNN omitted a key detail from its reporting around the Graham Platner sexual assault allegations we have learned. Let's take a listen to how Jenny Rasicot, the accuser of Graham Platner, described how the evening began in her interview with...
Real talk, have you ever been sexually assaulted? I can't remember if you ever shared a story in this realm. There's a long story that's into my past. It's not really as relevant. I'll say this, though, as a bisexual dude. I don't know if this is just for gay guys. I don't think it is. But I would say something I've said before. Of all my experiences with women, I would say there's probably only been one that really pushed where I was like, hey, no. I would say for men, it might sound dramatic. I would characterize about half the experience I have with men where if you weren't willing to just tell somebody to fuck off, I would say half of them would be in the realm of sexual assault or rape. The thing is that I don't know. Again, I don't know if it's just gay dudes that are like this or if it's also heterosexual men, but what men do is they will ask to do a thing. And then when you say, no, I don't want to do that thing, then they'll kind of sort of hear you. But in 2 minutes, they're going to try the same thing again to see if you give the same response. And that perpetual boundary testing by guys that just want to do a thing over and over is just, I don't know if every guy, if that's a heterosexual thing too, it's so beyond. And then the issue also is that, for me, I don't give a fuck. If we're gonna fight and kill me, then fuck it, we'll do it. But if you're a woman, especially, because the average guy is going to be way bigger than you, way more upper body strength than everything else. And you're also already socialized to kind of just be more agreeable and non-confrontational. That the average social conditioning of a male against the average social conditioning of a woman is that. I don't know. I've had really bad thoughts for this for the past 2 years. I just feel like a lot of men are accidental rapists, but I don't know. What do you want me to say? What do you want me to say, okay? Remember to hate women too, though, okay?
We have learned. Let's take a listen to how Jenny Rasicot, the accuser of Graham Platner, described how the evening began in her interview with Jake Tapper on CNN.
It was a night where him and I were texting back and forth, and he had taken something that I said as an invitation. And that's not how I meant it. And I quickly clarified. And he sent a message back indicating that he would come over. And I said, no, don't come over. Like, I'm not in the mood, don't come over. And I was more stern with that message. And then I didn't hear back from him. So I thought that that meant he got the message or gave up on it or whatnot.
Okay, Sagar, so there was no follow-up from Jake Tapper. If you listen closely there, that she said,
the thing is that that's how you have to be with women so often. Like, women just refuse to initiate anything. Well, so it's funny because this is the thing that me and Farah's first fight forever ago. The thing that I said was that the primary contributors to a lot of, like, I don't know if you call it date rape or whatever else, is that men are conditioned to push, 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 because that's our social conditioning and that's how we approach sex. And women are kind of conditioned to be agreeable, but also to not push and to accept if it's a thing they want. And I think that this dynamic, just because so many men are socially fucking autistic and retarded, like, just always creates environments that are fertile for, I don't know if you call it casual rape or whatever. It's not really rape, but it's like not good because most men are just too retarded or autistic to tell when somebody is like uncomfortable. So I don't know. It's just not a good setup. But like, I mean, I will also say, and I think the red pillars and a bunch of people, honestly, the way that like the feminazis and all these people talk about sex is fucking retarded too. But the way the red pillars talk about it is also retarded. There has never, ever, 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 ever been a time ever in my entire life, okay? And I promise I've fucked more women than every red pill you've ever heard on the internet. I swear to God I have, except for maybe Andrew and Tristan, okay? That I have never in my life had to slow down a sexual interaction because I like verbally checked in with somebody. And that's pretty normal, especially with a new partner, because people will be okay with kissing. And like, I've never in my life had a thing where it's like, if I slide my hand out a woman's shoulder, someone's like, oh, is this okay or whatever? Where she's like, oh, I can't believe you asked me that. Oh, you totally killed the mood. Just stop. Like it's never happened. And if it does happen where somebody says that, it's because they didn't want to say no directly. They were just trying, like, that's just never, ever been the case before. For some reason, I don't know why, this became a popular myth with red pillars. They're like, oh yeah, like if you ask permission, you're going to kill the mood or whatever. That's just never been the case. If people are horny and want to fuck, then they're horny and they want to fuck. You checking in or asking a question like that is never going to be like, actually, stop. I'm dried up now.
Gave up on it or whatnot.
Okay, Sagar, so there was no follow-up from Jake Tapper. If you listen closely there, that she said, we were texting back and forth.
Oh, man. I hope this is not going to the place where I think it is. Oh, God. Oh, no. We got to calm down. Oh, man. This is going to feel my man hatred. I sincerely believe, I'm sorry, the last year I've been chatting with a lot of people privately. I don't talk about gender or social issues as much with sex and shit anymore. I feel like 80% of men are gay or hate women or I don't know, man. Oh, God. Sorry. I feel like he's about to say she sent like some kind of flirty message earlier on. And then that's just like carte blanche for him to fucking full send for like the rest of the day. But it can't be that. It wouldn't be this stupid, right? This is why I always, if a woman is ever asking me for advice on a guy or whatever, I always say like, she's like, oh, how do I let this guy down? Or I don't know if I want to see this guy. I always say ghost. You don't ever owe anybody an explanation. Don't ever do that, because as soon as you start trying to play some back and forth, it's all over. Don't do it. Don't send a flirty message or don't whatever, because as soon as you do anything, if the guy is like super into you and he reads that thing, in his mind, it's like clear for takeoff. So be very, very, very careful, because men are fucking retards. It's like, imagine putting a steak in front of a dog and then, he's going to jump and try to eat it no matter what the fuck you do. Like, you have to treat them like retarded fucking apes, because who instead of trying to eat a steak, they're trying to rape you. Like, ugh. But maybe that's not where we're going. We'll see.
And he took something that I said as an invitation to come over. They'd been dating off and on for about 2 years at this point. The follow-up from a normal person at that point is,
what did you say?
What'd you say?
Right.
Like, what was the thing that you said to him that he misunderstood? Now let's take a look at how Politico reported this. This is D8. This is how Politico first reported. So Razikote told Politico she connected with Platner on the dating app Bumble in 2019 and had consensual relations with him prior to the night he allegedly assaulted her. That night in late 2021, she said she had exchanged text messages with him and told him not to come over, saying she wasn't in the mood for company. Later that evening, she said she realized when she heard a sound on the stairs that he had let himself into her house, which was unlocked. Platner came up the stairs, Rasicot said, to where she was on a couch. He got on top of her and kept grabbing her, she said, while she repeatedly told him to stop and that she wasn't interested. So, Sagar, you read that, and most people in Washington who read that, they're like, that sounds like he broke in to the house, like uninvited, and then began a violent assault of her. Nowhere does Politico.
Okay, that is what it sounds like, but are we about to get the big reveal here?
Mention what she mentioned to CNN there, that she had said something in the text message exchanges that he mistook as an invitation. They just say, and elsewhere in the article, they say he was, quote, uninvited. It turns out, and we have learned, that Politico definitively, at the time of publication, knew precisely what Jenny had texted to Graham that he, according to her, mistook as an invitation to come over. And we know this because the Washington Post also interviewed Jenny Rasicot. And Jenny told the Washington Post, because she's being honest. She's laying out all of the details, which is how it should be. You lay out all the details, and then you let the readers, the public, the voters say, okay, here, we have all the different facts. Here's how we interpret this scenario. So good for her for being
So this better be a huge bomb drop.
transparent.
I totally agree with you, and I want to say that up at the top.
Yes.
This is in no way an attack on her. This
Right.
is about how I believe that the media has handled this story.
She was she was
truthful
transparent
from the beginning.
about this. She doesn't she doesn't have the text messages anymore. Platner apparently doesn't have the text messages anymore, so we're going by her memory of what they are. And to her credit, she divulged the details of the text messages from that evening, and to the she divulged it to the Washington Post. The Washington Post reaches out to the Platner campaign for comment. Good for the Washington Post. And in their request for comment, they mention that Jenny had been texting him talking about a massage earlier. And so the Platner campaign sees this, and they go back to Politico, and they say, apparently there's some more context here about like the back and forth. Like, do you know about these text messages? The reporter then exchanges messages with the Platner campaign. Those messages have been now circulating in Maine politics, in Maine political circles. I obtained a copy of those. I was able to authenticate them with sources with knowledge of them. And here is what the Politico reporter said to the campaign. Jenny Rasicot had been, quote, texting Platner about needing her glute massaged. That detail didn't make our story.
Right.
Glute massage. So within about a half an hour of getting this glute massage text, Platner is in the house.
Sometimes there are things that happen where every single criticism I've had of like the ultra wokey people, I'm like, fuck, maybe I was literally wrong about everything. There's no shot that a guy could unironically be making. There's no shot that somebody, maybe there's more. We have 3 more minutes.
Now, she says
she followed up.
No, don't come.
And don't come.
Because he texted back. So he's wasted, clearly. He gets this message. I need my glute massaged.
Right.
He comes over. He's texts back, I'm coming over. And she's like, wait, don't come over. She says, don't come over, don't come over. This is Maine. He's not taking the subway. Like, so he's
driving.
She's drunkenly driving over there.
Yes.
Comes into the house, and then it gives, and then she says he's grabbing her on the couch. Well, where is
She's saying no.
Right. Where's he grabbing her? Like, is he like immediately starting like the glute massage or whatever?
Right.
Anyway, the Washington Post, to its credit, included a version of the detail. We could put up Washington Post at D7. One night in November or December 2021, she said she texted him to say that she could use a massage. She said she did.
Well, it's noteworthy that he started fucking her ass before raping her pussy, because she did ask for a gloop. Like, why did he say that? Where was he grabbing her? What did he really say that? I must have misinterpreted, because I'm trying to read all my chats at the same time. I'm sorry. He didn't actually say that, right? There's no way that he actually said that, right? Well, where did he grab her? No, hold on.
Need my glute massaged. Right. He comes over, he's texts back, I'm coming over. And she's like, wait, don't come over. She says, don't come over, don't come over. This is Maine. He's not taking the subway. Like, so he's drunkenly driving over there.
Yes.
Comes into the house, and then it gives, she says he's grabbing her on the couch. Well, where is
She's saying no.
Right. Where's he grabbing her? Like, is he like immediately starting like the glute massage or whatever?
Right.
It can't be that. It can't possibly be that. Well, I agree with Kafka. What is his background? He's like so here's to the court. This is Ryan Grimm, attorney for the defendant. And he's like, Your Honor, I want it on the record that the first place he touched was indeed her ass. No, not a lawyer.
Anyway, the Washington Post, to its credit, included a version of the detail. We could put up Washington Post at D7. One night in November.
He's fairly well accomplished, but if you look into the Intercept, you have an Aegon Chalakian moment. It's funded by Omidyar. I don't think he's accomplished. Isn't he the one who broke the Tara Reid story? Am I making that up?
December 2021, she said she texted him to say that she could use a massage. She said she did not intend it as an invitation.
It was him and Kyle Kulinski, really?
But he interpreted it that way, immediately replying to say he would come right over. She said she wrote back twice, telling him not to. The Post was not able to review the alleged messages or independently verify them. Rassicot said she later deleted them soon after the incident. So Post didn't include the glute part, but did mention the massage, to their credit. But because the Politico published first, I didn't even know the Washington Post reported on this.
Exactly, and I think that's why this is important. So there's the most important part, and let's just
now we're about to do the lie. So this is where the snake fucks that are destroying our country. This is where they slither into the conversation. Is where I hope I say all this and then I'm retarded because he proves me wrong. This is where they spend the next minute and a half saying, "I swear to God, I didn't pre-watch this." Okay. They're not going to say this, and I'm just wrong. I'm just rambling for no reason. Where they're going to go, we really just want to get this out here because we think that it was an incomplete story, and you guys just needed all the facts. Now, we're not saying one way or another if this changes the credibility of her, credibility of the story, anything like that. Okay, we're not saying that this means that he didn't necessarily rape or anything, but we thought that them leaving that fact out was incredibly important for you, the viewer. For you, the viewer, to decide.
Just zoom out, because this does potentially explain why a drunken Platner enters the home.
Right.
It stops there because that's where the rest of the evening and her account of the evening, it no longer accounts for. But it does explain a detail. And I think what was key to the understanding generally that all of us had was that it did genuinely appear as if Platner had been told explicitly not to come over there, understood that to be the case, broke into the home.
Well, she says she did tell him explicitly not to come, though, right?
Entering a home unannounced, and whether it's unlocked or not, is a full-blown crime. I mean, and I do think that that's part of why we need to assess this very seriously. The very definition of what Jenny has alleged here is a full-blown gross sexual assault, Class A felony in the state of Maine with a statute of limitations for 20 years. That's what she is alleging, which carries a significant prison sentence for like decades potentially in prison. And that is my understanding of how I need to evaluate what is being alleged here. I want to make that clear. Now, if I were then to submit to due process or something like that in a trial, and I saw something like that, it would significantly change, again, my understanding of how the event were to begin. This does not in any way say that she is lying about what then transcribed.
Politico and CNN
did. I mean, word of one person drunk, and why we need to assess this very seriously. The very definition of what Jenny has alleged here is a full-blown what is being alleged here. I want to make that clear. Now, if I were then to submit to due process or something like that in a trial, and I saw something like that, it would significantly change, again, my understanding of how the event were to begin. This
like, God, fuck, I don't want to be soy, but like, this really is like victim blaming distilled into its purest, rawest essence. Like, what happened last night? He showed up, he was drunk, and he raped the shit out of me. Jeez. Why'd he come over? It's like, oh, we were texting earlier. What would you say to him? I don't know. I talked about, like, I needed a massage, and he was like, oh, come over. And I was like, and it's like, what, bitch? You said what? You were dangling fruit in front of this poor man's eyes? You were offering up your body like a fucking slutty whore? Told him you needed a booty rub? What did you expect? Like, that's just a crazy... That is wild. In a trial, and I saw something like that, it would significantly change, again, my understanding of how the event were to begin. This does not in any way say that she is lying about what then transcribed. Also, we should not take away agency from Platner, who is wasted out of his mind 5 years ago, not 20 years ago, 5 years ago, absolutely blacked out drunk, and then clearly in a position where he had been in several of these types of encounters, which have been described from Lindsay Fifield to others, women or ex-girlfriends who have talked to the media. He put himself and had terrible judgment, terrible behavior, and put himself in a situation where something like this could happen, which was obviously very traumatizing to Jenny herself in terms of her understanding the Facebook messages about consensually careless. That's why I think this is a media story, because I think that the irresponsibility of not reporting that led to an understanding of how the event transpired, which is not fulsome with the general reality. And maybe like, there is a world where what they're saying is true, where, like, if she had asked for, like, a massage and they had like a past history of hooking up, and then the guy shows up drunk and he starts giving her a massage, she's like naked, and then it progresses. Like, there's a world here where things start to get significantly hazier, but we're not even close to that. We're not even close to that.
Maybe it seems like you and I are splitting hairs, but the reason why I think it's really important, and when you learn this, it really struck me, is it really reminded me of how a lot of the Me Too cases in 2017 and 2018 transpired, in which it was very obvious it was purely on the word of one person. You could have contravening evidence of what obviously was a complicated encounter or something where, look, there's genuine misunderstanding or a different takeaway, and in which
is there though?
People's lives got totally ruined. And I do think that in this case, like with Platner, look, it looks like he's on the track to resign. And when he does, from what we know about his finances, if his rich parents don't bail him out, he has no money. And he will be branded, let's call it what it is, a rapist for all time.
Wait, hold on, wait. What is he? Nobody is suing anybody or anything, right? Or it's not being like, there's no police charges or anything, right?
Takeaway, and in which people's lives got totally ruined. And I do think that in this case, like with Platner, look, it looks like he's on the track to resign. And when he does, from what we know about his finances, if his rich parents don't bail him out, he has no money. And he will be branded, let's call it what it is.
I also hate this. I discovered this with Pixie and with Lauren. When people say they're broke, there's like rich people broke. And rich people broke is when you have to ask your mom and dad for infinite money because they have infinite money. It's like when I grew up, like, for me, like, broke is like, man, I really want to finish my music degree, but I kind of have to work to survive, so I'm quitting school, I guess, so that I can keep my casino job. Like, that's broke to me, not like, God, I have to hit up mom and dad, the infinite money bank of mom and dad. Like, his life is going to be over if his parents with infinite money don't help him out.
A rapist for all time. And that is kind of what we're talking about, beyond the political implications, but the character of the person. I don't think he has particularly good character, personally, in terms of the way that he's acted here. But, you know, politics is not a character context. Were this really then, if it was, it wouldn't be good.
Yeah. We wouldn't have Trump as president.
Yeah, I say all of this only to say that the way that CNN did not follow up that question and Politico did not include that detail, that is willful in trying to craft a narrative. That's not what we're supposed to do.
Right.
That's why, and that's
okay. This is the sign of, and I don't know what they teach you guys in journalist school or whatever the fuck. And if they teach you any different, they're fucking wrong. I don't give a fuck what anybody says. Okay. Anytime you get a journalist in huge quotes that tries to say something like, we're not supposed to give a narrative, we're just supposed to report the facts, we're not supposed to have any bias, we just report the facts. The entire concept, even the choosing of a story to report on, you have already begun a narrativizing process by deciding that something is worth reporting on. The editorial process of what information do you include, what information do you exclude, you know, like who do you talk to, what do you, like, all of these things go into creating a story. Now, yeah, there's obviously, you shouldn't be taking one side story completely at face value and then ignoring everything else. You shouldn't be trying to inject your own hyper political partisanship into the story, whatever, of course. But to say that, like, well, you just need to report all the facts without bias, that could be said for any individual fact that you include or not include. So, like, on the other side of this, you could say somebody includes it, like, oh, by the way, before he drunkenly drove over and raped her, she was talking about getting a massage from him beforehand, but she said she didn't want it. Like, people could read that and go, why would you even include that fact? Like, assuming everything else in the story is true that you're reporting on, including that fact just seems like a way for super misogynistic people to undermine her story, because it doesn't really change any of the relevant stuff afterwards. So for him to pretend that, like, oh no, you just need infinite access to every fact that I want to lay out there, and that's definitely not narrativizing at all, that's just not true. Now, there are important questions to ask about which facts should you include or shouldn't you include, like, should this fact have been included or not? I can kind of see arguments going both ways for it, but I wouldn't say it's an auto, like, one way or the other. But for him to say, like, oh, we're just journalists, we just report on only the facts and we don't do any narrativizing at all. You're literally writing a fucking story, motherfucker. What do you mean you don't do any narrativizing? Are you guys publishing your stories as MySQL fucking databases that we're just supposed to query terms out of? What do you mean you're not narrativizing? You're literally writing an article.
Willful in trying to craft a narrative. That's not what we're supposed to do.
Right.
That's why, and that's part of why I appreciate the show. We talk back and forth, we add different context, detail, understanding, and for them, you know, by printing it the way they did, I mean, as a journalist, I think the ultimate job is to always include as much understanding of an event as possible, especially one that was just something.
That's literally not true. That is definitionally not true. Your job as a journalist is to include as much understanding as possible. No, your job is to include the necessary understanding for a person reading the article to understand the significance of what's being reported on. You don't have to explain every single fucking detail, and you certainly don't have to explain errant details that might not necessarily relate to the story that you're trying to for the thing that you're trying to convey in your story. This is just like, there are just things that people say that, like, you can tell when somebody says it, it's just thoughtless. It's like, why am I here to, like, listen to this person just, like, opine on this topic, saying some thoughtless shit that every Redditor, every random fuck is going to say that means nothing. Like, these are just meaningless statements that are the nothing burger statements that are just empty, hollow placations to an audience. I don't know. I hate statements like these. Oh my God.
The ultimate job is to always include as much understanding of an event as possible, especially one that was just something like this. Jenny is alleging a full-blown felony, punishable by, you know, a decade or plus or whatever in prison. That merits a serious understanding of how we're going to put in all the detail as much as possible, as if then we're go to trial, since they knew the direct implications of their story at the time that they wrote it. Yeah. They knew exactly how it would unfold.
And what's so interesting, like we were saying earlier, credit to Jenny for volunteering this information.
I totally agree.
Perhaps she thought that maybe Platner still had the text messages, but either way, she
did not hide anything.
She did not hide this at all. It is the media that decided that this was not a relevant detail to share. And like you said, none of what we're saying here is intended to say, oh, well, everything afterwards is justified.
That info changes the severity of what he did, though, no? At what part? When? How? Breaking into someone's house versus coming over on the understanding you're getting some booty. Well, it sounds like that was never the understanding. I don't hear that she was like, please come over and massage me or anything else. I don't think And if you believe that she said the booty thing, she also said, no, don't come over, when it seemed like he was having that misunderstanding. Like,
of course not. The question is it a relevant detail that should have been shared with readers so that as they are analyzing how they feel about the situation, they can take it all into context?
Exactly.
Does it give you any clues into how Graham Platner was interpreting whether or not there was consent, whether or not he was invited over? I don't.
The cops show up, they bust down the door, they've got their guns raised. He's fucking just raping the fuck out of this chick as she's screaming. He's got his phone. He's like, officers, I have a text from 1 hour ago. All 9 male officers step forward. It's like, God damn it, he's got the text. Let's go, boys. Pack it in.
Politico affirmatively wrote in its article that he was uninvited.
Right.
You could say he was disinvited by the subsequent text messages.
Oh my God.
Uninvited is false.
Yeah.
Like, it is just flat out false. There was an invitation.
Yeah. And that's
just uninvited.
Where is the invitation? Like the insinuation of, like, I don't even know what she said exactly. I need a booty massage or whatever. Like, I'm coming over. No, I didn't mean it like that. Too late. No going back. What?
It is false.
Yeah.
Like, it is just flat out false. There was an invitation.
Yeah. And that is the key. And it adds even more to this interview, which never thought I would say this. A decent job of questioning here of Mika Brzezinski and Adam Wren, who's one of the reporters.
Real quick before we get to that. So I asked Jake Tapper if he's aware, if he knew.
Yeah.
I asked, why didn't you do a follow-up on that? But more importantly, did you ask her off camera? Did you know that she had said, I need my glute massaged in the text message, that was the thing that he, quote unquote, mistook as an invitation? He did not respond.
Okay.
I asked Politico for comment.
Yeah.
They are saying that they're working on a response. When that response comes in, we'll put it in the newsletter and we'll put it in the notes underneath here. If it comes in before we finish taping the program, we'll put it up. But anyway, you were saying with Mika on.
Let's get to Mika Brzezinski here talking pressing Adam Wren, one of the reporters who was on this story. Let's take a listen.
What aspects of this story brought it to the level of publishable?
It's just like... I feel like you could do like a skit where it's like, hey, how are you feeling? And the girl's like, oh, I don't know, I'm sore. She just said she's sore. Like, phone, airplane mode on, earplugs in, 6-pack of beer. We're fucking driving over. I can't hear shit. My fucking phone is in airplane mode. Let's fucking go. Like, Jesus Christ.
Yeah, you're correct here, Mika. There is no police report in this case. We spent a lot of time talking to Jenny, asking her for corroborating evidence. She shared that she had confided into a number of people, including her therapist, in almost real time. And we reviewed email exchanges between she and her therapist, referring to what she called this sexual assault, and her therapist sort of acknowledging that this had happened to her. We talked to people who she confided in the months after this happened. We asked her why she didn't file a police report, and she described sort of the insular nature of where she lives in her corner of Maine that she shares with Graham Platner. And she, debated sort of how to handle this. And we found ultimately the number of corroborating pieces of evidence to support her story in a way that we could report it.
So what are some of those corroborating pieces of evidence? So you've got conversations with her therapist and people who she confided in. Any conversations with Graham Platner at the time of it where she said, because apparently as part of this story, she says she even confirmed to him that this was not consent. Do you have that? What do you have that actually connects this literally? Graham Platner to raping this victim?
Yeah, she reached out to him the day after via Instagram and essentially, told him that, she didn't want to hear from him again. She told him that morning as well. We looked at messages that she had sent to others in the months after this happened through social media.
But you were able to see those DMs?
Not the ones that
she tried to recover those DMs. We did not. We were not able to review those DMs, but she described them to us. We also, long before he was a political candidate, we saw her essentially explain to others that he was, quote, in her words, consensually careless.
So I do think that interview is important because, cut me off if I'm sharing too much, but when you shared before the story came out, one of the key details where I was like, wow, this is devastating, is you told me the therapist verified her comments. And that didn't happen.
Right.
That wasn't in the story.
Right.
That's pretty
That was the
important.
rumor. That was the rumor.
That was the rumor
the
that was
story
going
came out.
around, was that the therapist could verify that at a time before he ran for office that she could verify her allegation. And that's not what happened. And they reviewed emails, between her telling the therapist that it happened
In
later
June.
on in June.
June of this year.
In June of this year.
After she started working with
They
Shapiro.
did talk to a friend, ex-boyfriend, who backed up her story. So that, that's there. And the Facebook message is there too. But I don't know. I mean, the therapist detail was kind of important.
And I can read from the Politico article.
Yeah.
So this is the Politico describing the therapist. Raziko showed Politico recent emails with her therapist. They say recent. My understanding is this is June, like weeks ago, in which Raziko explained she was talking to the media about her relationship with Platner and the SA/R, using an abbreviation for. In the message, Raziko was not ready to go public and was seeking help corroborating her account in conversations she was having with reporters on condition of anonymity. Her therapist responded that Raziko shouldn't have to speak publicly about a traumatic incident in order to be believed without referencing details of any particular incident. The therapist, who Politico agreed not to name her request, declined to comment when reached on Monday. So if you hear Adam Wren from Politico discussing it, the therapist confirmed that they discussed
That's
this.
not what they wrote.
But they should have written that in their article.
Exactly. So he is saying something which did not appear in their story, which is why I think, again, this is where the rumor mill actually got past what was written. Because when I read that, and I'm assuming the editors, something like this, you go through with a fine-tooth comb, because your ass is getting sued if you get a single detail wrong.
So she wrote basically, do you remember me sharing these details with you? And the therapist wrote back with a general comment on how women should be believed and she should be believed and she should be applauded for her
That's not the
courage.
same thing.
That's not confirming.
That's not the same thing.
And they don't report it in their article as confirming, but then they say in interviews that they did, which is again, people like.
This is kind of true. Signing with the therapist said the corroboration from the therapist was not. I don't think the therapist really corroborated anything. It's the messages to the friends and everything that were more contemporaneous that I think are way stronger than that. I don't like that they mentioned the therapist thing. This part is kind of true.
We're in an era where people are losing trust in media, and what are we doing?
That's why I finally want to do D5. Let's do D5 here and put it up here on the screen. This is from Lindsay Fifield, who you'll recall, she was the conservative activist who originally was one of the people named in the New York Times story. And I actually think it's very worth reading what she says here. She says, I actually understand why Democratic leaders didn't take our story seriously when the Times reported them in June, but are taking them seriously now. It was by design. The line most shared from my piece was the claim the Times could, quote, not corroborate my story, despite talking to two of my...
Fuck. I'm sorry. Somebody wrote this message earlier in chat, and I just think it's so funny because it jives with what I said before. Somebody said, Destiny, you public figures have it rough. The old... No just means you go back to the nipple for a bit and try again after. Really doesn't play well for faces in the media anymore. So I don't know if men talk to each other this way and that's the standard approach to sex. Just not to be dramatic, and I'm not talking crimes or canceling it, but that's rapey behavior to me. If somebody says no for something, then in my mind you kick the ball to their side of the field, right? So you're is this okay or whatever? And they're I don't know, I'm not, maybe not yet. Let's just kiss whatever. And he's oh, okay. Tell me when you want me to. And then that's it. And then it's in their field. They know it. And then they have the comfort and safety of knowing you're not going to be constantly trying to push. But the idea of somebody says no and then you just try again in a few minutes is just wearing somebody down. But
my friends, I gave them contact information for 5 friends. They called the 2 who I clarified not to know about the abuse, but they would be able to affirm our relationship, timeline, events, etc. They simply did not call the other 3. I also gave the names of all my former roommates who remember him.
It's also nice if you verbalize all of it. This is why I secretly record all of my sexual accounts. Just kidding, just joking. Troll, stop.
Stalking our row house, which was 5 row houses down from his, and waiting for me to return. I gave them screenshots of messages between these roommates and I discussing it. I gave them the names of other men I dated who might have remembered him following us around the hill, showing up on my stoop, where we walked home from dates to confront us. I gave them emails to my landlord, urgently ending my lease and moving to an apartment across town, and diary entries talking about it all time marks. I told them during premarital counseling I'd spoken to my ex-fiance about the abuse because I had to explain to him why I reacted with terror anytime he lost his temper. They said, oh no, we don't need to bother him or my priest. Besides, I'd written about it in my diary. As the weeks dragged on, I stopped trying to give them evidence because the amount I'd already given them seemed to overwhelm them, and I thought it meant that they had clearly more enough to verify my every claim. My friends might not have known the details, but they affirmed that yes, I had told them he was abusive. Besides, they assured my part in the reporting would be small. I thought my details would only serve to affirm Jenny and the other anonymous woman. Jenny and I, having never met or spoken, both shared with these reporters terrifyingly similar details of intimate partner violence, coercive control, and cycles of abuse. The third unnamed woman did as well. But tell me again how they could not corroborate. So there are 2 things that actually happen here. Is it's very clear they told her she would be a small part of the story. She ends up being, in my opinion, the flagship part of the story, right? Similarly, she actually did provide them a decent amount of evidence. And this is speculation on my part. If by telling her that she's going to be a small part of the story, they probably did the same thing to Jenny. And Jenny is her entire reason for coming forward with this allegation now, is that she says she was furious at the way the reaction happened to the New York Times story, which elevated Lindsay Fifield's allegation and the dismissal generally of her because of her previous role as a conservative activist. Right. And so the spiral here is that if the Times had just done its job, if they had reported what she says here, by the way, Jenny also says, I told the Times all of this off the record. And if they had gotten her to expound on that
and get her on the record,
and properly get her on the record and put all of this in a fulsome story, this could have all been done before the primary. And then none of this would be happening in some weird, extra democratic way where he's got to drop out and then they're going to put him. This could happen before the primary, right? If the voters would have had the information, new candidates, Troy or whatever could have declared, people would have actually had a chance to vote. And so I think that the two primary villains here, New York Times for the way they handled this, and then CNN and Politico, all three of those, because they did not present.
And Graham for being a dog.
Well, oh yeah, right. Yeah. So, sorry, when I say primary villain, I'm talking about the process. I'm not.
Right.
Oh man, we have to move on from this story. I'm going to make my audience full of incels and femcells. How about telling women to stop being retarded and making us play these mental games when no means yes one day and crying as to why I wasn't applying pressure when she said no sex, and another day it means another you can't win. Women are retarded. Sorry. What you view as women being retarded, though, is actually just them filtering you. And that's what's happening. You're getting filtered. Because if you can't tell and you don't know what's going on and you can't navigate like a social interaction without having a step-by-step playbook given to you that could change at any moment depending on the mood, then they just won't want to interact with you. Like, you're getting filtered. I don't know what else to say. Like, that's what's happening there.
All right. Yes,
Graham,
I know.
Yeah, Graham. I mean, again, I said it before in our previous block. Take it as a lesson, guys. Clean living will get you a clean life. And if you want to run for office, you shouldn't be acting like this. And that's final thing. I said it yesterday. That's why I think he's loathsome, because he told people nothing else is coming. And you were rolling around like this 4 or 5 years ago, maybe even 10, 15 years ago, like Lindsay Fifield says.
There could be more that we don't know.
There could be more that we didn't talk about. And people stuck their necks out for you. How many millions of dollars did he raise? Millions. People donated their hard-earned money to you, and you fucked them over, man. You really did. And he's got to live with that. Not just what he did to these women. He betrayed all these supporters' trust.
And I don't know if he even remembers this text message exchange. And I reached out to him for comment, haven't heard back. So I don't even know. And as far as people I've talked to like him, he may not even know about the existence of these text messages, the gloop thing, because seems like he was blacked out. According to Jenny, the next morning, he rolled over and put his arm around her. And she's like, "What are you doing? Like, do you not remember what happened last night?" And he's like, "No." She's like, "Get out."
Yeah. And yeah, I mean, his handling of all of it is awful. He never
know about. I don't know if he even remembers this text message exchange. And I reached out to him for comment, haven't heard back. So I don't even know. And as far as people I've talked to like him, he may not even know about the existence of these text messages, the gloop thing, because seems like he was blacked out. According to Jenny, the next morning, he rolled over and put his arm around her. And she's like, "What are you doing? Like, do you not remember what happened last night?" And he's like, "No." She's like,
just saying, and I can't speak to whatever happened, but like, people will do this even when they fucked up and they know they fucked up, right? It's like that. It's easier to ask for forgiveness than it is for permission, right? Where somebody fucks up, they do retarded shit and they know it. And the next day they're like, "Oh, hey, what's up?" And obviously your partner is still upset. And then the other person's like, "Well, oh, what's wrong? Are you really still upset or whatever?" Like,
she's like, "Get out."
Yeah. And yeah, I mean, his handling of all of it is awful. He never allegedly, according to her, he never responded to her message, being like, "Dude, you raped me."
And that was the thing.
Come on.
That was the thing that he's knocked for over and over. Is this ghosting.
Like, ghosts these women. He's drunk. Totally out of control, manic depressive. And he responded to her message, being like, "Dude, you raped me."
And that was the thing.
Come on.
That was the thing that he's knocked for over and over. Is this ghosting.
Like, ghosts these women. He's drunk. Totally.
Ghosting is that's a word I don't think you would describe that as this, but okay.
Out of control, manic depressive.
An interesting.
And he acknowledges that even 5 years ago, he was gradually.
And that's my final thing, where people are like, "How could you have known?" And you couldn't have known. So I'm not blaming you or anybody, but the tattoo, the adrenaline junkie behavior, the black water, and all of that. It's a type. It's an archetype, which anybody who's ever interacted with people in the military, they know well. Some people like him for that, and I understand that. But it does come with a significant downside for anybody who is like this. And then so look, if you want to be a public servant, part of that is you not only have to withstand scrutiny, but you need good character, you need good judgment. And I don't think I would have said that 5 years ago. I don't think the character and judgment, character especially, was all that important to judgment. But I've actually changed my opinion quite a bit on that.
As Mamdani showed, if you're going to take on the man,
you got to be squeaky clean. And completely no skeletons or any of that in the closet. Because you're right. If you're the man, you can have plenty of skeletons in there. They don't care. But if you're not, look, and that's not an endorsement of the way that the situation is. It is kind of unfair, considering how many disgusting cretins are here in Washington, probably who have done the exact same thing.
The acting class cannot countenance such behavior.
Yeah. Great point. All right, let's get to Arizona. Hey, if you like that video, hit the like button or leave a comment below. It really helps get the show to more people.
And if you'd like to get the full...
Well, oh God. The Satan spawn, the demon now. Oh, look at the comments.
Politico and CNN.
I wish they covered Cuomo like this. Oh, geez. Our media is so unfathomably corrupt. You get to know what we want you to know. Sincerely, corporate media. Well, yeah, they're the ones reporting the story. That's how it always works, right? The problem is that if Platner were pro-Israel and pro-corporate, the big media outlets wouldn't have printed or aired any of this. They wouldn't have even sought it out to begin with. They would have kept it in their back pocket as leverage to keep him in line. All of them, all the media would be working together with AIPAC and Netanyahu in order to keep... Okay. Are neither of them able to get the records of their text messages from their phone providers from 5 years ago? No. Save your country from the large corporations. Jesus. It was sent on Instagram also 5 years ago. No, they're not gonna, no one's gonna have records of this if they deleted their messages.
Okay, I loathe horse race politics specifically because of this reason. Because it places us in this unbearable position of having to adjudicate something that should have been adjudicated in a court of law if this actually took place. If some...
Why the... Dude, oh my God, we gotta start Rebirth soon. We have to start Rebirth soon. It's just not... I'm above this. That's actually what's happening. I'm above this media environment. This is a waste of my brain and talents, is to have to watch every single thing and give the most retarded commentary on the planet. Like, this is meant to be adjudicated in a court of law. Really? Everything? So you walk into the house and 2 bitches are leaving, okay, running out with their lingerie. Your husband is in the bedroom, okay, naked, and you're like, excuse me, motherfucker? And you're like, well, hold on. We need a judge and a jury, and you need beyond reasonable doubt to divorce me, bitch, because you don't know what actually fucking happened here, okay? This needs to be adjudicated in a court of law, okay? We have to adjudicate this one in the court of law. You adjudicate things in a court of law. In case you're not aware of this, okay, the reason why you go to court is because the state is prosecuting you for a crime that could lead to a deprivation of your rights, okay? The court process is for crimes and for the state's prosecution of said crimes, not for a person's opinion about you or for a public understanding of something. This is, I can't even believe I have to say these words. It's so fucking stupid. I can't even believe I have to say that.
This unbearable position of having to adjudicate something that should have been adjudicated in a court of law.
You're not adjudicating anything. You're adjudicating in the contemporary sense of, in a casual sense of the word, but you're not actually passing criminal judgment on this.
If this actually took place. If someone entered my home and forcibly raped me, I would not allow the individual who forcibly raped me, that's violent, right, to remain in my home and sleep it off. But that is what she did.
Oh God, she's just a demon cunt. This woman is evil. People said there's 2 demons here. There's not. Cenk just comes off. Maybe actually, maybe I'm just a little fooled by Cenk because he just seems so retarded, and Anna just seems so much sharper than him, and Cenk just seems like way more emotionally retardedly driven, and she just seems fucking evil. It's just so stupid. She let him sleep? She let him sleep it off. Really?
Forcibly rape me, that's violent, right? To remain in my home and sleep it off. But that is what she did. She alleges that he was so drunk that she didn't want to tell him to leave because he might harm someone on the road. He just forcibly raped you, right? Call the cops. Or more importantly, get the hell out of the house. But she did neither one of those things. Neither one of those things.
Yeah, so look, again, I hate the situation we're in where we have to try to adjudicate this with not enough evidence. Could it be that she's telling the truth? Of course it could be. Now, guys, if it's true, then it's a huge problem, right? But we don't know for sure that it's true. But in a situation like this, even if you say you're not sure that it's true, that's it. People come and take your head off.
Can somebody link me the police report that she made about the homeless guy that supposedly sexually assaulted her and caused her entire 180 change on her political belief system? Because that is, I don't know if people are aware of that, but a couple years ago I almost tweeted this and then I didn't because I'm trying to be chill on Twitter because that was, like, did she ever... Is there a police report? Did somebody get arrested and convicted for that? Because that was her entire 2 years ago. That was her entire political awakening to become a right-wing MAGA slopulous grifter fucking idiot. Was that supposed sexual assault by a homeless person?
Because they say once we made an allegation, it's over. You're not allowed to object to the allegation. But wait a minute. The thing that caught my attention here, and again, Mika Brzezinski also saying this doesn't look right at all, this is not enough to publish a piece, gives you a sense of we're not making this up, guys, and we're not doing it because we're biased.
Wait, what? Who did he say there?
To object to the allegation. But wait a minute. The thing that caught my attention here, and again, Mika Brzezinski also saying this doesn't...
Who should I know this person? It was Mika Brzezinski.
doesn't look right at all. This is not enough to publish a piece. Gives you a sense of, we're not making this up, guys. And we're not.
Was this the New York Times reporter?
Doing it because we're biased. Look at the fact pattern here. So the thing that caught my eye, Anna, was
the MSNBC host from earlier. You mean MS Now, guys?
The therapist, because
yes, the therapist didn't want to talk to the press, by the way.
Yeah, the Politico kept saying, well, she says she talked to the therapist.
I mean, that's probably fairly normal. You've got a lot of like confidentiality stuff between therapists and doctors, like healthcare workers. I don't know if it's HIPAA that applies to therapists. It might be, but generally you have big confidentiality things there.
And the therapist does not acknowledge it, but says that they do have a relationship. No, wait.
Let's be totally accurate, okay?
Yeah.
The therapist acknowledged that she spoke to her recently about what allegedly happened, but did not want to issue a statement to Politico.
Yeah, so...
Schwifty5, thank you for the $50 dono.
The therapist is not confirming it. Right. I mean, there's a very easy way to confirm it. Say, hey, I don't want to talk about it, but yes, I confirm that she said that, right? And maybe give some context, give a statement, and then look, the therapist is in a tough spot too. It doesn't mean that she thinks it's skeptical.
Oh, hold on. 2 years ago. Was this?
In 2022, it was around March. I was walking my dog. It was not quite dark yet, but the sun was setting. As I'm walking my dog, I see these two guys that were just kind of like moving around weirdly. You know, they seemed kind of manic and their clothes were tattered. So I knew that they were probably homeless. And I also knew that they're probably on something just based on like the twitchy way they were acting. But living in LA, I mean, there's homeless people everywhere, right? So I've never had problems. I didn't think anything of it. But as I was bending down to pick up my dog's mess, one of the guys like grabs me by my hips and he had an erection and just starts like humping me. And I didn't know what to do. Like I was.
His cock was that strong through his pants that she felt that? It was that rigid?
Terrified. I didn't have a weapon on me. Like I had no way of defending myself. I didn't know how far it was going to go because it's two guys. I'm by myself with my little dog. It was one of the most terrifying things ever because I'm pretty good at defending myself. In that moment,
Wait, where is she walking her dog at again? Hold on.
In 2022, it was around March. I was walking my dog. It was not quite dark yet, but the sun was setting. As I'm walking my dog, I see these two guys that were just kind of like moving around weirdly. You know, they seemed.
Where does she live in LA? Does anybody know?
Kind of manic, and their clothes were tattered. So I knew that they were probably homeless, and I also knew that they're probably on something just based on like the twitchy way they were acting. But living in LA, I mean, there's homeless people everywhere, right? So I've never had problems. I didn't think anything of it. But as I was bending down to pick up my dog's mess, one of the guys like grabs me by my hips and he had an erection and just starts like humping me. And I didn't know what to do. Like I was terrified. I didn't have a weapon on me. Like I had no way of defending myself. I didn't know how far it was going to go because it's two guys. I'm by myself with my little dog. It was one of the most terrifying things ever because I'm pretty good at defending myself. In that moment, I just knew there was no option.
No way.
Yeah. And luckily, he stopped and they just laughed at me and walked away as they were laughing at me. And so there was the fear and then the humiliation and weirdly shame. Like I felt ashamed for some reason. And it was awful. And it was really taking a toll on my mental health because I have to walk my dog, right? So at least 2 or 3 times a day, I'm going outside kind of scared. And so I opened up about this on the show, not really thinking much of it. And before I know it, I'm starting to get these messages and it's like really, really harsh stuff. And it's about how you are painting a picture of the homeless community. You know, how could you be like this? You know, these are your unhoused neighbors and they need help. Really, really harsh stuff. And it's about how you are going outside kind of scared. And so I opened up about this on the show, not really thinking much of it. And before I know it, I'm starting to get these messages and it's like really, really harsh stuff. And it's about how you are painting a picture of the homeless community. You know, how could you be like this? You know, these are your unhoused neighbors and they need help. A few people accused me of being racist when I had never disclosed the race of the individuals who did this to me. And in fact, they were white. And so
I'm so curious if she ever got those messages. I don't know, man.
When they started accusing me of being racist, I'm like, wait a minute. Why are you assuming that the people who did this?
Of course.
Yeah, like, I think you might have a problem here.
Exactly.
Yeah, and that woke me up. That woke me up because I'm like, oh my God.
It's just crazy that this was like the story of her political awakening and she didn't call the cops or anything else. But I guess we have to believe all of that story verbatim. But then now we're about to be infinitely critical of this one. Like, come on. I don't know, man. Whatever.
We have no idea. But that's the thing. In order to print a story, you're supposed to have 2 excellent sources, right? So here, the only thing that's a little bit persuasive is those text messages that Anna read to you guys. And so then you guys make up your own mind on whether you think calling someone consensually careless is the same as saying he raped me. So, and by the way, in all of these stories, it's barely ever mentioned that they were in a relationship at the time.
She spent more time elaborating how disgusted she was that he might have slept with a lot of women than she did about the alleged rape. When she's talking to an acquaintance who's asking her about Graham Platner because she's thinking about fixing a friend up with him.
Can you give me all the, link me the story with all the messages. I feel like there are more that I didn't read. Destiny, I'm/doubt she never said her location. Does she even have a dog? What was she doing out there? Well, I'm just curious where in LA you are because like there are places you could go where I could see that being true. And then there are places in LA where you'd live where that's just never going to be the case because you live in a nice complex. There's like places where people walk their dogs. It just depends. I'm just curious where in LA she lived, but I wouldn't even remember specifically like safe versus unsafe places or whatever. There are a lot of homeless people in a lot of LA, though, but it was near a large Armenian population center. I mean, I lived in Glendale for a year. Glendale is a very nice place, actually, but whatever, who knows? Oh, we did read these, I think. I saw your post about oysters the other day. I feel morally obligated to warn you. If you're anything more than just friends with Graham, but if you're not, then I'll just shut up for now and give you the scoop sometime. LOL. Just friends. Would love the scoop, though. Is he still engaged? I was working on fixing up a friend. Oh, I have an idea. Or, oh, wait. Oh, I have no idea with who. Oh, girl. I think her name is something. Wait, are there more messages somewhere? Oh, wait. Sorry. Oh, I didn't click this before. Never mind. Well, girl, I think her name is Jen from like the Rockland area. I don't know. I haven't heard of anyone. He was, as of last summer, that I know of, but also my timeline's a little sketch, so maybe it was December before, but either way, they've been on and off. But then I was told they got engaged. Yeah, COVID totally messed up my timeline for everything. What's his deal? Should I not fix up my friend, assuming he's single? He can be charming and funny, and he's a decently intelligent person. He's not all bad, but I ended up in a bad situation with him, and I will just very politely call him consensually careless at times. When drunk, plus PTSD. I knew about the PTSD. He lies also, forces him, I don't know what this word can possibly be. Okay. Force himself on people. Okay. He lies also. One thing that grossed me out after him and I had dated was that I saw his profile on OkCupid, and that site asks a lot of questions, and one of the questions was, if your partner told you they had over 100 sexual partners, what would your response be? And his response was, that's not that many, so that's super grossed me out. I think he's probably slept with a ton of people. And then her response was, doesn't listen to you when drunk, ... Were the rest of the messages. Thumbs down. L rape in chat, okay?
Yeah.
When she's talking to an acquaintance who's asking her about Graham than she did about the alleged rape. When she's
and by the way, in all of these stories, it's barely ever mentioned that they were in a relationship at the time.
She spent more time elaborating how disgusted she was that he might.
Were they in a relationship, or were they? It sounds like they were just like hooking up occasionally.
Might have slept with a lot of women than she did about the alleged rape. When she's talking to an acquaintance who's asking her about Graham Platner because she's thinking about fixing a friend up with him.
Yeah. So every person.
I mean, it was like we saw like 8 messages. It's not like there was that much. And she was just describing. She said he was good in some ways and bad in other ways. Like what?
They go to the current boyfriend, the therapist, the other folks, people that normally in a story like this go, yes, at the time she.
Wait, I wonder what the what did they say in this political article about the therapist? Hold on. Showed Politico recent emails with her therapist in which Reika explained she was talking to the media about her relationship with Platner and the SA/rape using an abbreviation for sexual assault in the message. Reika I still fuck this name up, was not ready to go public, was seeking help corroborating her account in conversations she was having with reporters on condition of anonymity. Her therapist responded that Reika shouldn't have to speak publicly about a traumatic incident in order to be believed without referencing details of any particular incident. The therapist who Politico agreed not to name at her request declined to comment when reached out on Monday. Okay. In the Politico story, they don't really say the therapist corroborated it. Maybe that's just other tweets I've seen that are kind of careless, but it doesn't seem like the Politico story said that. Is it Rassicot? Okay.
She told me this, and this is a text message we have, etc. None of that is here other than the 2 texts that Anna read you. One of them is barely relevant. The other one is the one that has the careless comment, right? So if you think that's definitive, I'm 100% positive, no problem. Because it's we all make a different choice on how we view it. So look, for me, this is not about whether Graham Platner did it or not. At this point, that question is almost irrelevant because
it's over. It's over. Yeah.
Everybody pulled their endorsement. It's considered toxic. You can't support him, blah, blah, blah. So we're not trying to fight that battle, guys. We're trying to tell you how politics works and what to be on the lookout for, and how does this process work? Because were there all these different opposition research groups targeting Susan Collins and calling all of her ex-boyfriends and looking through her text messages asking about theirs? None, zero. Is there any about establishment candidates, Democrat or Republican? Almost never. It has to fall right into your lap, right? And again, it's oppo research usually by other Democrats, right?
I will say, as a small olive branch to mankind, as somebody currently being sued. it would be pretty rough for somebody to just come out and make an accusation and then you don't have anything to corroborate anything, and it's just kind of like your word against theirs. Like, assuming somebody was totally fabricating something, I don't know how we solve for that, or what, aside from having like contracts with every person you hook up with.
Do they get targeted? No, the establishment never gets targeted. Never gets. But when you have an outsider, Bernie Sanders, Graham Platner, but a lot of right-wing outsiders too, they rev up the machine. Let's go. Destroy, destroy, destroy. What's interesting about something that Anna mentioned is that in this case, not all the establishment Democrats are united.
Then you would sue them? Why? You're not even guaranteed to win any money suing somebody, no? What do you mean? Why? How would that help you at all?
No, they're not.
Sonny Hosen also defended Graham Platner today. Today on The View.
That's so shocking. Yeah, so I mean, look, the reason why I bring up the establishment figures who are defending him is because this isn't a typical progressive candidate that has the establishment digging in to see what kind of opera research they can find to destroy him. I'm sure there are some, but I didn't feel the same treatment toward Platner that I noticed with other progressive candidates in earlier races, or even during,
You are somewhat of an expert on getting targeted by totally fabricated. Well, I mean, nobody has accused me of rape yet. The closest will probably be, I guess, Merck. But if it's just like one person's word against another's, I feel like the only thing I can cite to defend myself is just that I have a high body count, so I can say, well, look at all these other people I didn't rape. But I mean, like, I don't think I would ever try to run for office, though, right? Because I'm pretty sure any one of a million things could be dug up, and then you would have to, like, that would just be a fool's errand. Fuck that. Merck said what? Merck, I don't even know why or what motivated her to say this, but me and Merck hung out in person. I don't even know. I want to say a year ago, but everything in my mind is a year ago. It was probably like 2 or 3 years ago. But I think she was like lonely and depressed, so we chatted for a bit. And I was still setting up the studio downstairs for the podcast. So I drove, picked her up, and then she just hung out downstairs. I think she played her DS or something, or some Steam, I don't know. And then I set up the studio for, I think, like 3 or 4 hours, and then we went upstairs. We slept in my bed. I don't even know if we touched each other. I'm not sure. Well, we definitely didn't do anything sexual. And then one night I drove her back home, and that was it. It was fine. There's nothing weird, nothing bad, whatever. We just, chatted, hung out. And then like a year and a half later, I think she's on some Discord call or whatever, or I don't know where she's at or where she tweets out or she says this on stream. She's like, oh yeah, when I was sleeping, Destiny tried to touch my vagina between my legs or something. And I'm like, why? But then she's like, I'm not saying that he tried to do anything bad, because once I told him no, he stopped. But it's just like, why?
This election cycle.
Also, okay, this woman is like 6'4", okay? I'm pretty sure she would just kill me if I were to try to do anything. I'm pretty sure I would be the victim. But no, it's just like a random. But I mean, she could have theoretically say, oh, he tried to fucking rape me or whatever.
So look, I think that, after he won the primary, all he needed to do was see who was outraged by his win. It wasn't members of the Democratic establishment. It tended to be people.
Sorry, hold on. Merck is not 6'4". I'm sorry, I'm exact. She's probably but she legitimately, I think, is like 5'10" or 5'11" or something. She's definitely taller than me by quite a bit. She might be 5'11" or 6 foot.
All he needed to do was see who was outraged by his win. It wasn't members of the Democratic establishment. It tended to be people who didn't like his stance on foreign policy. We'll just leave it at that. So I don't know who dug up the opera research. All I know is there's a lot of hypocrisy when it comes to this issue, when we literally have a sitting president who played a massive role in the cover-up of the Epstein files, who has been found civilly liable for sexual abuse in the E. Jean Carroll's case, who has been credibly accused of all sorts of things, including sexual assault and rape by dozens of women. I mean, so are we going to allow this kind of stuff or not? Because it seems like when it comes to certain political figures, it's totally okay, even if in a court of law, civilly, they are found liable of sexual abuse. Even though they are found liable, okay, of engaging in a cover-up of one of the biggest sex trafficking scandals involving minors that we know of in American history. So I don't know, this whole thing is trash. And look, I hate being put in this position because I've been skeptical of Platner since the tattoo thing. And you know that because we had it out on the show on that issue. How do you realize you have a Nazi tattoo and wait until you're running for a congressional or for a Senate seat to remove it? I just don't get it. I don't understand that. So Platner wasn't my favorite. I'm not going out of my way to defend him because, he's someone that I desperately want to win. The reason why I'm doing this right now is because I'm looking at the facts we have in front of us right now, and I'm sorry. I just don't think the evidence rises to the occasion of Politico publishing this as if he's already proven guilty as a rapist.
And Jake Tapper was ready with a segment on this as soon as the story broke, so that means that they had some advance notice that it was going to break, and you go to Jake Tapper and put it out there. Okay, so guys, look, we definitely don't know exactly who did it. So now we have to look at the puzzle and the context clues, etc. So I said right after it happened, what'll happen is now establishment media will find a new target, and they'll start to attack him over and over and over and over again, and it'll probably be someone who's...
As a woman, Soy, I think it's perfectly reasonable to question women making accusations. It's all about doing so in a decent, civil way. If they have zero proof, no old text messages, etc., nothing in their favor, then I think it's okay to dismiss it simply because it's not fair on the person being accused. Every situation is different, but the internet makes black and white rules for them all, it seems. Yeah, like I would say there are text messages to that friend that makes him seem pretty iffy. I don't know what other corroborating evidence there was in there. The thing that I would say feels the shittiest about this, but it kind of cuts both ways, I guess, is the idea that, like, I'm not going to say anything, but if he gets too far, then I'm going to bring this out to kind of knock him down a peg, which, I don't know. That feels a little bit... But I say it cuts both ways because I also kind of understand it, where it's like everybody's looking up to this guy as like a senator, and he's a fucking rapist, and it's like, yeah, I don't know. It's rough. Yeah, I don't know. It's rough. I don't know. It's a very difficult thing to navigate, I guess. Yeah. Like even with my messages to Pixie when all of my shit first got published, I wasn't really thinking in terms of like, oh, like we're gonna be suing each other. But I'm still like, I try to be somewhat careful. I don't want to say like super retarded shit, but like so many people want to crucify me just on that one comment of like, oh, like I'm sorry, like this is the worst thing in the world or whatever. And they're like, oh, that means that you were guilty of violating her consent. It's like, well, no, it's. Somebody's shit just got leaked because of a guy who I assume is my anti-fan. Like, it has nothing to do with, like, I also feel really bad for everybody that gets doxxed around me or anybody else gets harassed, but that doesn't mean I'm saying it's, like, my fault or I have, like, the responsibility for it. But even on that, like, one message. So it's like if somebody messages you and a girl is like, hey, especially around sexual shit, like, if a girl messages you and she's like, hey, like, you wronged me, you know, in some huge way, like, if a guy were asking me advice, I don't know if I would ever tell that guy, oh, yeah, you should definitely try to make up with her or apologize or whatever. Because it's like, why would you want a written record of you having admitted to doing something wrong, right? Because, like, say in this circumstance, like, say he would have responded to her and he said, like, I think that I fucked up last night. Like, there was no reason for me to come over. I definitely, I fucked up really bad. Like, I'm sorry. Like, yeah, I don't know what else to say. I'm really sorry. This is not good. If he would have said that, then it would be like 100 times worse for him, you know? So like, what is the incentive ever to apologize or to make amends or whatever? Saying make amends is weird. You can't undo it. But like, there's like zero incentive for that. So it's like, yeah, I don't know. It's kind of hard.
As opposed to Israel and corporate PACs and the establishment overall. And guess who's up today? Actually, there's two people. One is Abdul El-Sayed. They have now tried a great number of attacks against him. So before, Hassan Piker was on a campaign with him. That's it. That's disqualified. That didn't work. That actually increases numbers. Today they're going with, this Israel stuff isn't working. He once was in favor of defund the police. Okay, so that's a new line of attack against Graham Platner. So far, 0 lines of attack against Haley Stevens, his opponent. She is an enormous supporter of Israel, has taken an enormous amount of money from AIPAC. No investigation.
Israel, Jew, Israel, Jew, Israel, Jew, Israel, Jew, Israel, Jew.
No attacks, no targeting, nothing, right? Never in the news in a negative way. Abdul, one after another. Tonight, another one. Oliver Larkin, a candidate we featured here just last week. He's running against Jared Moskowitz down in Florida, an establishment Democrat, very pro-Israel, okay? Oliver Larkin is not. He wants to cut funding to Israel. Now, Hassan Piker talked to Oliver Larkin, and Oliver Larkin is not it's a problem. Attack, attack, attack. So who do I think it is? Well, normally I would say it's probably someone related to the establishment Democrats like Schumer, but the establishment Democrats are split. So that leaves the one PAC that is the largest contributor to members of Congress in the last election cycle, AIPAC, the Israeli lobby. If you think they wanted Graham Platner in the Senate, causing trouble for them, saying that we should pull funding of Israel, and you think that they might spend $18 million against Jamal Bowman and at least $16 million against Tom Massey, but they wouldn't do Oppo research.
Never.
No, that's a line too far. Totally Everybody does Oppo research. Yeah. You think AIPAC doesn't do it? So my guess is, based on these context clues, but it's just a guess. I don't know. But I do know it was definitely targeting. So is that it was people that are part of the Israeli lobby that marked them for destruction, and that is why mainstream media is like, uncorroborated. The last New York Times piece, we talked to every single girlfriend, didn't get a single thing other than a GOP operative. We'll print it. We don't care about two sources. Our rules go out the window when we're ordered to attack. And now Politico, our normal rules, as Mika just showed you, out the window because we've been ordered to attack. So we have to attack and destroy Graham Platner. So now, and by the way, their last piece of that trick is twofold. After they destroy their target, they then say, who supports?
Yeah, I'm going to be honest. The biggest thing to me that seemed really bad was Platner's response to it. That seemed like that's why I thought he was dropping out. And then the video was so bad.
Ordered him earlier. Yeah, you're all guilty. Now you smear Bernie Sanders and you smear O'Connor, you smear our revolution, you smear.
Please, for anyone who's engaging in that, choke on it. And I mean it from the bottom of my heart. Choke on it all night long.
Every time you ring the bell below, an angel gets a swings. Totally not true. But it does.
Did Did you see that Abdul admitted that he was not releasing his tax returns until after the primary? What is he hiding? I don't know. I don't know how normal it is to release tax returns running in primaries, or if maybe that's like a really abnormal thing that Stevens is asking for. I'm not sure.
It was not my boyfriend.
What is this?
You know, I'm saying you saying
2 minutes.
Bring in one of the reporters who broke the story.
This is the full reporter. Or full interview of the reporter. Hold on one second. Let me use the restroom. Okay, what is this?
It was not my boyfriend.
You know,
I'm saying you saying she sent.
I might be homophobic. I just thought of something. I don't know how I'd handle it if Steve was like, yeah, I have a boyfriend now. I was like, what do you mean? It's like, yeah, you know how I had Melina as a girlfriend for a while? I have a boyfriend now. I'd be like, what? I'm just saying, I couldn't handle it. It would be too weird. It would be too weird.
Why? What?
You know what? There's a few people out there who agree with me. That's okay. The question marks are there. Other people can be gay. That's fine. I have no issue.
Well, now I'm gonna show up with a boyfriend.
With that whatsoever. See, these guys. Some people are agreeers. It would just be okay. It's not. How do I put this? It's just Steven. It's just Steve. It would be too weird. If he had a husband. No, I don't care. I'm not homophobic.
Wait, what if Dan is just jealous?
Steve being gayophobic. That would be fucking weird. It would be weird. And I'm tired of pretending like it wouldn't be weird. It would be. It'd be fucking weird. Okay? It'd be fucking weird. Like imagine some guy, some burly biker comes into the room like, here's your tea, Steve. And Steve's like, oh, thanks, Jake. And then Steve's like, we doing anything later? And then Jake's like, yeah, I'll be doing something later. You'll be fucking sitting there. Like that would be weird. All right, it would be fucking weird.
Wouldn't that just be weird though? Because I probably wouldn't date that type of guy if I even were to date a guy. Like imagine if some like Miami Beach, like ultra bimbo lady came in who looked like she was from Mar-a-Lago. I think that would be super weird too, no? Okay.
Of the new allegations, senior national politics correspondent for Politico, Adam Wren. Adam, I want to get right to the questions about this, the questions surrounding us on both sides of this debate. There's not a police report, correct? Correct me if I'm wrong, and there's not a legal case playing out here for due process to see itself through. So my question to you, given the very high standards Politico has before they write something like this and publish it, what aspects of this story brought it to the level of publishable?
Yeah, you're correct here, Mika. There is no police report in this case. We spent a lot of time talking to Jenny, asking her for corroborating evidence. She shared that she had confided into a number of people, including her therapist, in almost real time. And we reviewed email exchanges between she and her therapist, referring to what she called the sexual assault, and her therapist sort of acknowledging that this had happened to her. We talked to people who she.
Oh, so that's that statement is just not true, or it didn't make it into the story. His characterization there is very not true.
Confided in the months after this happened. We asked her why she didn't file a police report.
What he just said there was not in the story. So maybe they didn't publish that, and he's not aware exactly that didn't get published. But
and she described sort of the insular nature of where she lives in her corner of Maine that she shares with Graham Platner. And she debated sort of how to handle this. And we found ultimately the number of corroborating pieces of evidence to support her story in a way that we could report it.
So what are some of those corroborating pieces of evidence? So you've got conversations with her therapist and people who she confided in. Any conversations with Graham Platner at the time of it where she said, because apparently as part of the story she says she even confirmed to him that this was not consent. Do you have that? What do you have that actually connects this literally, Graham Platner to raping this victim?
Yeah, she reached out to him the day after via Instagram and essentially, told him that she didn't want to hear from him again. She told him that morning as well. We looked at.
Okay, hold on. I'm sorry. I'm not giving credit to anybody anymore because I realize now, especially as I talk to more and more people behind the scenes, that I just give way too much credit to everybody. This guy either should not be having this conversation, he should have prepared for it, or he needed notes or something. The answers that he gives here are very misleading. The journalist is doing a good job. The lady speaking to him, whoever the anchor is doing a good job of kind of pulling more detailed answers out of him, because when he says this, we saw a clip of this before, he's making it sound like they've seen these messages, and they haven't. She's asking for, what have you done to corroborate, to ensure that the story is true? It doesn't count as corroboration to use the lady saying that she had sent messages if you haven't seen them, right? This is like when Connor and Jessica are like, we have 3 sources of Brittany, 3 sources of Stephen wanting to molest her kids, 3 sources. Like, hold on, no, you don't. You have one person who said a bunch of stuff like a year ago or whatever. But it's one person, it's one source at the exact same time for all of it. You don't have like 3 corroborating sources. I don't know why you keep saying this. He's playing like a trick here.
The day after via Instagram and essentially, told him that, she didn't want to hear from him again. She told him that morning as well. We looked at messages that she had sent to others in the months after this happened through social media.
But you were able to see those DMs?
She tried to recover those DMs. We did not. We were not able to review those DMs, but she described them to us. We also long before.
So that's still her. So I wouldn't call that a corroboration. Okay, I wouldn't call that a corroboration at all.
He was a public before he was a political candidate. We saw her essentially explain to others that he was, quote, in her words, consensually careless, end quote. Right,
but were you able to see the interactions between Graham Platner and this alleged victim? Did you actually physically see them? Did she produce them for you?
She attempted to uncover them. She but was unable to.
No.
Willie?
So let's talk a little bit, Adam, about some of the timing of this. Some people pointed out it's a week out from the date the Democrats now have to scramble and potentially find a new candidate if Platner does indeed drop out as he's expected to. We'll talk more about his support in the Democratic Party nationally at the state level has collapsed after these revelations. She was, Jenny, in that New York Times piece. She appeared in the piece a few weeks ago. So what's your sense of why she decided she wanted to go into more detail with you at this point?
Yeah, Willie, she was frustrated with how that article landed. She told us she was frustrated with another woman that she knows who was quoted in that piece.
A girl made this accusation against my son his senior year of high school, and if she hadn't retracted it a few weeks later, it would have destroyed his life with no way of disproving it. Damn, that's rough. I feel like also for like high schoolers, it's rough because it sounds bad, but I feel like I don't know, it's too edgy, whatever.
How her story was received. She felt there was a lot of negative polarization around that anecdote that she was written off just because she was a Republican, and she wanted Maine voters to have sort of the full story here. And she
I feel like every sexual interaction you have in high school is like rapey and horrible and terrible because nobody has any fucking idea what the fuck they're doing. It's all just like horrible, terrible, fucked up shit. Making accusations like that, unless it's like some for real fucked up shit. Like somebody's like getting their drink spiked or they're getting super drunk and people are taking advantage of them, or somebody's like forcibly, somebody's saying no and the other person is doing it. Still, that's like definitely like pushes it past, but.
Just because she was a Republican, and she wanted Maine voters to have sort of the full story here. And how her story was received. She felt there was a lot of negative polarization around that anecdote that she was written off just because she was a Republican, and she wanted Maine voters to have sort of the full story here. And she sort of relayed.
I didn't understand. Did the reporters see actual messages between the woman and her therapist? So this guy is implying that they saw emails between the therapist and the lady that corroborated contemporaneous conversations about the rape. Now, that's what he's saying, but we didn't see that in the story. So I don't know if he's referencing stuff that didn't make it to print or if he's misremembering his, what was actually reported or what they find. Or
all of this to us.
And how do you square, yesterday we heard it, we just saw in that soundbite, the Graham Platner just saying objectively that the charges are false. He says they are troubling, but that they're false, that this doesn't happen. So just to pull back the curtain a little bit, how do you square that as a reporter as you produce the story?
Yeah, it's we gave the Platner, we reached out to the Platner campaign early Sunday. We gave them roughly 24 hours to sort of respond to this, and included their response. We stress test all of the reporting in this as much as we could, and of course included his denial. But Jenny describes him as being deeply intoxicated, and at times while this alleged attack was occurring, he was sort of just as she describes it, passing in and out of recognition of what was going on, and even occasionally apologizing. And the next morning she confronted him about this, and he didn't quite seem to remember what had happened, and she felt deeply wounded by that, and in her telling lived with that for years.
So Adam, let's talk now about how the Platner campaign is responding. We saw the video from the candidate yesterday, and he says taking time to reevaluate next steps. What is his team suggesting to you as to what the timing might look like for indeed his decision as to what to do next? We have, as we'll dive into in a few minutes, have seen his support nationally really fall apart here. How is this landing with his campaign? Because he is, to this point, his popularity has been pretty resilient in Maine due to previous allegations. This one though might be different.
Yeah, John, there's some indication that he is trying to have some leverage in this situation and find a candidate who sort of fits his progressive fighter profile. The former progressive gubernatorial candidate, Troy Jackson, has been name checked as a possible replacement here. And so in some ways, he's trying to look at the contours and negotiate a potential exit from his race. He has galvanized a lot of support in Maine. We see these videos from the town halls that he has, the way that he's received on the campaign trail. And there's a lot of significant support for his platform, for his message, the way that's resonating across the state of Maine. And so they're looking for a path out and they're weighing sort of all their options at this point.
So, Adam, in closing, obviously this is a huge political bombshell story, a story that probably will lead to the end of Graham Platner's campaign. And I'm going back to the decision to publish, and I'm curious what concrete evidence. You have conversations with therapists, conversation with friends, but what took this story beyond Graham Platner saying this was consensual, Jenny Rasco saying this was not consensual? What took it over the edge and had you and your editors decide to publish, of course, kind of an earthquake in
How would you advise young men deal with potentially gray arena sexual encounters in the past? It seems like blackout drunk acts are very common during early drunk days. Kind of spooky, no? I've only been blackout drunk, I think, once in my life. Jesus. But maybe people drink more and get blackout drunk pretty regularly. I don't know. That seems kind of spooky. I mean, if it happened in the past, that's super easy. Just make sure that whatever career path you choose or whatever you do in life, you're conservative, and then no one will give a fuck. But if you're liberal, good luck.
Democratic politics. What was the piece of evidence or pieces of evidence that made you sure of this story?
Yeah, long before he was a political candidate, long before much of the country knew his name, Jenny, in her telling, had confided in a number of people. We saw screenshots that she shared of messages relaying this account to others. We viewed an email response from her therapist to her.
Hold on.
Long before he was a political candidate, long before much of the country knew his name, Jenny, in her telling, had confided in a number of people. We saw screenshots that she shared of messages relaying this account to others. We viewed an email.
Others? Multiple people? Because I think we only saw messages between her and one person. I don't think we saw, and it was only one reference. We didn't see multiple messages to anybody else, unless it was in that story and it just wasn't pictured. Am I missing something? So we have this person, this anonymous person she dated. That's kind of a source here, okay. And then we have one set of messages that she exchanged with an acquaintance in 2023. And then another anonymous friend. Okay, we just don't have those messages or anything published about it other than just saying there was a conversation with him. Destiny, I'm European and we've been drinking since literally 15. Every single party since then has involved people being consistently blackout drunk and hooking up. It seems like a nightmare if American standards are increasingly being universalized. I think that maybe, but if you are getting blackout drunk weekend after weekend, you're an alcoholic. You have a problem. Just so you know that. That's not healthy behavior at all. If you find yourself getting blackout drunk multiple times a month, you have a drinking problem and you should probably stop drinking, or you need a friend to hold you accountable. That's not normal. That's not okay. You're doing damage to your brain and your liver, and you said European. I don't know. You might be fucking Eastern European or some shit, in which case, I don't know. Good luck. But oh, so we can't have fun anymore? True.
response from her therapist to her, acknowledging that they had talked about
those
this.
Those are the things I said, but those are what.
Jenny, in her telling, had confided in a number of people. We saw screenshots that she shared of messages relaying this account to others. We viewed an email response from her therapist to her, acknowledging that they had talked about this.
Those are the things I said. But
acknowledging that they had talked about this. Those screenshots are that did even his summary there didn't make it to the article though, because in the article it very specifically says it was just recent things not referencing that particular incident. But okay.
Those are what is the actual? Is there evidence between her and him? Evidence of a crime because he's being accused of rape. So what is what put this over the edge? Because he says he didn't, and he has people on his side who say he didn't. She says he did, and there are people who have there's. I'm trying. What's the through line? What ties this together and gives you the evidence to bring the story to the point of publishable?
Yeah, we interviewed her, 3 separate times. Her story stayed consistent across those times. We talked to people who she had spoken with contemporaneously about these attacks, and all of those stories lined up and checked out. And ultimately, Politico stands by our reporting, and we talked to, people who corroborated her story largely.
The new reporting is online right now. Senior national politics correspondent for Politico, Adam Wren, thank you so much for getting up early and sharing this story with us. We appreciate it.
That interview sucked. Jeez. Is drinking 6 to 8 beers once a week really going to do damage? I think even having one drink a day is bad for you. Yeah, alcohol is. I mean, it's a poison you're putting in your body, and then you're clearing it. You're having fun. I mean, you can have fun. I mean, I don't think you should never drink. Do what makes you happy. Just acknowledge that you're kind of hurting yourself a little bit too. But that's okay. You could argue similarly for things like sugar. Is there anything else about this story, or is that? I know Michael Tracy and others have. Oh, I think it's Michael Tracy's jumped on the whole. All of it is bullshit train, but. Wait, I was AFK. How true was the claim that she was more upset at him for sleeping around than raping her? That's you couldn't substantiate that from the DMs at all. She just had a longer message about the about an OkCupid profile than about the drunken rape thing or whatever. But I mean, it was like 8 messages, so. I've always heard a few units a week can be good for you. Is that bullshit? Yeah, there was some old wives' tale or whatever, or old doctor's myth of like a glass of wine a day or a weekend because of antioxidants or something can be good for you. But I think it's just not. That's just not true. It's all bad. It's so crazy how like down on this guy, dude. This guy incites so much fucking hatred. And I definitely agree that this guy, like I said, I view him as kind of like Ayla. Like, he definitely comes across as cringe. Absolutely. But, and I could be wrong. I don't know. Link me if I'm wrong. I don't think I've ever seen this guy hawking, like, pseudoscience bullshit or any weird, dumb, autistic, whatever. Like, he seems to be pretty pro, like, science, pro, like, medicine. I don't think I've seen any, like, crazy statements from him. As opposed to like that Huberman dude who went down a retarded road, I think. Do you think the New York Times was valid for not running it? I don't know, 10-minute ads. I would have to know the conversations that they had between like the two friends, like the ex and then the other friend. And then if there really were screenshots of emails between the therapist referring to that particular situation. But they reference them in the Political article, but they don't print it directly. They just kind of reference... Well, they reference the two conversations. They don't reference emails. The journalist referenced emails in the interview, but he didn't put it in the article. So At Destiny, it's just cosmic humor, kind of irony that he tries so hard to live the healthiest life, and then his body just says, nah, fuck you, here's an autoimmune disease. Okay, so like, there's a few things here. So one, there's not much, autoimmune diseases are just whatever. It just happens sometimes, and there's not really much you can do it, okay? Or not much you can do about it, number one. Number two, not all autoimmune diseases are created equal. You can have like autoimmune diseases, like not technically, I have an autoimmune disease. My, the alopecia areata or whatever is an autoimmune disease. When I have a little patch of hair missing, it's because some weird inflammatory pathway or something gets opened up, and then your immune system just starts attacking your hair follicles. That's why I had this like missing patch or whatever. And then for some reason it's just gone now. I don't know if it'll come back or not. But like so, and then you can also have autoimmune diseases like, Parkinson's or Huntington's. Are these autoimmune diseases? Or like, I think lupus can be really bad. Like there are autoimmune diseases that suck. Like where like, holy shit. Yeah. So it doesn't seem like the one that's mentioned here is like the worst thing in the world. I don't know. And then also, if you live a life that is healthier and you have an autoimmune disease, your outcomes are probably going to be better than somebody who's living a super unhealthy life and gets the same autoimmune disease. So even if you have an autoimmune disease, that doesn't mean that like all of your efforts are wasted, you know? Like, I don't know. Oh yeah, type 1 diabetes. You just die in 2 years in the past. He tells people they need XYZ to live longer and then sells/does ads for XYZ, but XYZ is not really proven to extend your life meaningfully. I think that's why some people don't like him. Nah, people don't like him because he's rich and he's trying to min-max his health, and they view it as like a, what's the movie? Am I making this up, or is Justin Timberlake? Does he star in this movie? What I'm thinking of, what's the dumb movie with like the time on your wrist? Is it called In Time? I think people just view him as being like some evil dude who's like trying to buy immortality or something. I don't know. That's what I think. And they're just haters. TYT, geography meme.
Okay.
How old is this?
But first, Anna's going to give us more of the facts of the case.
Okay, as the company's sports expert, I'm very excited to explain to you and summarize what's going on here, so bear with me. So Balogun was hit with a red card during last Wednesday's game between the US and Bosnia and Herzegovina. So apparently, since these are two little countries, or smaller countries, I should say, you.
Oh no. Wait, was this about the recent FIFA stuff? Wait, is this real?
Have the US team battling it out between these two smaller countries. Okay, now according to The Athletic, as the ball.
But first, Anna's going to give us more of the facts.
Okay. Well. What do you want him to say, you know? Destiny, also, not like he's pretending to not take his own bullshit. He does the red light and all that min-max shit. Yeah, he does, but I feel like when I've heard him speak in the past, maybe I'm just over-indexing from his Jubilee thing. And I could be wrong. Like I said, link me if I'm wrong. I feel like he's the kind of guy where, like, if I were to ask him, okay, so I see this red light thing, and then I see this other, like, vitamin C infusion thing. Like, if I do this stuff, this is going to be, like, the key to my health, right? I feel like he's the kind of guy to say, listen, the most important thing you can do is, like, exercise a little bit, make sure you're getting 8 hours of sleep, and then, like, try to eat, like, a balanced diet. And then all this other stuff can help, too, for sure. But, like, these are, like, I feel like he's, like, pretty honest there. From everything that I've seen, I think. But, oh, shit. Well.
I want
2 years ago, 1 hour long. Sad Hat, the guy said, Destiny, drinking until you get blackout drunk is literally the entire point. That's not alcoholism if you only do it at parties. Otherwise, you're telling me that my entire country consists of alcoholics. Like, you drink to get fucked up and have fun, no? I agree that getting fucked up is fun. I like to drink and get fucked up. But why would you get blackout drunk? Definitionally, you can't even remember the fun you're having. No? I feel like there's a line between even between fucked up and blackout. Wait, what do you mean when you say blackout drunk, actually? Do we just have different definitions for this? Because blackout is literally, there are sections of your life missing where you can't recall what happened because you were so intoxicated. Not just like you're super ultra fucked up. Most people see blackout as being sick. I've never heard that in my life. But I mean, maybe some people, I've never heard somebody say, oh yeah, I got blackout drunk because I was throwing up. You can throw up without getting blackout drunk. But maybe other people casually refer to it that way. I don't know. Blackout is when you get so drunk and rape a person and can't remember. Okay. Thanks. It's kind of amazing how he's relatively harmless as far as eccentric wealthy people go, but he's still a caricature of a person whose mind has been warped by having more money than he knows what to do with. Yeah, as much as people hate on the guy, this is actually fine by me in terms of shit billionaires spend their money on. He's using himself as a guinea pig for medical procedures that will eventually become cost-effective enough for regular people to afford them one day in the future. Wish more billionaires would find a hobby like this to keep them occupied. He isn't really a guinea pig, though. None of what he is doing will be actually useful from a legitimate perspective. These aren't physics experiments where doing it right once proves something. This is biology and medicine. If he cared, he would fund clinical trials. In the end, it's just his own vanity exercise, a harmless one, but not one that will push forward our societal knowledge. I think you can start with one person to get like baseline information about a thing or to measure something. I think that you don't it doesn't immediately have to be only clinical trials or whatever. Like, obviously you're not going to be curing cancer off of one person's stuff, but this is cringe. I mean, like he does cringe shit. This one like is talking about his like 19-year-old boner comparisons is it's cringe. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie.
You don't have a valid. You got attacked by your rivals for calling yourself a physician, not just a doctor, even though you don't have a valid state medical license in New York or Michigan, which apparently is what you need legally to call yourself a physician.
Damn.
Do you wish you'd just stuck to calling yourself a doctor, which you are, to avoid all of this controversy and attacks on your physician status?
You know, at the end of the day, it's not about whether or not I'm a physician or a doctor. The question is, can you see doctor? It's not about my education. It's about a physician or a doctor. The question is, can you see doctor? It's not about my education. It's about whether or not your kid gets a good education. So I'm just not spending
that's a good
time.
line, but people would say it's also about, did you tell the truth?
Well, I would say that I was the health director for the city of Detroit. I've done more to provide more people health care or eliminate their medical debt than most doctors have done in their practice career.
You got attacked by your
education. So I'm just not spending
that's a good
time.
line, but people would say it's also about, did you tell the truth? You don't have a valid state medical license in New York or Michigan, which apparently...
I'm so curious what is happening in these shows. I'm getting triggered. Do they have both mics? Are they not like closing and opening the channels or whatever? Because like, why is it so echoey? He has a lav mic right here. There's no reason this should sound so echoey. Unless they're also capturing the audio from his mic and they're not like muting the channels when one person's talking, the other's not. I'm pretty sure you can do this with like AI now.
Today is not about whether or not I'm a physician or a doctor. The question is, can you see doctor?
But people would say it's also about...
There's no reason for it to sound like this. What is this?
I feel
Oh, PokiSLOP. Oh boy.
I feel like in high school there should be a psychology class that everybody is forced to take where you learn about narcissistic personality disorders, how to spot a narcissist, where you also learn about attachment styles, about trauma, about what abuse looks like. And guys, I think it's really important for people to learn not just physical abuse. Everybody knows physical abuse, but that's the only kind of abuse that people know and understand. People need to be taught what emotional, psychological abuse looks like. It's not.
Listen, and maybe schools are different, and maybe AP classes are standardized, right? I took AP Psych in high school. I don't think we ever touched personality disorders. I don't know if we touched any mental illness at all. And I'm guessing AP Psych is going to be similar to like a Psych 101 course, right? What did anybody else, when you take Psych in college or whatever, is your basic Psych class? We're going to go over the personality disorders today. Is that a thing? Do you do that? Somebody said yes. Somebody said nope. This guy said we absolutely covered that in AP Psych. Okay. Wait, we can just look up. Can't we just look up the curriculum? Test curriculum. I don't know. What would you say? Curriculum. I'm trying to think if we went over any. It was like it was some stat stuff, like how do you do psychology research, like the difference, like levels of trialing or whatever. It was a lot of like basic human psychology stuff. Like a lot of memory stuff. A few of like the famous case studies that I don't even know if they still think those are real, like the Stanford Prison Experiment. I've heard criticism of that. I don't know. I feel like we didn't. Okay, well, let's find out. Okay, what do they do these days? Wait, okay. Course content. Biological basis of behavior. You'll study behaviors and mental processes from a biological perspective and explore the effects of the interaction between humans, biology, and our environment. So the interaction of inherited traits, environment, and evolution in shaping behavior, structures and functions of nervous systems, neural firing, and the influence of psychoactive substances, the study of the brain, including its structures and functions, sleep and sensation. Okay, yes. I think okay, yeah, sure. And then cognition. Topics may include perception, biases and error in thinking, creative thinking, and problem-solving strategies. I talk about this a lot. Cognitive and physiological processes that make up memory, forgetting, and typical memory errors, defining and measuring intelligence and achievement. This is a huge thing this is a thing that stuck with me a lot. Let's see, development and learning, research methods used in developmental psychology. Oh, yeah, how you codify things into long-term memory and the different types of learning. This, yeah, for sure. Physical, cognitive, and social, emotional development across the lifespan. Gender and sexual orientation. Ooh, I don't think we did that one. But I went to an all-boys school, so, you know, we didn't have to learn about girls, Social psychology and personality, attribution theory and person perception, attitude formation and change, the psychology of social situations, psychodynamic, humanistic, social, cognitive, and trait theories of personality, and then motivation and emotion. Okay. And then mental and physical health, introduction to health and positive psychology, standards for diagnosing and approaches to explaining psychological disorders, neurodevelopmental and schizophrenic spectrum disorders, bipolar depressive anxiety and obsessive compulsive disorders, dissociative and trauma and stress disorder. Okay, maybe they do it on the last section here. I wonder how much they go into it. The thing is that like to diagnose somebody as having like a personality disorder, like you have an inventory, but then you also have to there has to be like a way that these things are impacting your life and everything. It's not a matter of just like, here's a 9-thing checklist and then you checked off 5 and now you have like this thing. Which is why I'm wondering like how much like a 101 student would be engaging with like personality disorders. But because this, like the whole, I need to pathologize every single thing that happened in my last relationship trend is super ultra fucking cringe. Ugh.
Taught what emotional, psychological abuse looks like. It's not just name calling.
Because also like what she's talking about here, this doesn't sound like you want a psych class. It sounds like you want a therapist. Like
manipulation that leaves scars that people can't see. I feel like if there was a little bit more knowledge and education surrounding these topics, people would end up in less difficult situations. And also, I feel like it would save so many children from growing up in like traumatizing, abusive homes, because it starts with the parents. It starts with the relationships.
No, sorry. One of the hardest things about being a kid is I don't know, maybe somebody else, maybe there's a therapist that, I don't know where the field is on this. This is a personal opinion, not backed by any research. But I feel like if you're a kid, it is impossible for you to know how fucked up your environment is until you leave that environment and become an adult. It's only when you've got that perspective, then you can look back. Oh, there's a good movie on this, actually. Remind me after. No. Oh, hi, what's up?
The hardest things about being a kid.
Don't listen to my stream. Turn it off immediately. Why are you listening when we talk, ever?
Maybe somebody else. Maybe there's a...
Oh. Hello, hello? Oh, he can't hear me.
good movie on this, actually.
Oh.
Remind me after.
Is this Steve or is this some producer?
Oh, hi, what's up?
No, it's me.
Oh, hey.
Hardest things about being a kid.
No, you're listening to my stream. Oh, God, he's listening to my stream.
Yes, this is very
You
confusing.
can't hear my Discord. You've got my stream open in the background.
I've got your stream open in the background.
Oh, wait, no, wait. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh, no. Okay, we're good. Never mind. It's good. Oh, hi, what's up?
Hey, Steve. So I've got a new book. I've been trying to send it to you, but you don't respond to the DMs on Twitter. I guess this thing is the best. This is the best means of communication. Discord, which I'm never on except for this.
Discord or email, yeah.
Let's see here. It's asking me some. Don't switch. Okay. Well, I've got a new book. It's called CUXXED. It was out.
Wait.
yesterday.
Hold on, just testing to see if I'm bleeding through. Okay, wait. I'm trying to bring you up on stream so they can see you. Hold on. Wait. Hold on. Not that. There we go. And then, okay. All right. Now they can see you. Hi.
Cool. Okay. Well, I've got a book out. It came out yesterday. I've been running around doing stuff and media appearances, and I wanted to say hi and bring it to the attention of the audience. It's, I think we probably talked about it at some point. It's called CUXXED.
Okay.
You know what that word means, Steve?
That's when the idiots are running things. I don't know, actually. What?
Yes, actually, that's you. You've got it. I think you figured it out from context clues.
Okay.
Worse. Stocracy.
Yeah, I saw populism at the top of your title thing, so I just assumed it was idiots. So,
yeah, why populism ends in disaster. So, the book I would like to just recommend it to the audience. It's a I thinking about your stream and thinking about the things we talk about online, and I think a lot of the things you're doing meta discourse in a way. You're doing day-to-day events like what's going on with Graham Platner, what's going on with Trump, election stuff. At the same time, I think you have a concern, and the audience has a concern with why do we believe things are true? What is the kind of informational environment we find ourselves in? Why do we trust some people and some institutions and some processes for determining truth, and we don't trust others?
Yeah.
And this book is basically about that, at a very broad level. Okay. So I'm coming at it from somebody who was right-wing, who is still right-wing, who was just freaked out and just disturbed by the kinds of things right-wing people believe, or what the way they construct truth and what they think and how they think, right? And so I have a political science background. This is not just about American politics. I have a lot of go into data about what it looks like when populists take power abroad. It's bad on every measure you can imagine. Bad for the economy. Bad in terms of democracy. Bad in terms of freedom of speech, journalistic freedom. And it sucks. And there's a lot of examples in the book, right? So you basically have populists in Hungary. You have populists that are rising in France and Germany. You have a history of populism in Latin America where they've really things up.
Wait. Hold on, I lied for a second. Okay, sorry. You were saying populace in Hungary and then populace and then it lied for a sec.
It's basically happening across much of the world. So
Sure,
Latin
yeah.
America is the region that has had the most populism. Basically, it's like kind of the example that everyone points to. It's got Argentina and Venezuela are the two worst performing economies in the world over the last 70 years, other than like Middle Eastern war zones, basically Middle Eastern and African war zones, places like Congo and Syria and Iraq. They're right up there on the list. So yeah, this is a book about like knowledge and what's happening in the world, and people should read it. That's my pitch.
Okay, where do people find it at?
Anywhere you buy books, you can go to Amazon, Barnes and Noble, the publisher. It's going to be in the bookstores too, so anywhere.
Okay. Well, just saying, so I can link it in chat at least, so people know to so I have a thing to.
Amazon's probably the best, the most convenient.
Gotcha. Okay, there you go. I'm kind of curious from your perspective as somebody who at one point, or maybe even still is, like decently connected to some like establishment conservative-esque figures. Two questions. One, do they perceive the same issue that you do with there being like a human capital problem, as you've called it, or this like brain IQ drain? And then two, if they do, what do they attribute that to? Why do they think it's happened so much on the right?
Yeah, I mean, I think I've talked to some people who've been thinking about this. If you see, like Chris Rufo has been talking about this sometimes. He tweets about it every once in a while. Him and Lomez on their podcast talk about this issue. As a general matter, yeah, there are smart people who see this. It's always kind of. It's easy to downplay, and it's easy to make a false equivalence to what's going on the left. So like whenever something happens on the left, like this stuff with what's going on in the primaries in New York and with Graham Platner, that's just, it's like two steps forward, one step back, because they realize something is wrong. But then when the left pops up with something, they will sit there, they'll say, oh, we have this whatever. There's two grand coalitions in this country, and the other side is worse, and look at all their crazy conspiracy theorists and lunatics they have on that side. I think that I've reached them to some degree. Like I don't think most smart conservatives like the fact that there's a couple categories. Like the tech people. The tech people are the worst. Like if you think you scoffed at like Chris Rufo and you scoff at like conservative activists, they are way more introspective.
Well, my issue is I think Chris Rufo is fucking a demon. I think he's an evil person. I think the tech bros are just so fucking retarded. It just drives me crazy. That's my issue with the two different groups of people. But yeah.
Well, I mean, Chris, I like Chris. The tech bros, though, they're idiot. They're geniuses in a way. I mean, they must be, because they've accomplished some great things in a lot of cases.
Maybe.
But as far as like politics, in that area of life, like I've been looking for the hint of like wisdom, flashes of the smarts that they must have taken to found these companies and become so wealthy and successful. And it's really hard to find. Some of them are intelligent. When we sit here, we talk like this, like, they can tell there's IIQ, there's brain power there. But as far as like how they gain information, like how they know, like the meta questions of like which sources to trust and like what is good evidence for something and what is not, and like keeping things in perspective, just as bad as your proverbial boomer uncle sitting on Facebook.
I think there's a couple different things. One is I wish this was an archetype that was differentiated more, because now I'm more careful to look up somebody's background. You had like this old class of tech bros where you have like your Mark Zuckerbergs and your Jeff Bezoses. Whatever. Jeff Bezos, Mark Zuckerberg, where these are people who like legitimately were good at the thing that they did initially, whether it was some kind of software development or whatever, and then also like legitimately built businesses. And then you have like this, and I hate to use this word because left is fucking news, but like the VC class. All right. If I were to get like a business and I wanted advice for growing it, I would take like a Zuckerberg or a Bezos all day over 10 of these fucking loser retards who exist in San Francisco who happen to have decent exits from some fucking company and then invest in a million things and get a few more exits. I hate that class of people. I hate them more. If I was to ever join my brother Hassan in arms against the capital class and become a full-on commie, it would be because of those, like the weird VC exits. I hate all of VC culture. The most communist take I have is I think that all vertical and horizontal integration sales should be banned. No more buying companies, no more exiting. If you want to be the CEO of a business, then fucking run your business, but you can't just sell and then go make another one to sell it over and over again. That's an extreme take. That's the first thing. Then the second thing is that we have this thing in society where you have like STEM is like the real shit, and then everything else is like soft, mushy, fake shit. And sometimes people like make it far in like these worlds of like science or tech or software, and then they look at like politics and psychology and like, well, you know, we made it in the hard science world. That like politics stuff, we could probably solve that, you know, with like 3 questions to Grok or Claude, and we're good to go. And listening to these people talk about politics makes me want to kill myself, because it's like the most naive, the worst examples of like this epistemic trespass you could ever find in your life, where these Mark Andreessen types, they go out and they talk like they're 16-year-olds in high school who just got done with their first Ayn Rand book. Oh my God, it drives me crazy. But yeah, those are the 2 huge issues I guess I have with the software class, the tech bro people.
Yeah, I mean, Doge was the kind of worst kind of the worst kind of example of this, because I hated watching this, because there's people who think about the federal budget. They've written papers on like what you can cut and how you can do it, and like how you can make government work smarter. People on the right, people conservatives you could have tapped. No, there was none of that. There was just like Elon Musk saying stuff that has no connection to reality to anybody, no matter what your politics, if you know anything about the federal government or the budget. So he'd say, we're going to save $1 trillion.
Yeah, and it's like, when somebody gives, I mean, you know this, I'm sure somebody will give like a magnitude on a thing, and it's like, what do you even talk? Like a guy's like, oh, I just bought the sickest Mustang. It's got like 20,000 horsepower. And it's like, is this like a tractor? What are you talking about? Yeah. And his first claim was $2 trillion, which is like, I think more than our entire discretionary budget. And I'm like, what do you... God, I hate these people.
Yeah. It's all going to be for waste, fraud, and abuse. It's and like the stuff they went after is the stuff that I thought was most cost efficient, right? The scientific funding, which costs the least, which is like the smallest part of the federal budget. They save no money, and they probably
do long-term damage.
Yeah. It's unfortunate. I thought you were going to say, when you were talking about Bezos and Zuckerberg, I thought you were going to say like there's a new class of like fakeness. It's like the crypto stuff, I think, and the crypto and the prediction markets, I think, has introduced just like a new level of fakeness, right? Because the crypto stuff, I knew one guy who was like, I succeeded at the toughest, the hardest game in the world. And like to even find what the social value is of like buying and selling crypto stuff is hard, and like arguably has negative value because it's like good for criminals and money launderers. And so the crypto class, when these people step into politics, it's like, yeah, they're in the Elon Musk kind of zone and how they think. And then the prediction markets thing, which they're not that obnoxious, but like a lot of them, like the Poly Market, Wall Street Journal had a big report. They're funding like the worst kind of right wing influencers. They're making fake videos. Like they're just transferring value. I've always been a fan of prediction markets. In theory, they can aggregate information. They can make us smarter, and they do have their uses. But like the people who made their money in that, they're using them as just way to separate idiots from their money, and it's kind of contributing to the kind of degradation of the political discourse. So yeah, the tech bros are like the worst. I mean, I think that this like thing, I would have thought, Ayn Rand, I read Ayn Rand. I admire Ayn Rand in some ways. If like 5-10 years ago, I would have been like, there's just this thing called intelligence. There's this thing IQ. And like a guy who sits there on his computer and builds $1 billion company is probably just smarter than these Washington bureaucrats. And like he could just sit there in a day or a week or whatever and like think about all these policies and like how to fix the country. Mm-hmm. This is like, how the simple-minded Trump supporter thinks. Oh, we just need a businessman who's gonna, go in and set us straight. And like I talk about this is the book. This is the entire process of like my disillusionment with that, and like how that's not true is there. Like sometimes the midwits who know what they're talking about are better than the geniuses who don't know what they're talking about and don't care about truth and don't bother trying to learn. And sometimes the institution itself, like this process of democracy and like actually figuring things out and like having studies and like trusting them and seeing what this says about issues, like that's also very important.
Yeah, I think that I mean, I'm a big as a tested 275 IQ Mensa Supreme warlord myself. I'm a big believer that IQ and intelligence are very important things, but I think that unfortunately there are just like toggles that happen, whether it's political partisanship or some other social thing, where it just like shuts the brain off for some people, where if you swap the subjects around in a statement, the person goes from sounding like a fucking moron to being like infinitely skeptical and quite wise with the things that they're saying. But something about the political realm, or as soon as like your emotions get involved, can super destroy a person's ability to navigate an environment. Given assuming I haven't dug in like super extensively, but given Elon's track record with businesses, my assumption would be that if somebody like held a gun to his head and was like, you're going to do Doge and you're going to do it right this time, that if he actually sat down and used his intelligence to figure out how to do it, that you would get something that could theoretically be better than maybe what the people have done there. But that would look like an actual auditing process of like, okay, well, what did all of the Office of Inspectors General say? What do the people that, you know, are in these things and they complain about things? What are their blockers for getting jobs done? What are they, like, it would be that type of a thing. Not like I'm going to hire a bunch of 22-year-olds and then control F DEI and trans and cancel all of that and say that I won, you know? But yeah, it's just... It's the arrogance and like the emotional thing that I think just it shuts people's brains down sometimes when it comes to evaluating, you know, like things that are outside of their direct area of knowledge.
So, yeah, this reminds me of a story. And there's a book by my friend Brian Kaplan called The Myth of the Rational Voter. And he talks about the Soviet Union in the early days. And basically, they didn't like Darwinism. So they liked Lysenkoism. So basically, they like suppressed the Darwinian scientists. They tried to do farming based on like Lysenkoist principles, and it didn't work. The farming sucked. Now,
and that and to go a step further, they didn't believe like in genes or any of that for the Lysenkoist stuff. Like the way that they tried to do breeding, the whole idea of genetics and everything, I believe, was not believed by them initially as a result of that Lysenko.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Lysenko is basically like exactly. So the environment actually shapes a person, which was somehow consistent with socialism or whatever. And then it came to nuclear physics, and there was talk of rejecting Einstein's theory of relativity. And what happened was they found out that if they reject modern physics, they're not getting an atomic bomb. They're not going to have a nuclear program. And when it was the peasants starving, it was like, okay. When it was their own survival and national power, they suddenly became rational and they followed mainstream Western physics, right? And so this reminds me of this with Elon Musk. You're right. I think if you put a gun to his head, he can't possibly be this stupid. Like if he's as stupid as he looks on Twitter, like he wouldn't run companies. He'd like, he wouldn't be able to manage his affairs. Like there would be just, this guy would be walking into walls. He's like really, really stupid.
Yeah.
And this reminds, I just reviewed JD Vance's new book, and he's Yale Law School. Like you have to, that's intelligent. I'm sorry, the LSAT is basically an IQ test. Yale Law School is the best law school in the country, so he got in there. He's intelligent. Okay, but his intelligence, he used it to basically become, first of all, a famous pundit who was anti-Trump, and then became Trump's successor, became Trump's vice presidential nominee, and now it looks like he might be president after Trump is gone, right? He'll at least probably be the nominee. And so, like, you look at that, and he's an intelligent person, and, like, some of the actual beliefs or some of the things he says, like, at a level of, like, is this thing true or false that he believes, that he espouses? It's like, no, that's clearly false. But, like, from the perspective of, like, is J.D. Vance acting intelligently to get what he wants, which is political power, which he seems to be in denial about from his book. I mean, it's fascinating how much he denies, like, he has any kind of, he's just this aw shucks good old boy who was kind of accidentally found myself in this position. But I think that's obviously BS. And yeah, from that perspective, he's like a genius, right? He's went from nothing to be anti-Trump to pro-Trump to Trump's successor. That's a remarkable accomplishment. So yeah, intelligence. This is why people are dumb with politics. Like it's very easy. It's like, what are you trying to accomplish? If it's not seeking a truth, if it's not making the country better off, if it's just your own power, then you become a more effective psychopath or demagogue.
Yeah. When I talk about this on stream, I call these like the tier 1 influencers and the tier 2 influencers, where you have people that are, the tier 1s are like your Tucker Carlsons, where they know that the Dominion story is bullshit. They know that 90% of what they say on TV is bullshit, but they have to like do their shilling for the Republican Party. But then you have these people that get picked up, your Joe Rogans, that I think they end up doing all the propaganda, but they're legitimate believers. I think they've been mind fucked by the algorithm. The scariest thing is I think Trump might be more of a tier 2 than a tier 1 guy. I can't tell sometimes where like he might actually just believe a lot of the crazy retarded shit that he sees, more so than he's like intentionally trying to manufacture some lie. It's hard to tell sometimes.
It's hard to draw those lines because I've known Tucker, and like I know you're referring to with the Dominion stuff because it was in the lawsuit, right? So he's he comes out at the beginning of the beginning when the WD stuff's going on. He's like, this is all BS, this stolen election stuff. Then soon he's mad at some female reporter because she fact checked some Trump thing, and he's like, we need to fire her. And you're thinking, okay, one interpretation is like he knew it was all BS, but like decided this is what he needs to do. But from just like knowing this guy and watching this guy, I think it's like psychologically more complicated than that. I think that some of these people, and Trump is probably an easy case to see this, like truthhood and falsehood, like are not real. It's not a real distinction in their mind. What is true is what happens to feel right in the moment, and what happens to feel right is based on like instinct and prejudice, and what serves their interests at the time. So Trump wants to believe, right, that he won the 2020 election. He wants to believe he has the biggest crowds. Like, does he really believe it? If you put a gun to his head, like that's an extreme case. I don't know even in that case, but like nobody has a gun to his head, right? So it's a theoretical thing, and he doesn't have to face that.
I do agree. I was gonna say I do agree
Yes.
that it's a little bit more complicated. I'm curious, real fast. Did you ever play any video games growing up, or like any online games?
Yeah, I played. I think I was too old for. I had consoles, not a computer game. So I played like Mario and Mortal Kombat and stuff like that.
There's something that happens in politics when it comes to thinking about like the lies and the more complicated psychology that happen in games a lot. It's hard to understand this unless I think you've been there, maybe it's not. But like when you play games, when you play competitive games and you're ranked, sometimes you lose games and it's like, oh, this is that was bullshit. You're not always playing 100%, but you shouldn't have lost that game. And maybe there's even a game where you get beat by guy who was like, he was obviously aimbotting. This guy was hacking. He was using a cheat program. So you download the cheat program, but you're only ever going to use it against people who are cheating against you, right? Now, sometimes you'll flip it on and maybe the guy wasn't cheating, but like it seems like he was or whatever. And then maybe there are days where you're like, I'm having an off day and I'm just going to I'm going to aimbot this day because I'm tired and I should be playing better anyway. And it comes to the point where you've made so many compromises where it's like, yeah, I'm hacking, I'm aimbotting, but like kind of everybody does it too. And I feel like for a lot of the people that are doing politics, that are in the heavy propaganda world, if you push them really hard, like you mentioned that, like the 2020 election or whatever else, maybe they would say, okay, fine, we're probably stretching the truth or maybe even outright lying in some of these circumstances, but no more than everybody else does because everybody more or less plays the exact same game. And I think that that's part of the cope that people make to where it's like, okay, maybe I'm kind of doing this stuff, but like I have to survive in this area because everybody else is doing the same thing. And as long as you can convince yourself of that, or the other people of that, then you end up in this weird campus world where as long as they're the opposition or whatever, we can do whatever we want to take them down because they're engaged in foul play. And if we have to foul play to get there, like JD Vance said with the Haitian dog story, then goddamn it, we'll do it,
It's funny, talking to these people on social media, like the one time where I think I kind of got through to them was, you're right, they do this false equivalencies thing. And after Trump won in 2024, they were all convinced that Democrats would try to overturn the election. Like they had explained 2020 to themselves by saying everybody now in politics is going to say an election is stolen and is going to object and is going to try to change the results. And 2024, they go through the January 6th and 2025, and all the Democrats, they all accept the election results. And I go, like, do you people question this now? You thought they were going to do this. Like, no, you do this. And they don't do this. They accept the results of the election. And, a few commenters, like this never happens. Like when I check the replies are like, yeah, from the backup perspective, I was surprised. I thought they were gonna try to say the election was stolen. I thought they were gonna do something, and I was surprised. And I'm like, it had to be that clear, right? It had to be Democrats taking that much of a moral high ground. And so occasionally you do get through, but like the world, it's not. Usually the world doesn't give you examples that clear cut, like one person wins an election, then the next party wins an election. It's more like the world is like very, very messy, and you can always just like grab random stuff. I say Trump says this, they could say like, look at this random left-wing activist says that, and like maybe those things are comparable. But what I say is Trump is the Republican Party. Trump is like, when they have primaries now, when somebody gets knocked off, it's not about any issue. Like the Democrats primary over Israel, the Tea Party used to primary over
fiscal
like
responsibilities.
And like now all we have primaries over is literally Trump. Like if you love Trump enough, like it doesn't matter what your positions are. If Trump likes you or not, that determines like whether the Republican primary voter is going to go with you. And he wins almost all of these things, with a handful of exceptions. This is bad. I mean, we could gripe about this stuff all day. There's a little bit of talk in the book about what like we can do about it, like what actually can be done. And so, like it's in there. It's in like the last 2 chapters, so people can look at that. I think that like
real quick,
we're good at diagnosing this stuff.
Yeah. Before we get to that, because I have one theory on this, and then we can go to anything in the book you want. The one theory that I have about Republicans for why this happens so much on their side, and it is starting to happen now on our DSA types far lefts, but not obviously it's nowhere near the majority of the party. I feel like because Democrats somehow became like the city slicker or coastal elite representatives, they were allowed to be like more educated or whatever, and Republicans end up broadly more representing the like kind of rural southern states, whatever. I feel like what happened was there was this game that Republicans played where you go on TV and you got your coastal elites and your minority class and whatever, and then you got your Republicans who are your real rough and tumble, like, salt of the earth men. And then that was for TV. And then when the cameras were off and you go to Congress, everybody's from Yale. Okay. This guy was your fucking classmate. All right. Bush and all these guys, these are all Yale, Harvard grads. And they knew that. And they're like, yeah, we say shit on TV, but obviously, like everybody thought that Bush was a retard. If you go back and you listen to Bush talk about anything, he sounds like like Einstein compared to Trump. It's not even close.
Right.
But I feel like what happened was Republicans played this game for so long. There's this quote that gets attributed, probably misattributed to Voltaire or whatever, where it's like, if you get your laughs by pretending to be an idiot, pretty soon you'll find yourself in good company. To where Republicans suddenly, you get like a guy like Trump running, and it's like, okay, hold on. This guy doesn't understand that we're just like playing retards on TV, but we're like doing real shit in the background, and Trump is like actually retarded. And then they're like, well, there's no way he's going to win the votes. But what they don't understand is the mask that they presented to all of their voters was so compelling and so convincing for so long that the Republicans like, oh, fucking yeah, let's fucking vote for Trump. And then all of the establishment class for the Republican Party realized that, like, I feel like that game had ended for them and they had played with fire too long for it because the voting base really couldn't distinguish, like a Bush from a Trump or a guy who's pretending to be retarded but was a Yale, Harvard, whatever grad. Yeah.
Yeah, that's good. And in the book, there's a lot of like, they go into the history of this. So it started with talk radio. These are outsiders. These are people just with the radio. They're just reaching the voter directly. Fox News is like a big, kind of a big watershed here. And then Fox News starts transforming the Republican Party into a more culturally concerned party, concerned with cultural issues and this demagoguery. And there's a really great book that I've reviewed before. There was a Showtime series based on it with Russell Crowe and Seth MacFarlane called The Loudest Voice, or The Loudest Voice in the Room. It's a biography of Roger Ailes by Gabriel Sherman, and then the Showtime documentary, not documentary, it's a drama that people can watch based on the book. And it's fascinating. The 2012 election, right? This is before Trump. This is when Trump is talking about Obama's birth certificate and doing well in the Republican polls, but he's not actually running for president. And Roger Ailes at Fox basically hires every single candidate who's going to be in the running in 2012. So like Huckabee and Santorum, not Romney, but like Gingrich. And, he's thinking he's in control of this because he's putting on a great show, right? And so like they're putting these people out of that. In the end, they settle on Mitt Romney. They settle on a normal Republican politician. And Trump comes along in 2016, and it's like he's not in, because Fox News is still somewhat ideological. They're still somewhat establishment. They don't like Trump. They like somebody like Marco Rubio
or Ted Cruz. Yeah, 100%. Yeah.
And they just get overwhelmed. Like Trump doesn't even go to, he hates Fox so much, he like doesn't even go to some of the debates, and he just does his own thing. And then they have the debates without him on Fox, and he takes over. They eventually make peace. Now, I mean, you go to Fox, it's like, North Korea, it's like complete cult of personality. But yeah, they primed them for this. They made, like, Trump's predecessor is not George W. Bush or George H.W. Bush or Ronald Reagan. It's Rush Limbaugh. It's like Sean Hannity, right? It's these these large media figures who had a direct connection to the audience and basically, are just very, very good on camera. He was just more entertaining and better than any of those people. So yeah, this is like, there's a lot going on here. There's education polarization, like Republicans became less educated party. Democrats became the more educated party. Less educated people watch TV much more than they read. So there's some cool graphs in the book about that. And so, yeah, it turns into like a different communication style, different relationship to truth, right? A lot of things the Republican voters believe. It's like, you can only believe them if you don't really follow the news. Like the idea that, there's some kind of equivalency in Trump's corruption versus that of previous Democratic administrations. It's just, you can't believe that as a rational person if you actually pay attention to news. If you're a casual viewer, if you turn on the TV, if you turn on Fox once in a while, that's all you see, and you're Hunter Biden stuff and you don't hear the Trump stuff, then okay, that's plausible. But it's a terrible thing. It's happening worldwide. I mean, this is social media. This is the demon that has been unleashed. With the, me and you are kind of, we're products of the new media. But most of the new media is like trash podcasts. Like the big stuff tends to be trash podcasts, like, influencers that have a terrible relationship with truth. No matter how many mistakes the media makes, or how much like you could think that the scientific and academic institutions are corrupt, it's not like this. It's not like any idiot can get in front of a camera, say literally anything, and have millions of people believe it without any filtering at all. And so, yeah, that's where we are.
Yeah, there's like a weird thing about like influence and the fact that people started, especially with podcasts, like the more popular you are, the more you are the thing that you say you are. So for instance, like I have a YouTube channel that I do decently well. Like if I wanted to record a piano album, okay, I can barely play piano, but if I wanted to record a piano album and sell it, I would outsell like 99.9% of everybody that's ever posted on SoundCloud or SoundCloud or YouTube or anything else. But just because I have like a big YouTube channel, right? Now I could call myself a musician and say that like I'm a professional musician because I've sold thousands of dollars worth or tens of thousands or whatever versus everybody else who's more talented than me and sold less. But it's like, it's not really. I'm just like a YouTuber, and then I did like a music project, but that's not like really why I'm popular, and it's not really like what my profession is. And I feel like for podcasts, it's kind of similar, where it's like, well, as long as you have a lot of viewership doing a thing, and then because journalist isn't like a protected title, basically now whatever you talk about, you kind of get to claim some weird expertise-like thing in that thing, and nobody really questions it, especially because of how the social media thing operates today, where you are inundated with the same message over and over and over again that's being pushed on all these podcasts. And then, yeah, like there are so many things that people say that are like truisms now that are just so not true, like, well, we shouldn't gatekeep media from anybody. We shouldn't gatekeep journalism. And it's like, well, really? Should we really not? Do you really feel that way about like anything else in your life? Would you go to any random person who says they're a doctor if you're trying to get treatment for some people would now, but yeah, like you wouldn't take your car to like a baker, you'd take it to an auto mechanic or whatever. But like it's just this weird world where the social media stuff and then like the big viewership podcasts and everybody just all repeat the same dumb shit, and a lot of it can't ever be tracked really anyway. Like if Joe Rogan or somebody tells you there's 50 million illegal immigrants versus like 2 million that came in, it's not like right? You don't like there's no way to actually verify that or what's going on in Iran or anything else. So yeah.
Yeah, Rogan is like, a good example of that, right? Because he gets famous for being a comedian and being like some UFC guy, right? Some UFC commenter, right? And now he's a huge guy, and now he speaks about politics, and he's got a bigger voice than 99.9% of people out there. Some of them are like Tucker Carlson, whose actually main thing is politics, and like that's kind of the more frightening thing, because celebrities is one thing, but like people who actually specialize in politics and are that crazy is actually worse. I think kind of the Rogan viewer is maybe it bounces off of them, while the Tucker viewer is actually, I think, influential within Republican politics. Yeah, when you said like gatekeeping, like do you like? I have ideas on this, but like, what do you think like should be done? Like, so in Europe, for example, they're hard on social media moderation. Like, you cannot just go be a Nazi.
I don't care. Online. I've said this a million times. I'm pro hate speech. I don't care about hate speech. I care about people that intentionally tell lies. I think it's destroying our planet. If you want to go out and say the N-word and be a Nazi or whatever, fuck it, whatever. But as soon as you start like lying about, Doge, or that Trump has made all these great trade deals, or that like immigrants are a drain on every economy on the planet, or what, like we're so out of the world of factuality. The biggest issue that I have is that when you look at certain virtues that humans have, I think in a way, it depends on what your normative approach is or whatever, but like I really truly do believe that virtues all kind of cash out consequentially. So like people don't like to see people suffer. It's a virtue to be nice to people. It's virtuous to help people who are suffering. But there's a reason why. We really do have a bad intuitive feeling. We don't want to see somebody hurt. We don't want to see somebody suffering, generally speaking, like, or at least for an unjustified purpose, right? So like there's like a connection between the virtues we have and then the outcomes I think that they produce, I would argue, generally speaking. But the issue is that when people look at things like freedom of speech or like the discourse, they talk about these virtues, but these virtues are only good insofar as they're producing a good environment that is like facilitating, the marketplace of ideas or a lot of people being able to discuss a thing. So like if you look at like COVID lockdowns, for example, I think that banning all conversations about whether lockdowns are good or bad, I would say that's bad. I think there's a lot of rich material there that we can discuss, even prospectively. At the time, were there better options that we could have chosen to do better with our lockdown approach? But because so many people, that whole topic is inundated with garbage speech, we don't even have the conversation. So in a weird way, like we get beat over the head with these people who are just liars or don't give a fuck about what's true at all. And then they talk about this like First Amendment, we need to have the freedom of speech to say anything. And it's like, this has created an environment where, in my opinion, there's almost no good speech happening. So like, what are we getting for it? I don't think there's a virtue there for the free speech thing. If we're not actually having a marketplace of ideas anymore, it's just like, which liar do you want to subscribe to? And then have their shit, fill your media feed.
Yeah, I like that. That's right. There was a story of David Icke's. You know David Icke's? He's a guy he's like an old school conspiracy theorist, like before the internet era. I think he's still alive and he's still on Twitter, but he's not. He's not a big on Twitter. He was like an old school conspiracy theorist who thought the world was run by lizard people, literally lizard people. And he was trying to get an entry to some country. It was either Canada or UK or something like that. And they thought lizard might be a euphemism for Jews.
Okay.
Right. And so they tried to like question him, at the border or whatever they do. They're like, and they find out he actually believes they're literal lizards. And so he wasn't engaging in hate speech. Therefore, like he was allowed into the country. So it's like, this is the opposite thing. It's like the bad thing is like hating Jews, but being absolutely insane is fine. I think you're right. I think that the conspiracy, I think Europe does it the opposite way. I think, if you're racist or sexist, I think if you're a conspiracy theorist, it's less, it's not as easy because, you can sue people a lot easier and stuff like that. But yeah, basically conspiracy theorists are given a lot more leeway. And you're right. And I think the conspiracy, most people are not like hateful monsters. Like they might have prejudices, but they want to believe that they're doing the right thing and they're not harming people. Like what conservatives I see when they talk about human trafficking at the border, right? Or when they talk about sex trafficking.
Sure.
And I think what's going on is they don't like immigration. They can't just say we want to keep these people out. And so they have to make them into victims, even though that happens probably to some extent. But the fact that they think this is like the dominant thing going on at the border, right, is a convenient way for them to feel like they're good people and also continue to be opposed to immigration or not having a welcoming immigration policy. And so, I would suggest going to war with this stuff. My experience is people can have bad political views and then reform. I've rarely seen a conspiracy theorist become a sane, rational contributor to the political discourse. Maybe it's happened before, but that's something that I've seen very, very rarely. I just think it's it's probably an intelligence issue, honestly. It's actually hard to understand the world, and maybe some people can do no better than imagining there's a direct connection. Something happens because somebody wanted that way, a direct connection between intentions and outcomes. And so, I think going after the conspiracy theorists is best. I'm I'm open to more. I think the old social media curation, I don't know about government doing it. It's very hard, but it's a hard issue. But curation from private companies, I think was good. I think Twitter was much better, even though it hurt me personally. I think Twitter was better.
They got 7 banned accounts. Yeah.
Yeah, I got banned 3 times for bullshit. So it sucks. Nobody can doubt the old system sucked and liberals have been censorious in ways that they shouldn't have been. But yeah, we need to find some kind of balance where it's between Blue Sky and Elon Musk's X, there needs to be something. I don't think it's impossible to find that middle ground. It's just in practice we haven't.
Americans can't have a conversation about speech. We're not ready yet. For Americans, for all freedom of speech and no censorship for anybody is just it's so heavily ingrained, carved into people's brains that it just becomes thought terminating so immediately. Even though you can find obvious counterexamples, how do you feel about child pornography? Okay, well, I guess that should be blanket ban by the government. What about spam? Do you think that spam mail or spam messages should be protected? Okay, well, maybe not that. And it's but when it comes to, there's something about the First Amendment thing that just shuts people's brains down and they just can't have any conversation about any kind of limitation at all. But it does worry me that I think that the United States has just ran well for so long that people think that nothing matters because of all the systems that are kind of like working under the hood. Like you can live without a gallbladder, you can live with just one kidney. I'm sure if you removed your liver, I don't know, the clotting factors, probably not that. But like you can take things away and like be okay for a little bit, but eventually it's going to catch up with you. And the issue is that by the time everything catches up with you, like it's going to be fucked, you know? Like watching, like there are just so many insane things that the US has such a head start on the rest of the world, it doesn't matter. But like the government shutting down, was it Anthropic's new model or was it, I don't know who the fuck it was. They were going to, yeah, like that's crazy. But like we're so far ahead of basically every other country in terms of like private models for AI that we're okay. But like if we were in a more competitive environment where these other European countries were kind of like caught up to us, like a couple times doing shit like that, I think you would just lose a fuck ton of business and industry in your country, and it would be really hard to come back from stuff like that. But we're
It kind of, I mean, it's interesting. I mean, like, you know, the stock market until recently was doing pretty well, even under Trump. Scott Sumner points out that basically, like, Congress has always been serious under Trump about judges and like Federal Reserve members of the Federal Reserve Board, and like he hasn't been appointing like Kash Patel. So it's interesting, like the kind of the DOJ, the FBI, the Department of Defense can have these like cartoon characters. They're like all Trump's advisors, right? But there's still like a few things that kind of do run on autopilot. And you know, Trump, if he could be president for 20 years, he'd get to it all because there's nothing sacred with that man, and like his control of the Republican Party is so dominant. You know, but thankfully, you know, we're in year 6 of like 8 years or something like that of Trump, and you know, he's going to be a lame duck pretty soon and probably not do well in these elections. Yeah. And so
I would say what you're saying was true for term 1. For term 2, though, I think he got a better understanding of like, because I think Trump didn't know how government worked in term 1, and then in term 2,
you're absolutely right. Yeah, you're absolutely right. The question is like,
we wouldn't see like that. The SPLC indictment, shit, like the Comey indictment, that would not be happening under Bill Barr. He would tell Trump to kick rocks and fuck off. But yeah,
no, he did on the election stuff, right? And that's what brought down Bill Barr, right? It gets worse and worse. He figures out like loyalty is the only thing that matters. He surrounds himself with these toadies. Judges, it's funny because like he's so mad at the Supreme Court, but he's stuck with the ones he appointed, right? And he's got the Senate is there, and the Senate like actually takes, you know, judges seriously and takes members of the Federal Reserve seriously. And so like, yeah, give Trump like, you know, like Ken Paxton is probably going to go into the Senate, right? Like he's replacing the politicians over time. It started out with like, you know, 1% of Congress is MAGA, and now after 6 years, you know, of Trump presidency and, you know, 10 years of Trump being a major, you know, the dominant figure in the Republican Party, now it's, I don't know, 20%, right? Maybe 30% of the House and like 20% of the Senate or something like that. I mean, if Republicans,
I will say it's kind of. I think it's kind of funny. I always used to argue this in the past. People would always talk about like military-industrial complex, and you know, there's so much pressure on our politicians to do shit and whatever. And I'd always point out that like if anybody was truly going to use some kind of like underhanded mean to control how politicians vote or whatever, if you want to believe in this take, and maybe there might be some truth to it, like the market cap of Apple is like half our entire military industrial complex, all of these companies, like the revenues alone from, and that's just like one massive social media company. It is kind of funny that Trump can just fuck up the whole world when it comes to military related stuff. We're seeing in Iran how fucking horrible that is. But then even when it comes to the Supreme Court making a ruling on whether or not Trump can fire or hire people at will, and then what's he going to do with the Federal Reserve, the whole system is like, okay, no, you're not fucking with the Federal Reserve, because everybody knows that's like the nuke. You're not going near it. I don't care what we have to write in our bullshit Supreme Court thing. I don't give a fuck what the Senate or whoever else to say. You're not touching the Federal Reserve. That's like the actual big boy institution that if you fuck with it, the whole country is donezo, you know?
Yeah, so it's a case for optimism, right? We have like 2 more years of this freaking lunatic, right? Who's going to be a lame duck? Who's, you know, who knows? They might hold on to Congress and the Senate now with all the gerrymandering and Graham Platner stuff. So they might hold on to it, but still, 2 years, you know, we can survive it. But yeah, I'm worried about Vance. Like if Vance is a successor, if somehow Vance becomes a nominee, you know, Vance probably becomes a nominee. If Vance becomes president, like you can imagine a smarter, more focused, less like classically corrupt, but actually like ideological and like, a real believer in like post-liberalism coming to power, he's going to be surrounded by people who are like, the MAGAs are like, 105 IQs, and Vance is going to have like the 115 IQs who actually like believe in shutting down immigration and shutting down trade and like think that's the way to make the country better. So yeah, despite like, I think Vance is like actually the continuation of Trump in that how much of a break he is in terms of like norms and like how much of an outsider and how much of a hostility he has to like mainstream American institutions and like basically what America's become over the last, couple decades. So yeah, I mean, like we got to get through Trump and then it's got to not be Vance. People think, somebody told me the day I might jump on the Vance train. Never Vance. Maybe some other person, but no Vance. He's the worst.
Yeah, I don't know how much of a believer Vance is in like this post-liberal stuff. It's hard to say because beforehand, before coming in, it seems like he wasn't at all. It seemed like he was kind of a bog standardish new Republican conservative. I don't know if I would say like neocon, but he didn't seem like.
What year are you talking about? When was he in like a neocon or a standard
I'm thinking of like the interviews that he gave about like his hillbilly elegy book and everything. Like,
well, no, he was anti-Trump back. That was completely different.
Yeah.
In the next few years, he became like a real believer in post-liberal. He was hanging out with these like obscure populist types like Patrick Deneen and like American Reformer and like these Claremont people.
Sure.
And check out his book, or check out my review of his book, which is posted on the Substack today. He like goes out of his way to say he doesn't like markets, and he thinks that like the international order has like failed. Like it's like kind of like, it's not, I will say it's smart, but it's like kind of wonky aimed at like this kind of midwit right winger who's really believes in this populist nonsense. So
he's
yeah,
like
he's
like ideologically motivated is what I mean. Like Trump is, for all of like, I think you're gonna say like the effects of Trump are kind of like fascism or whatever else. I don't think I would ever even ascribe a political ideology to Trump because I just don't think he has the depth of character or knowledge or intelligence to even have an ideology. He's just like a narcissist who's the president. Whereas somebody like Vance or whatever does seem, I don't know where his ideology is. I mean, you probably know more than I do, but he does seem to be more ideologically possessed. Yeah. And then definitely smarter for politics.
He's an entire chapter in his last book about how economics is bad and how economics is fake. And it's like, he doesn't cite any economists. It's just basically he went to Japan and they had great strawberries and it was clean. And but economists tell us that Japan has had a economic stagnation. Maybe economics is fake. And economics wants to maximize GDP. But what good is GDP if like you're dying of fentanyl? It's just dumbest critiques. But yeah, I mean, you can recognize, I'm telling you, the people like the right-wing people on Twitter are like the biggest like quote unquote intellectual Trump supporters, like the types of like the Federalist, not Federalist Society, but like the Federalist website of just like idiot conspiracy theorists. Like they love Vance because they see someone in him who thinks like they do. They can see the exact same thought process. Like when he's like, oh, the media is saying this, and then you won't necessarily even defend the thing that the media is attacking. You'll say, they say this, but do you remember this and this? And like the same media that tells us this is like he has this style. He has this way his brain has been shaped by kind of the right-wing ecosystem. That is, that's bad. That's made him a true believer. I think ultimately like his kind of the master code of Vance is ambition, right? He was an anti-Trump person. He was comparing Trump to Hitler when it looked like Trump was going to lose and all the establishment was anti-Trump. And he wrote Hillbilly Elegy, basically being against demagoguery and saying these, white hillbillies were blaming China and Obama for their problems. Just amazing, like the degree
the transformation.
To which the transformation very convenient. It's like he warns about these politicians, which he becomes exactly like, 5-6 years later.
It's always hard for me to reconcile what's happening there. This is like, I wish you could just extract a brain and ask it questions with no bullshit, or maybe they just have to get really drunk and you ask them. Cenk Uygur or whatever, right? If you go back and you read stuff that he was writing for like I think it was either his college like newspaper thing, or it was like some early column that he was writing or whatever. Like sometimes the depth of knowledge there is fairly surprising. I'm like, what the fuck happened? Or super fast. What?
Yeah. I didn't know he was actually smart.
No, yeah. A really fascinating example is Tim Pool. If you go, he still has a Reddit account. You can go in his Reddit account and you can go 14 or 12 or 13 years ago. He was at Euromaidan. He was in Ukraine. People were asking him questions. He knew everything that was going on. It's like, yeah, Russia really wants them to join the markets, and the people feel like they're getting backstabbed by Yanukovych. And people even ask him questions. It's like, does this seem real? Or are there like people on the ground fomenting this? He's like, no, there's 100,000 people protesting. Like the population is genuinely mad. He knows all of this. And then it collapses into like just the most one-dimensional take of things, 10 years later. And I'm always so interested in people like this, because it's like, if you were retarded at one point, you were always retarded. I get it. But like, damn, what happened in your life journey? Is it all fake and bullshit? Or, I don't know.
Well, it's back to the Tucker thing, because you remember there was like 15 years ago, he went in front of some conservative audience and said, we need to have like our own New York Times. Like, conservative media sucks. Like, we need to be people who actually care about getting the facts right.
Yeah.
And so he started out as a journalist. He used to write, serious columns. And yeah, I mean, what happens? Like, if you're Tim Pool, if you're Cenk Uygur, or however you say his name, if you're Tucker Carlson, you're on top of the world. You are famous, you are influential, you are rich. If Tim Pool stayed informed, like, where would Tim Pool be? Maybe some columnist at some, Newsweek or something like that, like where, he'd be informed, he'd know more, he wouldn't be an idiot. But he'd be, 1/100th as rich and influential as he is now. So this is the incentive thing. I mean, why doesn't everyone who's, like, I think there's a lot of people who could, like, probably do what Tim Pool does. Like, a lot of people just, like, regular journalists who, say, work for the New York Times or something, could become a Tim Pool and just, like, be like, I was once at the New York Times. Now I believe vaccines cause AIDS, right? Or whatever. And like, that would take off. Like, that's not that hard to do. Most people don't do that, because most people who aren't retarded, who are, smart and go into the media or go into something that's, has a pretension of seeking truth, they care about facts and they care about how smarter people perceive them. A few of them, like, get enamored by this idea of the audience capture, the money, the power. And those are just bad people. I mean, they're just shitty human beings. Like, Tucker could have been a smart journalist, like a smart, contributor to the discourse. Tim Pool, you tell me, I haven't experienced it, but Tim Pool could have been the same. And they did the thing that gave them money and power and made the world a worse place. I mean, we should condemn those people more than anyone else.
Yeah, but it seems like there's a reward for it, I think, which is the hardest thing. I think it sucks because people don't recognize that there has to be some kind of, like, civilization and society requires, like, a rule set that we kind of all agree to follow. Otherwise, when people start trading in on that rule set, you can make very big short-term gains for individuals, but eventually the whole system will collapse. Like, I could go win every single UFC fight if you let me bring, my Glock with me, but eventually other people are going to start bringing weapons, and then we're all going to be killing each other, and then UFC is gone, right? Like, it doesn't work that way. And it feels like right now in media, it's kind of gotten to that point where, like, if I had a room full of journalists and I'm like, everybody write down your 5 most important opinions. Now, I'm going to tell you that you can 100x your readership if you're willing to become a demagogue 180 on like 4 out of 5 of those positions. How many of you would accept it? Like, in a room full of 100 journalists, if 10 raise their hands, even though most journalists are good, those 10 people have now 100x their viewership, and that just becomes the field. And, what do you do at that point when, like, imagine you are a New York Times or a Washington Post reporter where if you fuck up certain facts, your head rolls. And then you're getting compared to Alex Jones, who Joe Rogan is saying, he was right on a lot of things. And it's like, what the fuck?
Yeah. Yeah, no, you're right. I mean, it's optimistic that, like, 9 out of 10 journalists don't do that, right? It's the kind of temptation is so there. Yeah, I mean, look, like, if the incentives are there, some people are going to take the incentives, right? Some people are going to be tempted and they're going to go in that direction, right? And so the question is, like, what do we do about this, right?
Yeah.
I think a lot of these kind of solutions are, like, technocratic in nature. Like, I've kind of come around to the ranked choice voting thing. Like, I think that's, that's something that's, probably Graham Platner now in the prediction markets is only 3%. And I was thinking before, if he stays in, he's got maybe a 30% chance. But then I was thinking, they have ranked choice voting in Maine. I forgot about that. And so he's probably screwed. And that's probably why the prediction markets are only giving him 3%. And so, yeah, like, there are, like, things you can do. Like, I think that just, like, anything that, AI, like, I'm a big fan of AI. I actually think AI, like, is good on these measures, because there's some good papers about how AI is really good at talking to conspiracy theorists. Because when you talk to conspiracy theorists, like, they will know 5-10 different studies. They'll know more about a topic than you. And you have to go read their studies and see if they exist and like see how they represent it. You can't do that. So like, they just know they'll overwhelm you, and they'll think they're right. They've given they've given AIs to these people, and like there's been looking at kind of what's happening on Grok on Twitter, where like the people who are on the right politically are using Grok more than anyone else, and they're fact checking their own side like a lot. And Grok, even though it's not as good as Claude or ChatGPT, is better than most, right wing or populist or sources of information. And so like, technology maybe led us in this bad direction. Maybe technology can lead us in a good direction. So like, that's
maybe
another reason to be bullish on AI. So like, yeah, I mean, I think that, it's fun to talk about how much Tucker sucks and how much Tim Pool sucks. They do suck, I think, unquestionably. But yeah, we want to create a world where like those people can't get ahead. And that's what we need to be thinking about.
Yeah, I hope so. I guess we'll see how it turns out once the midterms come around, and then what it looks like after that. But yeah.
Where are you in Platner? You're very anti-Platner? Kind of where you at?
I'm a huge anti-slopulous guy, so I just don't like him for that reason. But I mean, I'll take almost any blue person over a Republican. I'd probably still take him over. I would still take him over the Republican.
What do you think about the allegations, though? You think that's like something that's disqualifying, or do you think that's kind of a BS how they're springing this on him?
When you say disqualifying, are you asking me disqualifying as in I think it hurts him enough in the general that he should be passed over, or as in like the character flaw is so deficient that he should never hold office?
Either one. I mean, do you think that's something that, do you think that he should drop out based on this? Like, let's say if it wasn't a electability thing, like, is this actually like believable enough and a big enough character flaw, the recent allegations, to change your opinion on whether he should be in office?
I would have to think a lot about that. I'm not sure. That's a hard one. I would have to think a lot about that. Yeah, I would have to think a lot about that. Fuck, it's a really hard. It's really difficult because the question is like, opposed to a Republican, I'm almost always going to say yes. But like, let's say that we oppose them. Let's say it's not a Trump world and it's just an ordinary. We'll go back to a neocon that we have like policy disagreements on, but they're not like amoral demons that are trying to destroy the Western world. I don't really factor character in much when it comes to political stuff, I guess. I mean, if he was like an unrepentant, like serial rapist, I think this would be really bad. I do think that given the woman's allegations of everything that she says is true, I think that's really bad. I don't know. I would have to, I'm not sure. I honestly haven't thought about it that much. I feel like for politicians, usually these people they go through the ringer so much and they're so field tested that it's not that common that like a crazy allegation comes out. So we don't really have to think about it that much. I don't know.
Yeah.
I guess whatever.
I think that, I think it's a totality of circumstances with Platner. If this was just one accusation or like two, I hate this thing that as a general matter, like you can have a relationship with a woman and she can go public 3 or 5 years later and say something happened without any.
Yeah. Tell me about it. Yeah. I'm in the middle of a fucking coming to the end of $1 million lawsuit. So yeah.
Yeah, so like there's nothing corroborating in the woman with the rape allegation from the time. There's a couple years later, she talked to a therapist and she sent some text messages literally 2 years later, right? And that can't be the rule. But, it's this guy who's like, married and like 1 month later sending all these messages and like, has several women saying he mistreated them and like, with the shit posting. In totality, I think he clearly has a character problem. At the same time, like if this brings him down, this like kind of Me Too stuff, like I really, really dislike this. It's like fine as like a straw that broke a camel's back, but you can, I remember the Kavanaugh thing. I think that was a tragedy. I wonder if you agree with that, because this is a woman who couldn't even prove she had ever been in the room with
Kavanaugh. Was that whole thing happened before I was on Vyvanse, so I would have to go back and research now with my ability to read more long form stuff to give you a more informed opinion.
Oh, you could have. That's interesting.
Well, I'm much better now over the past 2 or 3 years. But
well, there was no, like, this woman could not prove they were in the same room. Like, never. Like, we didn't. He says he doesn't remember anything. She says he pinned her down. Not that he even raped her, but like he pinned her down. And I think
sure,
he got
I
off or
understand.
something.
Well, I mean, I have your opinion of it. Given your set of facts, I don't think you're a crazy person,
Okay.
so I would
Well,
obviously agree.
Yeah. Look it up. Look it up.
Yeah,
You're not gonna.
I'm just gonna say, if you believe a certain thing and you give me your set of facts, I imagine I'm probably gonna agree with you because I don't think you're irrational, right? So, yeah, I do agree. There's like an issue there. Obviously, I thought about it. Obviously, coming to the end of this lawsuit, like if some woman who I knew 5 years ago was just like, oh, by the way, this guy raped me. It's like, okay, well, fuck me, I guess. What do we do now? So I think you have to consider it from the character's perspective. You also have to consider it from the political opposition perspective. Like if he does have these skeletons in his closet, what do you do if like the Republicans want to bring this weapon out? And now you have to contend with that. I also think this is a deeper question that goes much further that society, I think all our conversations about sex, I feel like we peaked, maybe this is just my white man perspective, I feel like we peaked on a lot of social awareness and conversations and in maybe the mid 2000s, I don't know, coincidentally when I was in high school, so maybe that's just my brain. And then I think the super woke stuff happened, which got a little bit retarded, and then the response to that got mega retarded. And then now we've got, black lady, Harvard, Congress saying we call those birthing people, not women, that's transphobic. And it's just, everything just got so stupid. And then conservatives are on whatever, I don't even know where the fuck they're at. So all that being said, I do think there's an interesting question is let's assume that a person did rape somebody 5 or 10 years ago. Is there any coming back from that? Or is there certain stuff that this guy is just locked out of forever? Knowing that we had presidents that were slaveholders, knowing that, right? I don't know what the answer to that question is. It's very difficult. But also, there's also this counter thing. And obviously I've had to consider this a lot now, especially as I've become more and more public, where it's if I was giving advice to a public figure in the background, if a new upcoming person was, asking me, I had a conflict with this girl, do you think I should apologize? My advice would always be, no, don't fucking say anything. If you want, you can sign something or get a lawyer, an NDA maybe, but why the fuck would you ever apologize or acknowledge any wrongdoing ever when that's just going to be used against you in the future, right? For this woman, let's assume that everything happened as she said. Let's say that Platner did reply to her and he was like, listen, my behavior last night was totally fucking unacceptable. I got hammered. I shouldn't have forced myself on you. I'm sorry. From the bottom of my heart, I fucked up. That would just be that much worse now if they had that text message. So what do you even do,
If Graham Platner was your son and you were giving him advice, actually what I would tell him is don't put it in apologize because you don't want to piss her off, right? Because if he stayed nice to her and she left him and they had a great another year of a relationship after, maybe she doesn't come forward, right? Maybe she's not bitter. So apologize, but not in writing, right? Do not text it.
I think you
gotta go over. You gotta take her out to dinner and then have a conversation with her and make her happy.
Maybe, yeah. We have a huge issue with how to deal with women and sex-related stuff in society. If you're on the left, the women are treated, in my opinion, it's way too elevated sometimes. But then if you're on the right, you can literally rape and traffic women and nobody gives a fuck. So it's we have no. I mean, who was the guy? He finally had to drop out in Texas 23 or whatever when his staffer person set herself on fire. Yeah, because it was just so much she had to self-immolate.
He had flirtatious texts with her. I think he might have had an affair with her. I'm not sure.
Sure.
She set herself on fire, which is that's not. I don't think that's his fault.
Maybe not. But I'm just saying that it had to be that extreme. But I'm saying we have a really hard time in society where we cannot reasonably deal with any type of sexual allegation related stuff because depending on what side you're on, it gets so much weight one way or another. And yeah, that's very frustrating and very annoying. But no.
Yeah, I mean, there's a bigger question here of what are we doing? Is every man who sleeps with a lot of women, is he leaving in his path a lot of damaged women? How kind of healthy has this thing been where casual sex is accepted? I don't know. I'm not I know there's right-wing people who think this is the ultimate issue. I go back and forth. I don't have a completely strong opinion on this, but I kind of think that that's what we might be watching. Any guy who was a Chad who slept with, I don't know, more than 10 or 15 women in his life, might have 3 who just hate his guts.
Sure.
That strikes me as completely plausible.
Yeah, and I think the big issue is that, I've joked about this before, that if you have to take a sexual path through life as a woman, I think that you're better off starting as a very conservative person, and your attachment to sex is unhealthy healthy and you have to learn to open up later, because I think you learn more of kind of like the emotional and physical guarding things, and then you can open up down the line. Whereas if you start on the liberal train, like, I'm sorry, but like the super woke people are sometimes just fucking retarded on shit, you know, where it's like, it's way too blasé and way too open and way too stupid. Like, these are people who will say like a 20-year-old dating like a 40-year-old is rape. And it's like, okay, but what if it was just a 20-year-old with OnlyFans who was selling material to a 40-year-old? It's like, oh, no, that's totally fine. That's sexual liberation. I was like, well, what the fuck? What are we doing here? Like, it's so stupid. And then those people,
or even younger, like they say, like, okay, a 14-year-old with a 20-year-old, like, he should go to jail. She can't handle that mentally. But like a 14-year-old and a 16-year-old, like, if the 14-year-old cannot consent to sex, right? If she's not mentally ready, like, why with like another young person? Like, oh, there's another thing, there's a power thing or whatever, or the 20-year-old's smarter and can manipulate her or whatever, like whatever the question is. But like no, is it a problem or not? Like, can a 14-year-old actually make that decision? And we don't have like a consistent, understanding of these things. It's interesting. You're more socially conservative than I would. You're like a right-wing guy, kind of, right? You're like pro-market. You're kind of socially conservative.
I grew up as a very libertarian. Well, I'm not socially conservative. I'm a massive fucking whore, and I'm paying the price for it right now. So, but
what is a master? A master?
I said I'm a master whore. I'm a huge whore. So I'm very socially liberal. But it's just, I'm like here. Like, this is the person that I am. There's like this is how I would summarize my approach towards life. Okay, sometimes people will say things like people don't like me because I tell it like it is. People just don't like me because I'm blunt, okay? This person is retarded. The problem is that people don't like you because you're an asshole sometimes. If somebody can say, there are a lot of people that don't like me, it's because I can be pretty blunt and I'm kind of a jerk, like I'm an asshole the way I speak or whatever. This is a person who like engages in a type of behavior. They enjoy that type of behavior, but they recognize that there are like pros and cons. That's all I ever ask for people in life to do, right? So like, I'm a big markets guy because I recognize that there are times when markets are very powerful, but I also recognize there are times where markets like completely and totally fucking fail to deliver on a certain thing, and we need to have like some kind of government intervention there. Usually when people talk about like these things in the middle, they're tying the thing to the outcome that they want to achieve, and then that thing becomes like morally inseparable. So like, I think that affordable housing is really important. I think that we should all be able to afford some kind of place to live, but like rent control is not the way to do it. I don't believe that based on everything that I've seen. But people will tie rent control to the affordable housing, and then if you oppose like a rent control, or if you oppose like a billionaire tax, you must hate poor people. And that's just the issue that I have, is that people can't engage with like the pros and cons of any particular thing.
Yeah, I mean, that's a kind of perspective where you're just kind of rational and pragmatic. But from my perspective, like, markets are true, like free markets being the better way to deliver things. So that makes you right wing in my kind of understanding.
I never say they're better. I say markets are real, markets are powerful, and they cannot be ignored. That's all I would say. They can't be ignored. If you want to influence one with the government, you can do it, but acknowledge that there's going to be side effects, right? Every time.
Yeah. And hard leftists don't believe that, and like populist JD Vance types, right, don't believe that either. Trump types don't believe that either. They think it's just brute force whatever kind of society they want, instead of market forces. And even some of the policies, like no corporate ownership of homes and like stuff like that, is like there's kind of this horseshoe thing with people who don't trust the markets. So.
Sure. I have this I would agree with you. It's very annoying. I'll just say that.
Okay. Well, Steve, it's been great talking to you, man. Can I get you to actually? You said you could read long form. Can I get you to read my book if I send you one?
Maybe I'll buy the Kindle. There are two other big things I'm reading right now, but I'll put it on my list. Okay.
You can get the Audible too, which I read, and you can Kindle and follow along. It's pretty cool. You can read, and then it'll like take you where you are in the audiobook, and you can get up, go wash dishes or whatever, go back, read more.
Oh, cool. That's a cool feature. Okay. Final question. Is Mitch McConnell alive or dead right now? What do you think?
I haven't been following along, honestly. I've looked at it a little bit, but yeah, I don't know. Mitch McConnell is kind of an underrated figure as far as like American history and its place in it. And it's funny how much rightists hate him because he's kind of been a ruthless operator. And my Mitch McConnell take on this stuff has always been like, this just shows how retarded these populists are, because it's just kind of the way he looks and the way he talks.
Oh, sure.
And there's nothing he could have done to make like the Republican base like him, even though he was very conservative and very effective.
And he got shit done. I say the same thing about Pelosi. It's so funny how like so many of these new up and comers like, oh, we hate Pelosi. And it's like, there's a reason why Republicans fucking went in on this woman so much. Like, she was
hot. Pelosi's hot though for what, 75 or 80. I mean, she was quite the looker back in the day.
Sure. Okay. Sure. Yeah,
note. All right, Steve.
All right,
good
talking
to you, man.
Yeah, have a good one. Be careful. Okay, back to the real media. What did Queen Pokey say?
I feel like in high school, there should be a psychology.
Oh, hold on. Split the VOD. Talk about the movie. Wait, you wanted to share a movie about how you can only tell your environment as a child was bad when you get older and are out of it with more perspective. Oh, if you ever have a chance to watch a movie, don't read the plot synopsis because it sounds so boring, but I highly recommend a movie called the Florida Project. Some movies, I've said this before, but like some movies have this idea of you have like middle class and then like lower class or working class or whatever you want to call it is just like middle class, but like with less things. But there is a level of dysfunction that starts to come in that is very difficult to capture. Sometimes if a person doesn't have experience with it, and it's not just like walking in and being like, oh wow, like your guys' food isn't as nice, and your guys' your dinner plates aren't as nice, or your mom has to work a little bit more. But there's dysfunction that's very hard to capture. I think Good Time, I feel like also captures a level of dysfunction as well. But yeah, the Florida Project is a very, very good movie, I think. Wait, we've got Trump talking about Mitch. Wait, we did watch all of this?
Manipulation that leaves scars that people can't see. I feel like if there was a little bit more knowledge and education surrounding these topics, people would end up in less difficult situations. And also, I feel like it would save so many children from growing up in like traumatizing, abusive homes because it starts with the parents. It starts with the relationships.
Somebody said the biggest aware moment is seeing how like a friend's family functions when you visit. Ooh, especially a differently classed friend. Abso-fucking-lutely. There were, I don't know why, I feel like my upbringing was so weird. There were definitely experiences like up and down, where there were certain friends where I would go to their house and just like the way that they, like the concept of everybody has to sit at the table, you have to, and then everybody kind of like talks about their day and whatever, that was like a very like, what the fuck? Like this is a super functional environment. I hated that as a kid though, even seeing other families like that because I just want to play fucking video games, okay? Fuck you. And then on the flip side of that, because my upbringing was not super dysfunctional, I wouldn't say, but on the flip side of that, being at a friend's house and then hearing like a parent shout at like a friend's brother, and then that brother like shouting back at the parent, I was like, oh shit, what the fuck? I didn't even know you could do that. You could scream at your own parent. That's crazy. There's just like different, there's so many different up and down things that are just like crazy sometimes. Yeah.
They're a little bit out of control, but they want to make a deal. Badly. So, at the beginning... No, I haven't. How's he doing? I have no idea. I have no idea how he's doing. At the beginning of... They're a little bit...
I mean, he could just hate McConnell because he hates the Senate and he hates everything going on in Congress because he just hates them all or whatever. So what do you want me to say? Did Destiny just spend 2 hours talking about how bad rape culture was only to give Hanania a complete pass on his terrible rape takes because he wanted to help Hanania sell his book? Gave him a complete pass? I feel like he was relatively ambivalent or in the middle on things. I don't think it's anything too crazy. Did I miss it? What is this? Your dumbass is shielding a criminal who stole $2.4 million in taxpayer-funded benefits meant to help at-risk pregnant women and women with young kids. She's spending the next decade in federal prison thanks to this administration. Vance pointing to picture obscured by light. Look at this woman.
Bag. But look at this woman in the front with the smug look and the Louis Vuitton.
Okay, I don't even know. Wait, okay. I don't care about Kolinsky's takes. Friends don't let friends continue to give exams and papers that are not adapted to the current AI landscape. This is after 27 bailed, so the reality is even worse. Wait, what is this? Econ 1170 midterms and final scores. After Serrano made the final in person, 18 students dropped the class and 9 students did not take the exam. The scores of the remaining 59 students are displayed here. I will say, for us to draw a greater inference from this, we would need to know what the ordinary gaps are between the midterm score and the final exam score. Because if we found out that they were similar-ish, then this would mean nothing, but what is this implying? That when people have to show up in person, they know significantly less because they're not using AI to cheat, basically. Student 56 doesn't understand economics nor how to use AI properly. True. True. How do you cheat and get an 81? Or he's a good cheater. Like 81.5 is a good score to cheat for, I think, if you don't know the material. So
easy to sell. I would be the greatest Look, I want to get the word out because what's forming is communism in the country. And communism's easy to sell. I would be the greatest communist in history. I'd be right up there with Lenin. I'd be as good as anybody. You've got free rent for the rest of your life. Look, I want to get the word out.
Tibetan man dies after self-immolation near UN headquarters in New York. Damn. Hassan subreddit. I would love to free Tibet, but Mao already did. Jesus. Tibet. Thailand. Thailand. I just call it all China now, so fuck you. Got him. What is this? Oh. One ear?
So, I remember where I was when all this was happening. I was in Los Angeles. I had sort of a breakfast/lunch meeting with somebody. And I got the news that Charlie had been shot, and my security was on the phone with Charlie's security because nobody knew what the hell was going on. Well, Charlie was still in the back of the car, and we were sort of getting updates along the way. At 2:40 p.m., so
what about this? Someone explained to me why during the minutes while Charlie was dying in the backseat of the car, Charlie's security team was providing updates to Ben Shapiro's team rather than focusing entirely on saving Charlie's life and finding the killer. What the fuck is the security team gonna do, bruh? What? Sorry, but she's right. That's super weird. What? Was this? Is this even a good meme? I don't know. This is a good meme. Chat us to vote on it. Hold on. I feel like it's too wordy and not funny enough. That's good enough. Okay. Good enough. Hold on. Okay, what is this? Men talking about a man credibly accused of rape.
If
Stop.
To be admired.
Okay. I'm gonna plow through some of this. I'm just curious if I would hate this guy or not.
By the 25th century. I think we really are at the stage of potentially the most extraordinary existence in the galaxy. My objective is not life maximization, it's species maximization. It's trying to get life in this part of the galaxy to flourish.
When you know something is going to be shorter versus longer, is it fair to say we more are likely to enjoy that? Are you essentially making your life less valuable by living longer years? Bryan Jonhnson is the most heavily tested human in history. After flipping Venmo for a cool $800 million, Bryan became obsessed with Project Blueprint, his self-funded scientific endeavor to, for lack of a better term, live forever. He has adopted an extreme lifestyle where he is aggressively exploring highly experimental treatments and research, all aimed at extending his lifespan into infinity. And while longevity is admirable, quality is just as important. So I invited Bryan to New York City to not only learn the ins and outs of his extreme approach to life, but also break apart the philosophy of a man who's not only desperate to live to tomorrow, but to establish a legacy 500 years from now. Given the lack of quality of evidence behind most anti-aging therapies, I wanted to focus less on the individual protocols, but instead discuss this unique philosophy of exhibiting complete control in a field where perfect is often the enemy of good. This is an episode unlike any other that I've done, so please help me in welcoming Bryan Jonhnson to the Checkout Podcast. Where do you gain your inspiration for going on this journey, and how do you stay motivated? Because I know it's not easy to make sure that you're following all the rules to the T.
Yeah, it's very hard to be human.
Yes, understated.
Yeah, I mean, really what I'm trying to do is to back up in a thought experiment. So imagine if we were speaking, if we could whisper in the ear of those that lived in 1870, we might say something like, hey, there are these new ideas about microscopic objects that cause infection. They're called germs. Now, most people would hear that idea and say, that's crazy. You're telling me beyond the resolution of my eyes, and that's the thing that's doing this death thing? No. But it's always the case.
Okay, wait. Does he have lip fillers, or?
The future is always present. It's here right now. And the question is, what is it? And so if we imagine the same thought experiment from the year 2500, the 25th century, and they whisper into our ear, what do they say? That's what I'm trying to do. I'm suggesting that they say, don't die. is the only thing that we as a species figure out. And that's because we're baby steps away from superintelligence. And when you have intelligence that's 1,000,000 times or 1,000,000,000 times smarter than you are, you have to figure out what to do. And so people think the blueprint is about health and wellness or about vegetables, and it's really not. It's what to do on the eve of superintelligence.
And that task is to live the healthiest life possible? For what goal?
It is an observation that our intelligence relative to an insect, we're orders of magnitude more intelligent than insects. And we can do things that insects can't do. AI is going to be orders of magnitude more intelligent than we are. It will do things we can't do. And one of those things could be solving aging. We don't know, but it's reasonable to contemplate that that could be a situation. Now, if that's the case, and we're this close to these tools being available, then we may shift as a species from caring about wealth accumulation and status and power to simply don't die. And so the observation is that don't die is the most played game by everyone all over the world every day. You and I breathe every few seconds. We look both ways before we cross the street. We all play don't die. So it's played more than capitalism. It's played more than any religion. It's the most played game in the world. And
if we take this thought experiment further, once we get to the point of don't die and we've extended life so indefinitely that we're not dying, is it then survive and push out the people who are coming on to the earth? Like what changes then in this hypothetical or at least future thought-provoking experiment?
In doing that, I try to put myself in the position of Homo erectus 1,000,000 years ago. So imagine we travel back in time. We're there, they have the axe in hand, and we pose a few questions. We say, where's food? Where's danger? Where's shelter? We listen to those three answers. But then we say, what is the future of the species? We primarily listen for entertainment purposes. They're not going to be able to riff on quantum mechanics, right, or string theory, or computers, or all the things we have today. We may be Homo erectus right now. So our ability to imagine what may exist and what problems may arise. And so it's the first time in Homo sapien history where we cannot predict even 3 months out. We just no longer know. And we're up against a wall of fog. And so when we're in this situation, I come back to the simple question is, what is the one thing I do know? Is I don't want to die. And by doing that, then I've taken the systematic approach to say, okay, if you're going to go about that process, how would you do it? You would go about measuring everything you could in the body, trying to assess scientific literature, measure again, and just go through this process, trying to figure your way out. What can we do today?
Yeah, like the idea of surviving is innately written in our code to some degree, right? That's why we have anxieties as a form of problem of progress. When things get safe, we become anxious for no reason at all because our brains were attuned to survive. And then at some point, we get to the age where we no longer can sustain life and life ends. And there's people who claim there's beauty in that, the fact that life ends. Do you disagree with that notion?
You know, humans are very clever, and we create clever stories to justify anything we feel uncomfortable with or anything we want to be excited about. And so if you look at the number of things humanity has done to try to reconcile with death, I mean, every religion is an attempt at reconciling with death. And we have cultural norms like live fast and die young. And so we have all these tools for us to say that death is not only okay, but it's desirable. Now, would we have invented those stories if death never was? Or is it a reaction to this inevitability that everyone feels pained about? And so even if you said two decades ago that death is a maybe or that don't die, you would be ridiculous. It was never possible until right now to even pose the question that, is that real or are you just like off in La La Land?
The notion of humans creating stories after the fact and being like the Monday morning quarterback, if you will, is so commonplace and happens all the time in our logical reasoning as a form of fallacy. But isn't the thought of don't die just another version of that story from the other side of the perspective, also kind of without data, knowing whether or not this is just a story we're telling ourselves?
Certainly could be. Yeah, and that's why I try to go through the thought experiment of if I try to be as self-aware as possible and strip myself from all things, literally the only thing I can say about my existence is that I want to continue to exist in the next second and the next second. That's all I know. And so for me, I'm trying to create clarity of thought. This is, again, like when we look back at previous centuries, the 15th century, we compress the entire century into 20 things that were accomplished. Everything else is gone. You may have an ancestor's biography, but that's your ancestor. But we as a species compress. That same thing is going to be true for the 21st century. They're going to look back at us, and so much of what we care about and we think is the end of the world if something doesn't happen is going to be lost to history. No one's going to care. And so I've tried to, in my own thought experiments, say what is the 0.01% stuff that does survive in this time compression.
And what is that in your mind?
That the 25th century, if we could listen into that conversation, they would say, it's amazing that Homo sapiens with their primitive brains and primitive tendencies were precocious enough to figure out the only priority they had was don't die. Now, don't die individually, don't kill each other, don't kill the planet, and align superintelligence with don't die. That it was a fabric of all intelligent beings on a single philosophical substrate of don't die.
It's very Darwin in its perspective, right? Survival of the fittest, survival of the longest, right?
Yeah.
We're just changing the adjective here, or the adverb. We talk about in medicine frequently measuring not just length of life, but quality of life. If we get too focused on the length of life, isn't it true that the quality of life can then suffer as well, in your eyes, or you disagree with that?
I think it's possibly, that is a valid observation in the 20th century. I think it's something that should be questioned in the early 21st century on the eve of superintelligence. And I come back to this again and again, I don't think we can say anything about the future. It's like asking Homo erectus, posing the same question and then saying, what do you think about blank? there's just no intelligence there to even comprehend the reality. And so when you talk about the change,
you know, you follow all these tools that give you ages of certain organs or your performance on certain tasks. And I'm going to be very open about my bias and skepticism about those things, because I've seen non-validated technologies come and go throughout my young career as a physician. And I've been hesitant to recommend them widely to people outside of maybe entertainment or gamifying certain things like exercise. And I've also seen it not be widely applicable to the general population. Like even something, if we really simplify it to step counters. Before, we used to recommend in our family medicine clinic, everyone give them a step counter that will, gamify and make them excited to walk. And it did. But once we tracked them for a longer period of time, we saw like everyone fell out of love with them. It was the novelty of the situation that caused them to use it, and then they stopped. So when I hear things like there's the age that your body currently is, or the age you're going to live until, like there's the 10x health that the insurance predictor would tell you how long you technically will live if you continue living your current lifestyle. I find those to be widely inaccurate because I don't find them very well validated. But what is interesting to me is if I could tell you with certainty that you're 46 now, at 50, guaranteed death from my new technology, would that make the next 4 years more or less enjoyable?
Than if I live past
If you didn't know. Because you're seeking knowledge, right? And I'm always like, okay, knowledge, but with knowledge that you can actually change something, right? Because
the whole point of the knowledge this guy's seeking is that it's knowledge you can act on to change your outcomes, right?
Otherwise, knowledge with more knowledge is somewhat scary in some scenarios. So if you could know age 50 is the end, or not know, like I have a helmet here that I could put on and give you exact estimate. Do you want to know?
There is, I believe there is a correct answer. I think there is a great answer to this. I think if the answer is yes, you would want to know. Depending on how far away you were from death. If you were like a day or two, maybe not, but 4 years, like, and the reason why is because you can act on the information. Like if you knew you had 4 years left to live, there's so much shit. Like cash out your 401k, don't worry about fucking saving for retirement more. If there's like a bucket list of things you really want to do, like now's the time to do it. Don't start new long-term relationships or buy an animal. Like you can act on that information, right?
I would definitely want to know. Yeah, my relationship towards data is I want to know all of it.
That's not necessarily true, but like I think he would agree if I pushed him. Like if you were going to die in 2 hours, would you necessarily want to know that? Like that might be such a short amount of time that the trauma of knowing that your death is impending and there's nothing you can do to stop it might inhibit you from doing anything exciting or fun at all. And now it's like you can't like make amends or whatever. Like
I mean, I think that your thought experiment, if you put a clear line on death, then you definitely are self-generating a mental state that is an aroused state that probably isn't sustainable over some duration of time. You're going to live differently, yes.
Yeah.
So I think it's a fair, that definitely plays into human psychology, that I would live probably, I live pretty ferociously right now. But like, yes, I would definitely have probably higher intensity of living, I would imagine.
When you say higher intensity, does that mean you stop your protocol?
Don't you think that you would kind of fall apart over those 4 years? I think that genuinely you would better enjoy those 4 years by not knowing. I don't know, I guess. I feel like, I wonder if there's data on like people with limited time spans because of some terminal illness or whatever, assuming their quality of life is good, or all of them super fucking miserable knowing they're going to die. I'm not sure if there's like data related to that. I don't know.
I don't think so.
So you get incredible enjoyment of doing and living this regimented lifestyle.
Yeah, I mean, my meaning-making game, how I understand my value, I want to be admired by the 25th century. I want them to point and say, in the early 21st century, and now I built this model based upon my reading of a lot of biographies of previous centuries, I admire them for having done seemingly impossible things. So yes, I would do it because my objective is to point the species in a direction of don't die. I think we really are at the stage of potentially the most extraordinary existence in the galaxy. And that's what I want to be known for. That's what I want to try to accomplish. So my objective is not life maximization. It's species maximization. It's trying to get life in this part of the galaxy to flourish.
So you're hoping with the results and knowledge and data that you gather about yourself, someone else could look at that and say, oh, I've learned from that and I too can help myself, my family, et cetera.
I'm trying to turn the zeitgeist. I mean, there's so many examples throughout history where individuals or small groups of individuals did something that changed the course of humanity. And that's the objective here.
When you make some of these things that could be tangible takeaways for others, isn't it somewhat problematic in that you're the most measured man in the world, right? Is that correct? Or am I misstating? Okay.
Yeah.
You're tailoring your approach very individually, right? Based on,
he hasn't seen my snarkers.
On data markers, things you're gathering about your hormonal profile, your growth, your physiologic state. Isn't it then difficult to generalize that for people of different genders, different activity levels, races, medical conditions, or do you feel like it's universally applicable?
Yeah, I think it's more universally applicable than it is personalized. If you look at the core tenets of Blueprint of prioritizing sleep, getting exercise, eating well, and not doing bad things, most people, that's on point for. And there are nuanced things that are particular to me. I take rapamycin, I do metformin, I do...
See, I appreciate that, right?
If you look at the core tenets of Blueprint of
that for people of different genders, different activity levels, races, medical conditions, or do you feel like it's universally applicable?
Yeah, I think it's more universally applicable than it is personalized. If you look at the core tenets of Blueprint of prioritizing sleep, getting exercise, eating well, and not doing bad things, most people that's on point for. And there are nuanced things that are particular to me. I take rapamycin, I do metformin, I do carbo. So those things are on the outlier Blueprint, but the primary is really the basics we all learned our entire lives, which are just the hard things to do.
So do you think then that takes away from the revolutionary aspect of Blueprint in that this is what's been said to us for 100 years?
So it's not that the science is revolutionary, it's that the philosophy behind it. Death has always been inevitable. And if we contemplate that it may not be inevitable, or that there's like even a maybe, it changes everything. So the don't die, if we try to isolate and say what things threaten the continued existence of the human race, I would say there's three things. One is human annihilation, either through weapons of mass destruction. Two is the Earth becoming unsustainable, the biosphere. And three is something with artificial intelligence, like that we don't build it correctly and there's some undesirable outcome. I could try to become each one of those problems. So what I'm trying to do, I'm trying to solve climate change through health and wellness, that we treat planet Earth the same way we treat our bodies.
I've read about you receiving colonoscopies earlier than the traditional recommended screening period of age 45.
I didn't.
You didn't?
I didn't know.
Oh, okay.
I did a pill cam.
Oh, you did endoscopy,
Yeah.
colonoscopy. Okay.
Yeah.
So you don't do colonoscopies? No. Okay. And is there a reason why you chose the pill-endoscopy versus
Yeah, because the polyp detection was high enough that we thought it was a decent coverage. And the risk of death, I think, was like 1 in 10,000 on the colonoscopy. So we felt like the risk trade-off of the detection was better for the pill cam.
Is there really a 1 in 10,000 risk of death for a colonoscopy? Or did I misunderstand that?
The risk of death, I think, was like 1 in 10,000 on the colonoscopy. Detection was high enough that we thought it was a decent coverage.
Is there a reason why you chose the pill-endoscopy versus
Yeah, because the polyp detection was high enough that we thought it was a decent coverage. And the risk of death, I think, was like 1 in 10,000 on the colonoscopy. So we felt
Risk of death, maybe because you'll accidentally pop something or some other thing will... Okay, this is 3 in 100,000. Which seems a little bit more... What did he say? He said 1 in 10,000? I guess it's not that far off. Okay. How many colonoscopies? I guess we're probably not doing that many a year. Okay, whatever.
Felt like the risk trade-off of the detection was better for the pill cam.
And then you discount the part of potential intervention and prevention aspect of colonoscopy?
Maybe it's reference to the potential risk of going under general anesthesia. Do you go under general anesthesia for a colonoscopy? Okay, every single person in chat just said yes, but the Google AI says no. Hold on, UTMD Anderson, what is this? Huh. They generally do anesthesia? General anesthesia? Wait, what's all the jokes about like colonoscopies being uncomfortable and everything then? Is that just retarded because most people are under for it? Okay, whatever.
Colonoscopy, like if there is a polyp, you can remove it versus on the colonoscopy, you can't do that?
Yeah, the pill was such a benign thing. I fasted, I took some laxatives, I did the pill, and then I drank laxatives for 6 hours, and then I got the 40 or 35,000 images or whatever it was.
Are you thinking of prostate exams? I guess, maybe. What is a prostate exam? Do they have to put their fingers in you, or? I don't even know. Whatever.
Just to
it's what your mom gives me.
get a baseline of what do we think we can find here. And it was pretty good technology.
Yeah. And was there anything interesting that you took
Nothing.
away? Perfectly clean.
Perfectly clean. Yeah. But an interesting video.
Yeah.
But I mean, to your point, like I agree with you. For me, the science doesn't need to be true eternally for this to make sense in my mind. Like we all know the science is going to move. Some things I do today are not going to be good ideas and it'll transform something else. Totally agree with you. Like that's what has always happened, to be naive to think otherwise. What I'm really trying to say is it's that we're vigorously engaged in this process because we have this practical question. So as you can tell, I think a lot about AI. So we build these super intelligent tools. Then we have this question, what do we do with them? Do we use them for war? Do we use them to get more social media followers? Do we use them to kill each other? What do we do?
Okay, this is another meme I've heard. They shove a Q-tip down your urethra for STD testing. I've done a lot of STD tests. I've never had that done before. Why do they do that sometimes and other times they don't? I've done pee tests and I've done blood tests. I've never had somebody do the Q-tip thing.
bringing AI into all the games we humans play, that's potentially the most dangerous thing we can do as a species. And so the question is, if we don't bring it into our existing games, what would be the new game that replaces that game? And so what I'm betting on is as AI progresses, it's going to create existential crisis for us as a species continually. And it will create questions like, what do we do for a living? Do we still work? Do we have identities? Does it create videos better than any movie maker? Does it, like, it replaces us in many ways? Does it do government? Like, do we like leaders anymore? Like, we have to basically revisit every facet of society because this new thing is here. Now, that's pretty traumatic for us as a species. That's a lot of change. Like, we look at a little virus, like it shut society down. And now we have a new form of intelligence coming on the scene that's going to shake every pillar of our existence. So what I'm trying to say is the process I'm going through is just simply a process of trying not to die. We're doing our very best with the science we have today. We're making mistakes. We're improving. Like, we're open to all this stuff, but it's just the process
for normal people.
Endeavor for the general public, because for you, who am I to say what's right for you? That's completely your world, right? You have bodily autonomy. But the question is, what should the general public be taking away from your journey?
Yeah, I mean, let's imagine we pose a question. Someone sees someone else gets wealthy through this thing called capitalism, and they want to start doing it too, and they start doing it at the cost of all other things. Is capitalism a good thing?
Is capitalism a good thing for whom? In what condition? I mean, like, I would ask all those same scenarios.
Yeah, I mean, it's like any pursuit for humans. They lock in on a given game they want to play, whether it's their own wellness or whether it's trying to make money or whether it's trying to get social media followers. I mean, there are these pathways any human can take for any system they want.
In those pathways, a lot of times what ends up entering into the space is survivorship bias of someone who has been lucky, taken the right path at the right time, et cetera, and then people try and follow that route one-to-one, and oftentimes it doesn't happen because, you know, N of one, as you precisely put it. So I'm just trying to find what can I take away from your journey to bring to my viewers, to my patients, that's going to actually make an impact that is valuable to them in the long run, besides the philosophical thought experiment of what if we don't die? Because I think that is a valuable thought experiment. I think there's so much value into thinking beyond death. And I think you said that a lot of the cultures in the past, they live very differently and they evolve very differently. And that's true to some degree, but there are some unique through lines, like the thoughts, what happens after death, the fact that almost every culture had some sort of substance that allowed them to escape reality, whether it was alcohol, opium. You know, there's these human flaws in us, and that's always been largely celebrated. But now we're taking the other approach and celebrating potentially getting rid of human flaws, right? Is that the correct way to think about it?
Yeah, I mean, what I suggest for your patients is that I'm making the observation that we humans have largely seen ourselves as martyrs for certain causes. So people take better care of their pets than they do themselves, better care of their kids than they do themselves. They take better care of their professional advance, their wealth accumulation. So people prioritize a very long list of things higher than their personal.
Most replayed. What is this?
To say that, you know, like how long of your day of waking hours do you spend not dying?
Yeah, a lot for me. Yeah,
like, is that practical?
Well, so the people doing Blueprint are able to play the power laws. So what we did at Blueprint that was unique is we went through all the scientific literature, all health span, all lifespan studies. We graded the effect, we scored the effect size, and then we graded the evidence. And we said, can we find power laws in health span, lifespan? And we put all those into me, and we measured everything. We made it all public. So basically, we're just trying to say, as a scientific project, where are we with the fountain of youth? Like, if you look at it from an organ by organ perspective, and every measurement we have, whatever you think of those measurement modalities, whether it's gold standard, silver standard, whatever the case may be, here's a rough assessment on where things are at. And then we can distill it and say, all right, mom and dad, here are 5 things you want to do in life, and you can allocate, 30 minutes a day to do these 5 things. So I've tried to make it very easy, approachable, low cost. That's why I made the whole thing for free. It's like my parents, my father's 71, they're pushing the ages where they're really starting to deal with their ravages of aging, and they've been able to implement these power laws and dramatically change their health.
What are the power laws?
So the 5 big ones are not smoking, a exercise 6 hours a week, a Blueprint or Mediterranean-like diet, a BMI of 18.5, 22.5, and then moderate to no alcohol. And then sleep you would add there as well as the...
Sure. And that's the part that you get for free with the Blueprint protocol?
That's the influence. So I spend a lot of time doing all these measurements and testing all these therapies, but the takeaway for someone else is, do those 5 things. And so if you don't smoke, not a big deal. If you don't drink, not a big deal. Here's the rough dietary protocol to follow. Maintain a proper weight, get some exercise, and you're there for a power law. Now that also means try to eliminate vices, which is probably the hardest thing.
Sure.
And so but it's like these really basic things that most people know, but they're not implementing. Now, if you want to go to a more graduate level, then I've got those things for you too. But I've tried to just meet people where they're at and say, here are some things you can do with baby steps to be in a better spot.
If you went on social media and you talked about those pillars exclusively, or power laws?
Yeah.
Power laws. Yeah. You would probably not build much of an audience. Not because of anything against you, but just because there has to be something sexy and fun and unique. And that's why folks are paying attention, right? So as much as you're saying, these are the 5 health...
The Q-tip test is to check for chlamydia, and it's awful. They use one long metal one and one just for the tip. I've gotten blood tests and urine tests before for chlamydia. I feel like I've never gotten any Q-tip or any sounding fetish for me. But, okay, interesting. Maybe it's different tests offered at different places or something? I don't know.
Healthy habits that everyone should follow. They're more interested in what you're doing to the extremes. Am I right in thinking that, or do you think I'm disconnected?
It's the entryway, But when they can observe it, but when they pull it back to their life and say, now what do I do? It comes back to those things.
And those things that you do, like some of it, seems really out there for me. At one point, were you doing plasma transfusions from one of your younger children?
Yeah.
Yeah, take me through like the logic of that and why you decided to do that.
Yeah, so we were exploring various therapies we could do, and plasma came up as one. The effects in animal studies are pretty convincing, and not convincing. The effect size is good, so we thought we'll try it. So what happened is I was talking to my father. He called me one day and he said he's in the legal profession. He said, I just wrote a brief. I walked away, I came back, and it was a scrambled bunch of words. And it's like I couldn't believe it because I didn't see it when I was writing it. So he realized that he was experiencing a lapse and he wasn't aware of it, which terrified him. And so he said, I would do anything for my cognition. And in our research in doing this, we had seen that a lot of trials were being done for Alzheimer's and Parkinson's. And so he said, interesting. I said, Dad, I would be more than willing to give you a liter of my plasma as experimental therapy. And he said, I would do anything to try to combat this. And my son overheard the conversation. He's like, hey, I'm in too. So we're like, great. This is like a multi-generational plasma thing. How fun. Like, some people go to the beach, some people plasma.
Okay. Very interesting.
So we went there, and it was actually really fun because my father was mostly missing from my childhood because he was engaged in hard drug use. And I always wanted him to be around, and he never was. And it was very hard on me. We've always worked very hard on our relationship. He just has had a lot of challenges. And then my son, I was married and I had 3 kids. I got a divorce, and my 3 children were split between dad, who had left the religion, and mom, who had been in the religion. And so for 10 years, I was the other. I couldn't be trusted because they were part of this religious group that said, this is how we understand reality. Dad is not part of that, therefore we can't trust him. And so weirdly, I was without father. And now I was this super engaged father trying to raise my children. And they were like, thanks, Dad, but we got this. And it was this form of torture. And I had one of my 3 children come decide to live with me, and he and I become best friends. And so it was this moment where, yes, it was about plasma because
he does look like Bishop from Alien, true.
It was safe, but it was also about my dad, myself, and my son, and the 3 of us getting together. And so I know from the outside looking in, it seems crazy, it's eccentric, it's everything that triggers people in so many ways. It was also one of the most special moments in my entire life. Now, when I measured my biomarkers, there were no change in my biomarkers. We didn't see any effect. When we looked at my dad's biomarkers, we looked at his DNA methylation using the Newton-Pace algorithm. His speed of aging lowered by the equivalent of 25 years. Now, speed of aging, the DNA methylation is still a silver standard, right? It doesn't have all-cause mortality, so it's not gold standard. We still don't know what it means and why. Still, it's a legitimate technology with a lot of scientific publication on it. And his speed of aging stayed down to 25 age equivalent for 6 months, had a meaningful impact on his biology, and he would say in his subjective experience as well. So from my father's perspective, it was one of the most substantial interventions he's had in his entire life. And so I know that from the media's perspective, looking in, it's absurd. From my personal experience, it was one of the best experiences of my life and meaningfully impacted my father.
That's awesome that it brought you guys closer together as a family. And I think the reality of all of these things is everyone has their own risk tolerance.
Yeah.
And some people can look at a rock climber and say, you're ridiculous for risking your life. You're ridiculous for jumping out of a plane. I became a professional boxer, and they're like, you're a doctor. You're getting head injuries. Yeah, and I agree that it's not healthy, and I don't recommend it. The issue comes in when we say lines like, the test has a lot of scientific research behind it. That statement, to some ears, will sound like it has validity to what we're doing. And we have to be really careful on how messages land to the general public, where the validity of the weight of evidence is unclear.
Yeah.
And I don't want folks thinking that that is the answer to their longevity, or that this is mandatory and they can skip out on certain health habits, or they can't be healthy unless they have plasma of someone younger. So my goal of educating on science is really just getting people to think about the scientific process of what evidence means, because you're a brilliant person in terms of your knowledge, right? You can think much deeper than the average person. You way smarter than I am in your knowledge of understanding evidence levels even. And I think about the general public not having the depth of understanding of what a DNA methylation test is, and hearing it and sounding like sci-fi and them craving it as if that's the answer. I'm like, man, I wish they would just listen to your 5 power laws, because that's what I want them to listen to. And that's where probably the biggest criticism would occur from the medical community. But the fact that you and your family bonded over this and someone finds it weird, humans do all sorts of weird stuff. I mean, like, that should be without judgment what you and your family do. So I don't think that's valuable. Is there anything that you've done in this journey that has ended up harming your health?
I'd say the worst outcome was using human growth hormone. We were repeating a study that was done for thymus rejuvenation, so the gland responsible for the immune system. So we did 100 days of human growth hormone, 0.6, 1.8 IU was the dose, and we successfully changed my thymus fat fraction by 7 years equivalent. So according to 3 MRIs, we regenerated my thymus by 7 years. That was positive, but it came at a pretty extreme cost. I had intracranial pressure increase. I had my blood glucose were messed up. It was pretty disastrous for my body. And so I don't think we would do HGH again. I think we'd probably take a different approach, maybe look at some peptides or something. But we were trying to go after, only one group had tried to do thymus rejuvenation. It's a really hard one to get at. And we wanted to take a stab at doing something hard.
And why was the thymus the primary organ you were focusing on with human growth hormone?
Because, well, I guess we've been trying to rejuvenate all my organs. So we take each one, the heart, liver, lungs, and then we say, how do we do that? And then what therapies are available? And the thymus just has such a huge yield because it's the immune system. Very few things have such a power law in the body. So we wanted to put our targets on that. And we found there was a therapy that had been through a study. So we had some data on some number of participants.
And when you undergo one of these trials, you take a lot of measurements in order to see how one therapy impacts the others. Because you're doing many therapies at once, is there ever a fear that they're clouding the judgment of what's actually happening when you're trying to perform a measurement?
Yeah, we've borrowed from pharma. So pharma has the same problem when you introduce a drug into the body. They have a statistical process where you go through a questionnaire and you try to isolate and then use probabilities to determine whether a given therapy has a given effect. So we've tried to use stats too, but it doesn't create a crystal ball. You're still dealing with probabilities and you're still dealing with potential compounds.
Yeah, and I mean, a lot of that statistical power comes from the number of people involved and the randomization of it. So that is also tricky. I'm just thinking of
that's absolutely fair.
The guidance that, again, we can issue from some of these things.
Yeah.
And
I mean, knowing all these things, we do our best, knowing full well. We just, because it's N of 1, we're limited, but we do genuinely try to be intellectually honest.
That's great. I have a theory about like fitness trackers, and it's going to be widely different than your viewpoint. So I'd love for you to critique me on my viewpoint and what you think, but give me a genuine like reaction to what I'm saying. When folks come in and they say, should I monitor my sleep score? Should I monitor my fitness tracker? Should I do these things? My usual answer is no. And I'll explain to you why, and you tell me if you think you agree, disagree, and why. My thought is when you have a sleep tracker on, a fitness tracker on, it potentially makes it more difficult for you to understand and listen to your own body. And one of the most important things when I see a patient, let's say they come in for the symptom of pain, knowing, is that symptom of pain urgent? Is it scary? Is it an ache from a hard workout that they can push through? That sort of knowledge comes from trial and error without outside measurement. It comes from intuition of your own body's functioning. So for example, when someone sleeps well, but then we tell them as scientists, hey, you actually got a bad night's sleep, we lie to them. They perform worse on tasks because we've led them to believe that off of their device, even though we were tricking them. And then people say, but Dr. Mike, when I have a drink of alcohol, my sleep score goes down. That incentivizes me to not. And I think that's wonderful. But the question I would ask them is, if you had the glass of alcohol and you didn't sleep well and you wake up and you feel like shit, did you need the watch to tell you that? So it's like, I could see the instances where it helps. It would have helped anyway and you would have known. I could also see the instance where it tells you something that could potentially even be harmful because it leads you to believe something negative about your body. And because there's so many confounding variables happening in life at the same time, it creates a notion of control that I believe we don't have. And we don't.
I kind of agree spiritually with what Dr. Mike is saying, but I also do think it's interesting. Like, if you can engage with the data responsibly, it just comes down to whether or not, I guess, on an epidemiological level, you have to think, if you run this thing with every person in society, how is the average person going to engage with it? And he might be right there. Like, when people talk about, like, oh, you shouldn't weigh yourself every day, you should weigh yourself, like, once a week or something, or once a month or whatever. Like, I think you should weigh yourself every day. Weigh yourself at the same time, but, like, understand that, you know, if you don't drink a lot of water, you have a big poop, and you don't eat anything for whatever reason the previous night, you might have like a 3-pound fluctuation in weight between one morning and then like the next day's evening. Like, that could happen, or more, even depending on what's going on. But like, as long as you understand there's going to be some fluctuation, and you have like a little, every scale now has like a Bluetooth tracker, and you can see your weight like over time. Like, I don't think there's anything wrong with collecting more data. But if it truly is mind fucking you, then I guess it'd be a bad thing to do. Because it just depends on if most people get mind fucked on it or not. Same thing with the sleep tracker stuff. I feel like is really interesting. If you are sick or if you drink, you don't have to tell your little watch anything. It'll know. Like, it can tell. Like, if you are getting sick or if you drink and you go to sleep and you wake up, like, it can tell just by the quality of your sleep that shit is a little bit fucked. I also feel like sometimes it's hard to tell that you've had a bad sleep, and it might show up in other ways during your day, but you might not just know that it was because you slept poorly. Like, maybe you're just a little bit more irritable, or a little bit, I don't know, just you feel kind of shitty or whatever. You can't focus as well, but you might not directly attribute it to, oh, I think I slept poorly. Like, I don't know why, but if I drink and then I wake up the next morning, for some reason, if I drink, when I wake up the next morning, I'll sleep for like 5 or 6 hours and I'll wake up and I'll feel like 100%. I don't know why. It's just a feeling that I have in my body, but I know that I'm not. And I can tell because as I go on through my day, I'll be more sluggish, or I'm just not as quick. And you just like, I can see it like coming out in other ways where it's like, I feel like I probably didn't get enough sleep last night. I definitely felt this when I went to school for music, that your body will be more tired before your mind realizes it. Like, you're practicing and you're measuring, you know exactly what you can play at what tempo, and for some reason you start to make mistakes that you don't normally make, and you can tell, like, oh shit, I think I'm probably getting tired and I just don't realize it yet.
You don't have yet. What do you think about my stance?
Yeah, this year I achieved 8 months of a perfect sleep score using my wearable. I don't think anyone in the world has ever done that before. And it was my personal experiment to see, could I achieve high quality sleep every single night? And to do that, I needed to create quite a few intuitions. I needed to understand what happens when I eat pasta at 5 p.m. What happens when I watch a movie, on a big screen an hour before? What happens in hundreds of questions? And I basically was trying to build intuitions, what happens when, and when I go to bed, can I deduce my heart rate? And my resting heart rate is my biggest predictor of my night's sleep. And so I would say I would never have been successful at doing the 8 months of perfect sleep had I not had a wearable. I just would not have known how to connect these variables. And because I was doing this in a systematic way, I could isolate these effects more. I could isolate a given day, a certain dietary thing, or whatever the case may be. And so, yeah, I think that for me...
Did you watch the Tim Miller /Piers or the Jon Stewart /Jack Smith convo? No, I haven't yet. I did a lot of the Graham Platner stuff today. I might load it up for tomorrow though, okay?
It was the only way for me to figure out sleep.
Do you think 8 months of perfect sleep is necessary for a healthy lifestyle? Like if you had every 7th day you had a shitty night's sleep, do you think that would derail your ability to live a healthy lifestyle?
So I don't know about that. I was doing it because I come from the entrepreneurial community, and that culture is very much grind culture. As you're a martyr. I mean, I'm sure as a doctor.
They way that the human body works through homeostasis. It's trying to keep a balance. And there's frequently a statement in healthcare that I've referenced where the enemy of good in medicine is perfect. And I've seen that time and time again, either from a procedural standpoint where we're suturing and we're trying to make something perfect. When we do and we try to make it perfect, it actually gets way worse. Whereas we had it good. Or we try and normalize someone's hormones. And when we try to make it perfect or higher and achieve hyper optimal performance, it backfires and creates a negative effect. So I worry that chasing to the extremes, chasing perfect, chasing don't die, can create negative impacts on people. Do you think there is potential negative impact from chasing don't die?
Yeah, I think I could definitely respond to this comment and use words that would make sense in the year 2024 of like, yes, like I agree, and like here's, but I'm really going to comment on this from the 25th century perspective because that's the one that I think that is not included in the conversation. And so I know when I built my software, my payments company, Braintree Venmo, we weren't like, if the transaction's $97.28, we're like, it's okay if it's a penny off. Like you need absolute precision for that transaction. And if the servers are down, you can't process the transaction. If it's down 3 minutes a day, that's okay, like absolute precision. So we build technology with absolute precision because that's what we can do and it demands. We tolerate this idea in any part of our lives where we don't have control of certain circumstances. We say, well, here's a way to think about it, and here are the pros and cons of that given thing. But I think that's the framework we have because that's the possibility of the technology. We humans we're not built to be perfect. We're kind of messy creatures. Now that may not be true for the future. We may be able to build ourselves with precision that is unimaginable to us right now. And so right now that I would say, yep, reasonable opinion, totally agree. Also, we're going into this new future, and so I'm building myself. I want to be the example of what we can build. And so I go to these lengths to say, yes, you can achieve perfection, and it's great. And so we'll have all this help from all these tools of biological engineering, molecular engineering, artificial intelligence, like they're going to converge on us. So we're becoming a new species, and new possibilities are there, and I'm trying to bridge to this new reality.
So you're thinking about it from like a philosophical standpoint of the future. It's so interesting that throughout this conversation, we're talking about answering questions from the future, right, of the 25th century. But at the same time, you're very wise in predicting that we don't have the power to predict. We suck at predicting. So how can you be answering me from the 25th century if we're so bad at predicting?
I look at the systems that can be predicted. So, for example, if you say intelligence is currently increasing, that is like, did you say a general trend? Like whether you think it's an exponential increase or a linear increase or some other curve, it's generally increasing. So more intelligence in the world. We're getting better at harvesting energy from the sun, from all.
Okay, we're good. All right. I feel like my opinion is about this guy. I think he's okay. I think people freak out for no reason. Straight boyfriend addicted to gay dating apps. We've been seeing each other going on 5 months and said we weren't interested in dating other people, but he keeps re-downloading gay dating apps. Okay. Homie, I think your boyfriend is gay. Uh-oh. What is this? Hold on. Mods, please actually take this predator seriously. From NYCroommates. Wait, what the fuck? Why am I linked this? You need to ban this guy. He aims to get young women lured into his living room. He's been reported, I know for a fact, because I reported him for having a literal rage-born meltdown, calling my mom names because I called him what he is, a predator. This isn't just a nasty internet troll and some random sub. This is someone aiming to get people in desperate situations into his house where he can do whatever he wants. This sub in particular needs to be extremely careful about the safety of the people on here. The nature of what people want from the sub leaves them very susceptible to being attacked by people like this guy. NYCroommates is a place to look for new roommates in New York City area. No brokers allowed. You must be someone looking for a roommate to move into an apartment/house you live in, or someone looking for a room. Acknowledge pizza. Wait, what? Feel free to go find posts where a woman posts a pic of herself. He will be there in the comments being creepy. He's becoming a major reason people don't keep posting or don't keep their posts up on here long enough for them to be housed. Ban, 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 please, for the safety of the women on here. Wait, what? Really? u/nightmarepie6775. Comments. How old is this post? 2 hours ago. What is r/Flushing? Is that a city or something? Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, no. How? I feel like... Am I crazy or... Having a roommate sub where you post pictures of yourself seems really crazy, no? Is that part of the rules? Huh. Flushing is a primarily Chinese neighborhood in New York City. I was wondering why more people don't post photos here because I don't want to risk it with some anon creep, but now I see why by the comments. I have a room opening August 31st in a 2-bedroom in Queens, quiet neighborhood, quiet building with all Hispanics, including myself. My apartment is girl-coded as fuck and low-key anti-male. My long-term roommate, femme/LGBTQ/BIPOC, just graduated and will be leaving. Do you think this is a guy or a girl that's posting this? Oh my God, you have to... Where's Nightmare Pie? Hold on, we're going to find him. Oh, there he is. Got cheap room in Elmhurst, Queens for $800 if you get desperate. I see you. LOL, how cryptic. Another day, another post with you being a literal sexual predator. Hold on. Oh my God. Oh no, sorry. Because I was like, a couple, student couple looking for room. Hi all, me, 20-year-old female and 18-year-old female, recently just moved to the city and work full time. I'm an incoming transfer student at Hunter College and looking for room to rent in Brooklyn. Got a room in Elmhurst you both can share. LOL. Are you guys super friendly? Oh no. 24-year-old woman looking for an apartment to share with 1 to 3 roommates. Got room in Elmhurst, Queens. Mixed gender. $800 a month if you get desperate. Did somebody say desperate? 23-year-old female looking for a room in Brooklyn. Ideally looking to room with a woman close to my age. I got one for you. What is NYC Social Club? The fuck is this? Making friends in and around. Oh. 22 female, looking to find people to regularly chat or call with. You're just a lonely guy. I'm tired of texting myself. Let's chat. Aww. Damn, this guy... This is 2 days of posting? Holy shit, he posts so much. This is all yesterday? Okay, hold on. Fuck, deleted. No cats allowed. Really? If the 18 and 20-year-old females wanted to move in, he would say no cats. Hi, I'm interested. Zesty close. Think this guy was a woman, though? Fuck, deleted. Damn, this guy's planting seeds everywhere. 22-year-old female. Oh my god. Hey, Wooden and Economy. Get a cheap room in Elmhurst, Queens. Under $900 a month. Oh, he's brought his price down from under $900 to $800 a month. Okay. Jesus. Man, we're really... Feel free to DM me. Oh my god, he got one. Oh. Okay, fuck. What a crazy... What a crazy subreddit. Jesus. What the fuck? $20 loan will repay immediately, just trying to establish trust. What the fuck does that even mean? Oh, he made a post. Oh, fuck, hold on. To New York City Social Club. Loneliness is driving me nuts. Male, 40. Being introverted is driving me nuts. Constantly alone. My hobby of learning Chinese helps a lot, though. Shout out to all the Chinese people who wasn't afraid to chat it up with a weird black guy. Oh my god, it's FMJ. Women never flirt with me, per se. I'm overweight if it matters. Right now playing Mario Kart 8 on my Switch 1 to not be wrapped up in my own thoughts. I'm also unemployed, so that's another thing driving me nuts. Sorry this turned into a rant. Any awkward females out there? I don't care what you look like. Just tired of being alone every day. Holy shit. God damn. Fuck, I don't have the right. Whatever. Jesus. Do you ever visit r/kitchen cells? No, what the fuck is that? Okay, don't care. Apparently, Platner has officially dropped out.
Hey everyone.
Hey.
It's Graham Platner here.
Uh-oh.
I think as many of you know, over the past couple days, I have faced some very serious allegations, and I just want to make it clear. This is all false. The things that have been claimed did not happen. It's not real. It has placed an immense amount of weight.
He was what? Looks like she gives awesome head. Huge tits. No! You can't be ugly and creepy, bruh. I'm sorry. That's mean. I'm sorry. That was mean. That was mean. But
On me. As I think about what needs to happen now. Amy and I are regular people. We were not looking for this experience. We were not looking to get into politics. We had no desire to run for office. I just want you to think about like what you would do as a regular person in a position where a much larger world, large forces, were working against you personally to accuse you of the worst thing that a person could do, and it was not remotely true. I learned about this through press inquiries, with no time to truly respond, no time for investigations before.
damn. Hold on. I'm sorry. I don't care about this guy. This other guy, though. This guy's a true incel. Wait, what is this? Muslim matrimonials. Creeps are their own worst enemy. Every time I come across a creep, I lose brain cells. They want a woman's attention while saying the most off-putting nonsense imaginable. Like, bro, how are you trying to attract women and simultaneously saying things that would make any sane person want to avoid you? He responds, please stop catering towards women. Regardless of how you treat them, you are worthless to them. What a king. Wait, what is this? Oh, when that one black woman turned him down, apparently he lost it. Yeah, them buns getting jizzed on for floor space. Stop the cap. Ah, no. Jesus. Okay.
A corporate media system and the political establishment got to act as judge, jury, and executioner.
Wait, meth post. Okay, sorry, y'all, but I personally don't like... Who is this? Oh. How uncivilized most people in meth can become. Every time I have a friend or someone over to smoke together, I always remember why I like to be by myself. Today I had a friend over. Once he got high, he went to the balcony topless and started staring at my neighbors while rubbing his dick from outside his shorts. Know that he is not new in the game. And this shit happens with almost everyone I have over. They become so messy, it's hard to control without having to become mean and harsh with my approach after I try many times to ask them kindly to respect the place. From people inviting random people to my place to suddenly putting extreme loud music to wanting to fuck on the balcony, to harassing my neighbors. Like, what the fuck? When people are, like, smoking meth, are you, like, smoking to, like, fucking zoink the fuck out of your mind? Or are you just, like, trying to get, like, a meth buzz? Or what? You gonna make an example out of them? Jesus Christ.
Accusations are supposed to be the beginning of things, not the end. I think it's really important to understand why this is happening in the timeline, why this is happening right now, much like October, when the first attack started, much like the news that was created the week before the primary. There is a reason that this is happening now. I only have until July 13th until I am officially the nominee. This was the last week to try to get me off of the ballot. And that's why this is occurring.
Damn.
It's not the false allegations, though, that have brought us to where we are. It's the fact that they're being used by the political establishment to put structural pressure on us. We live in a political system that is not built for normal people. It is a system that is built structurally to make sure that movements like ours cannot flourish. That if they begin to succeed, they can be crushed. What we have accomplished here.
Wait. Damn, he was willing to go as low as 600. Ended a relationship and need a new place to live ASAP. 29 female. Can spend up to 1,800 a month, prefer slightly less. Okay with roommates and pets. Got living room you can crash in. 600 a month. Share with female from Craigslist. Now I'm curious what these things are like. I remember this being a weird issue way back in the day when me and Rachel, because we rented out our basement to, generally it was just coworkers, but like you're technically not allowed, I think it's illegal to have a gender preference for housing because it's considered housing discrimination. There are some classes of people you can't discriminate against, and gender I think is a class you can't discriminate against. But it's like, how spooky that if you're like a woman, you're not allowed to have a preference for a woman roommate. Now, I guess you could only just interview women and just kind of ignore the men and not say anything, but I don't know if anyone's ever been prosecuted for that. But damn, how exploitative this could get. Jesus. But I also think, I'm sorry, I really don't know. Sorry. Ads is linking me this just to read through some of the subreddit. I can't tell if the women are retarded or if this is also kind of like, is this a prostitution sub? I can't tell. Like, looking for a room for August 1st? Like, why do we need this? Why do you need pictures? I don't know. This just seems like super weird. No? Got gore room for you, Elmhurst, Queens. There he is. Wow, good luck, Padgy. Don't die.
You made possible. The people of Maine. The volunteers, the voters, the grassroots donors. And I have all the faith in the world that we could win if we could continue to harness that. But the brutal political reality is that they are going to take everything away from us. Those in power, who have the ability to do so, are using these allegations as an excuse to take away all of the things that we need to run a campaign. We are going to lose our ability to fundraise. We are going to lose our ability to access voter data. We are going to lose all of the things that any campaign needs on the basic level simply to function.
34 female looking for 420/710 individuals. What does it mean to 710? Oil. 710 is wax? Like smoking? Is that like a weed thing? Hi, been a while since I smoked. What did you smoke before you stopped? Weird weed from the bodega. Then I upgraded to a fancy weed vape. What's your favorite? This is him. Stizzy, I think that's how you spell it. Wow, haven't smoked Stizzy in a min. How was your day? It was okay. And yours? You meet anyone off here yet? Only one person so far. How'd it go? Went good. When you free for me? Oh, man.
Larger organizations, the national level party, the bigger donor networks, they have all committed to spending no money in this race if I'm in it. They would rather see Susan Collins win than have me be the next senator from Maine.
I feel you, brother. Oh, this was the loneliness is driving me nuts post you made? I have a housing voucher. I'm 5'8", got a couple gold trophies in Mario Kart. You scrolled past. What? I need to find a job if anything. At least I will have new coworkers for potential friends. This? I mean, he already said he was jobless, I think, right? Yeah, we might have found the next DSA candidate here for now. I'm just kidding. Thanks for writing all that. Yeah, I have a gym membership. Been a little under the weather lately, though. I just want an entry-level job. At this point, I'm even considering fast food for the money and the new potential friend, or new friend potential. Running around the various Chinatowns and practicing my awful Mandarin helps me connect with strangers I otherwise wouldn't give a shit about. My family is not a factor. Haven't seen my mom in years, and my dad is an alcoholic. Sleep in living room with another female, $150 a week. Ultra cheap option if you want to save some bread. Jesus. These have to be, like, you got to be looking. There's no way, bro. These people have to be looking for, like, these are like escort situations. I can't believe otherwise. It has to be. It has to be. 23 female looking for a room. Well, like, got something good for you, DM me. Looking for a room either in Manhattan or Queens with a budget of $2,000. Jesus Christ. I went through all of this post. He exclusively offers to women, not a single offer to a man. That sub is such an obvious breeding ground for predators. Anyone posting there's retarded. Well, I mean, like, I think it's just, I just don't understand the pictures for people to shop around for. I don't know, man. This guy's literally in every single woman post. Holy shit. She's just showing how friendly and charismatic she is.
What comes next needs to come from the people. Needs to come from the people of Maine. Needs to come from the voters who on June 9th, at a strength of over 150,000, the largest number in the history of Maine primaries, said no to this kind of politics. Voted for a politics that would actually represent them. Voted against the political system, against the donor class, against the entrenched forces. And I'm not asking for how this process is going to work. I'm not trying to dictate to anyone who it should be or how we get there, but I will say this. It needs to be open, transparent, and democratic. It needs to be reflecting the will and the values of the people that built this movement, the people that showed up on June 9th. People in D.C. need to stay in D.C. Decisions should not be made in back rooms by people in places of political power. Party apparatchiks are not the ones to make these decisions. These decisions need to be made in the open.
What? Hold on. I feel like the women that message me are like already probably more on the slutty side, which is based, by the way. But somebody linked one of the girls' Instagrams and said she looks like a normal Zoomer to me. No shot. I don't think this is like an average Instagram for somebody of this age. Absolutely not. I'm not even going to click through on these pictures. I feel like, no. I don't even know if this is a real person or if this person's AI. This person looks like they're 9 years old here. She's the Stellar Blade girl. Oh, she's in the bathroom. Stop! 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 Fuck. Joan is filing a motion right now. Brettler, we gotta go to the court. We gotta stop her. She's got the thumb drive in hand. Your Honor! Your Honor! Don't link. No, stop. Who linked that? Who linked this person's Instagram? Who did this? That chatter was a paid Mossad op. Oh, it's fucking ad linked it to me in DM. Ad, what the fuck? How old did this person say they were on the sub? Okay, I'm bored of digging. Okay.
Open by the people of this state, the people who got us here. This is exactly the kind of political system that everyone voted against on June 9th. And for that reason, we need to be assured that it is going to be open and democratic as we move forward. Amy and I struggled about getting into this. Last summer, right around this time of year, we sat down and we looked at each other and we said, if we believe in the kind of politics we think that we do, we have.
I'm not linking, but check her 7th post from the back on Instagram. What? The Instagram bio says 23. 23. That's old. 4, 5, 6, 7. Is this even allowed? This has to be a prostitute. 100%. It has to be.
To do this. Over the past couple days, really yesterday and today, we have had to have that exact same conversation. We believe that for the movement to continue.
Wait, she has an OnlyFans? It just isn't linked? Is that true?
It can't be made. And for that reason,
I'm looking for a room in Bushwick, August 1st. DM me, please help. Do you think it's like a scammer? Like, they get people to... Wait, 10K followers. Hi, I'm big. Kind of nervous, but here it is. They're posting story. Wait, do you think it's like a scammer that uses AI and then they get like somebody to agree to something? But what would the scam even be? I mean, she has 11K followers with no links in bio. Try it? Yeah, I'm good on that one, Chief. Maybe to rob the house? Oh, shit. Fucking true, maybe?
we are suspending campaign operations.
Her entire OnlyFans is just $100 pay-per-view. Gee, okay.
We are suspending campaign operations. This is incredibly difficult because I know that some will think it's an admission of guilt, and it most certainly is not. We're not doing it because of the allegations. We're doing it because of the structures that are being taken away from us by those in power. And I also feel an immense amount of responsibility to everyone who has worked so hard to get us to where we are. We went toe-to-toe with one of the most entrenched political systems in the history of the world, and we won.
Wow.
We beat them on June 9th in overwhelming numbers. We did it the right way. We built a campaign. We engaged in electoral politics. We motivated people. We banded together. We did it the way that we were told we are supposed to make change. And we won. And now they are not going to let us have it. Not if it's me. And so we're suspending campaign operations. I want to make clear, though, I intend to file my paperwork to withdraw.
Oh.
The process needs to assure that what comes next is reflective of the Mainers who on June 9th turned out and showed that they are desperate for a different kind of politics.
Uh-oh.
It needs to be driven not from back rooms, but by the will of the people.
What does that mean?
And the decisions that come next must come from that. All we were asking for was health care. Was
the Tony guy?
Genocide. To use our taxpayer dollars at home to uplift our communities instead of waging war overseas. We were asking for a fair system. We were asking for an end to the corruption, the end to the money in politics. We were asking for real democracy, and we did it the right way, and we won. And now the ball is in the court of the Democratic establishment. My name might be on the ballot right now, but that ballot line belongs to the people of Maine. And on November 3rd, it needs to belong to the people of Maine. And the next Democratic senator for Maine needs to belong to the people of Maine. They need to reflect the will and the values of the people of this state. I love this state. I love Maine, and I love Mainers in ways that I can't really describe.
Sorry. Just not.
I'm immensely proud of what we have built.
Phrasing.
And I have the utmost faith that we will continue to build, and we will continue to move towards a better future. From the bottom of my heart, thank you. Thank all of you. And keep fighting.
We'll fight.
We're going to win someday.
Okay. Somebody linked a video. What is this? Hold on.
This TikToker and small business owner decided to make a 20+ part series about her nightmare
23 hours ago
roommate in New York City, and ended up going viral for all the wrong reasons. And this is even though she managed to raise a few $1,000s in GoFundMe. But I guess what she described the whole ordeal as traumatizing made people go, okay, wait a second, what actually happened? And when people started figuring out what was actually happening, the backlash outweighed the support. And I guess ever since then, she's been laying low on her social media, especially now that her old roommate Marlon and her best friend have weighed in with posts of their own, recounting the experiences and essentially telling EK, the subject of today's video, that she really needs to start looking for a job. And that should apparently be a priority rather than running to social media.
A sub that I met about a month ago made a 30-part TikTok series about me, and I want to address a few things.
And this
30-part? Did she say 3 or 30? Did she say 30-part?
Be a priority rather than running to social media.
A sub that I met about a month ago made a 30-part TikTok series about me, and I want to address a few things.
And this, honestly, from what I've seen of it, is a cautionary tale about oversharing online and how more often than not, it can actually lead to you really just hurting yourself more than anything. Because I guess you could argue, at least in the moment, it feels good to have people in your community, I guess, help you with some support and so on and so on. But once your video breaches the containment zone into the World Wide Web, which videos inevitably do if they are potent enough, and you then risk the narrative being completely flipped. And there's a very real risk of that happening, and in this case, it absolutely did. And because of that, the narrative got 100% flipped. So now, essentially, a whole bunch of people are just dunking on her. Okay, so to go from the start, this all started back at the end of May, when EK, known online as Cozy Grocery, came online on her fire escape and announced that she's been blindsided by her roommate and was kicked out at the end of June.
24 hours ago, I was told by my current roommate that I was getting kicked out at the end of June.
So obviously, this was a good hook. People were like, okay, what happened here? And EK is a self-described artist that has been living in New York for a little bit over a year. Her full-time job is making cat worry stones, which I guess is a sensory fidget thing.
Hi, my name is EK, and I make worry stones out of polymer clay. I'm a
Worry stones?
full-time artist in New York City, and I've been living here for the last year.
She apparently also had a video on them go sort of viral on TikTok and Instagram, and ended up finding a little bit of success selling her worry stones, and decided to make that her full-time job. So she says that for the last year and a half, she's been bouncing around from sublet to sublet just trying to find a home.
Sacrificed a lot of stability for this. None of this last year has been easy for me. I've lived in 5 different subhuts, just bouncing around trying to find home.
Which I can imagine is only extremely frustrating. Unfortunately, however, after 6 sublets, it looked like she was about to be out of a place to stay once again. So 6 sublets in like a year, that's a lot of moving. And according to EK, it was all because of her evil roommates. So she began a story saying that she was being kicked out, but then detailed a bunch of little things her roommate was apparently doing to make her feel uncomfortable and policed.
And it felt like she started policing me over things that were so elementary. I'm about to turn 30. This person is mid-20s, but acting like they're in high school. She would not allow me to store things on the top 2 shelves in the cabinet because it, quote, stresses her out. When I moved in, I had a different dish rack than her, the one that has walls on the side. She just had a flat dish rack where she would just kind of awkwardly and haphazardly pile up the dishes. And I was like, hey, I've got this other dish rack. Would you be open to us giving it a try? Immediately, she shut it.
Which is interesting because at the time she was also posting videos about how she could finally let her nervous system rest at this current apartment.
This is my room, and oh, she's beautiful. And because I feel so safe and happy here, my nervous system is at rest for the first time in years. And so I'm able to finally notice things that I've otherwise overlooked.
I'm so sorry. If I ever have to quit streaming and if I ever manage real estate, this will never happen. But in the world where it does, if I was a person and I ever heard, this would also be true if I was like a recruiter or if I did like interviews, if you ever use like terminology like this, I would instantly want absolutely nothing to do with you and you would never get hired. I would never rent a room out. I would never, like, there would just be these like weird psych phrase buzzword things that I would just never want to, because you are always going to be trouble. I could tell this person is trouble every time.
Regardless, she focused on things like them having different dish racks. But ultimately, she says that she reached out to talk about communication, and this is when she found out the roommate was looking for a new roommate to join the lease once EK's sublet was up.
This is exactly what I said. I have nothing to hide. She immediately came back with this, announcing that she was still looking for someone else to live with her. This is the first that I'm hearing of this. I thought everything was fine.
Now, this is important and will come up later, but EK was subletting and knew that her lease...
This is exactly what
Okay, this means she sent the message, right? If it's blue? I need to be honest with you, then become more frustrated with our communicate. Also, if I get a message like this, I think you basically have to be my wife to message. If I get a message like this from anybody, be like, okay, well, you know, whatever's going on, sorry about that. But I'm ghosting the fuck out of you and we're never talking again. I don't have time to read. What is this? This looks like a contract from Polymarket, bro. I don't have time to read this. Sorry. I need to be honest with you. that I'm becoming more frustrated with our communication. I've been fully cooperative with every request you've made since I moved in, and I haven't felt like you've been open to compromise or considering trying something new, even if we decide to go back to how you usually like it. I deserve to take up space here too, but I feel like my preferences aren't even heard out. I don't like your dish rack, and I would rather use mine, but I've been fully willing to compromise out of respect for you. The LED lights in the living room are low voltage, so they don't eat into our power bill at all. Like, it's $5 to $10 a year. Even if it did take up more energy, I'm the name on the bill, so I could easily charge you less if you're worried about that, because I personally like leaving them on. I know you've been used to living with the same person for a few years, and I fully respect that. I would equally like to be considered because this is my home too. I want this to be a good and peaceful living situation for both of us and would love for us to be friends and hang out, but I also understand if you'd rather we just coexist and can work around that as well. Okay.
I said, I have nothing to hide. She immediately came back with this, announcing.
Thanks for letting me know how you feel. To be honest, I think we're just not a good fit. True. Anytime somebody's like, I don't believe in problem solving. I always in the past, I would lie to you guys like, oh, you guys should make sure like problem solving is really important. Like having the similar problem solving skills or working. Fuck all that. Find people you just don't have problems with. Okay. Problem solving is a myth. Don't do it. Find people that you don't have issues with. And when you do have issues, run as fast and as far as possible. And that's it. Thanks for letting me see. This girl's got the right idea. The one who's responding. Thanks for letting me know how you feel. To be honest, I think we're just not a good fit. If we're being transparent, I want to make you aware I'm still looking for a new roommate. I have 3 people who I'm interested in signing this lease with me. As for the LED lights, you never told me about them and or told me you wanted to keep them on.